Chapter 13. Light flickered where there should have been none, in the tower high above the ancient castle keep, the oldest and most mysterious part of Castle Ledger. The chamber where the great sorcerer, Lord Prospero, had once spun out his days, striving for forbidden knowledge, casting his wicked spells. But tonight the chamber was haunted by another restless spirit. Lance and Ledger drifted through the thick stone walls, seeking the place where he had abandoned the encumbrance of his body a few hours before. The lantern he'd left burning flung out its feeble glow in an effort to hold back what remained of the night, illuminating the tower room with all its medieval trappings. The chamber itself seemed frozen in time. The dark wood of the small desk, the heavy cord-bound chests, the cupboard containing strange parchments and tomes gathered from the far corners of the globe, the mysterious vials and vessels of the alchemist's art, all appeared to be waiting the return of the lord and master, rumoured to have perished by flame so long ago. Lance's body reposed upon the bed whose massive posts were carved with intricate symbols reminiscent of the interlacing of the ancient Celts. Flinching, he hesitated only a moment before committing himself to the shock of rejoining. Spirit returned to flesh. He hadn't been gone that long this time, so the jolt was not as great. A shudder, a gasp for air, and his eyes flew wide as he snapped out of his self-induced trance. His breath slowly rising and falling, he lay immobile for a long time, simply staring up at the fiery St. Ledger dragon painted upon the wooden canopy above his head, still not feeling comfortable in his own skin. But then, he supposed, snakes didn't. That's why they were always shedding them. If only he could as easily have shucked off the guilt engendered by this night's work. He had accomplished what he had set out to do, persuaded Rosalind to marry him, but his victory was a hollow one. He sat up with a low groan, the heavy mail coat weighing him down as though he'd been left bound and shackled. But he supposed he'd better get used to the sensation of stiff muscles and aching back. He'd condemned himself to these chains of deceit for a good many nights to come. It was no more than he deserved, after what he'd done to his poor Lady of the Lake. Fed her even greater lies, continued to confuse her, tampered ruthlessly with her all-too-trusting heart. And how she did trust and love this ridiculous phantom he had created. Even Lance hadn't realized how much so until tonight, when she had made that extraordinary gesture, her slender white arms falling to her side, exposing both her charms and vulnerability. The scar that distressed her so much, the creamy slope of her shoulders, the perfect globes of her breasts, all shyly revealed to her hero. Except it hadn't been any gallant knight who'd knelt at her feet, as she thought. Only a lying, rather jaded rake who'd assessed and sampled far too many women in his time. Then why had Rosalind been able to move him so? She'd stirred in him a purity of longing that had seemed to burn directly from his soul to Rosalind's. Unfortunately, now that he was rejoined to his body, it wasn't the spiritual part of his anatomy that was being affected by the remembrance of her naked beauty. Desire coursed through his veins with a power that went strong and deep, setting up an ache in his loins, actually bringing a fine sheen of sweat to his brow. Awkwardly swinging his legs over the side of the bed, Lance gulped in several breaths, fighting against the overwhelming sensation. He wanted the woman. God, how he wanted her, with a desire that went beyond reason, beyond any sense of decency. And the most damnable part of all this was he didn't see how he could have her, not even after they were married. Not with Lancelot du Lac filling her head with all those damn fool notions of courtly love, pure and chaste worship from afar. Levering himself stiffly to his feet, Lance caught sight of his own image in the polished steel surface of a shield mounted upon the rough stone wall. No, not his image, Lance thought bitterly, but his hated rival's. Rosalind's noble lover. Sir Lancelot was reflected back to him in a phantom blur of chain-mail, flowing dark hair and intense eyes. "You treacherous bastard," Lance muttered. "You were supposed to bow yourself gracefully out of the lady's life tonight. You were supposed to woo her for me, not you. Oh, milady, if my life and heart could miraculously be restored to me, they would belong entirely to you." Lance mimicked himself savagely. "What the devil did you think you were doing, spouting such nonsense?" "No, lad," an amused drawl came from the shadows behind Lance. "The more accurate question is, who the devil are you talking to?" Lance spun round, his pulse giving an uneasy thud. A familiar spectral figure lounged in the open arch of the tower room, the circular stone stair behind him spiralling away into darkness. But Lord Prospero cast an unearthly glow of his own, his cloak swirling off one shoulder, his scarlet tunic almost iridescent as he regarded Lance through the exotic slant of his eyes. Recovering from his shock, Lance felt his heart drop in dismay. Bad enough to be caught behaving like a lunatic, running round in chain mail, addressing his own reflection. But by that mocking devil, Prospero. Lance let out a mouth-filling oath. "You! I hoped I'd seen the last of you." "Did you?" Prospero gave a laconic smile, as though Lance's hopes were of no particular interest to him. "Then you shouldn't be clanking around, playing at knights and dragons in my tower. Haven't you gotten a little old for such games?" Lance flushed hotly. "I only rested on your bed for a while. I didn't think you'd have much use for it any more." "True enough." Prospero abandoned his negligent pose, shifting away from the arch. "However, my private library is another matter." He pointed an accusing finger in the direction of the cupboard. "Some of my books and documents are missing." "Are they? My brother probably borrowed them. I told you he is attempting to delve into your history." "That lad should learn to tend to his own business. You will tell him to put my books back at once," Prospero commanded. "Tell him yourself," Lance snapped. "Why don't you fly back out of here and go plague Val for a while? I did what you wanted. I got your blasted sword back." "I've seen it." Prospero's mouth thinned with displeasure. "There's a chip missing from the crystal." "So what? The sword is safe. Isn't that good enough?" "You are a St. Ledger boy, and you still seem to have no comprehension of the power that lies in that crystal. Even the tiniest fragment. If that shard were to fall into the wrong hands—" "That missing shard is very likely at the bottom of the Maiden Lake," Lance interrupted. "And if you think for one moment I'm going to wade back into that infernally cold, murky water, you should be haunting Bedlam. You're obviously mad as well as dead. If that crystal fragment is so important to you, use your own sorcery to fetch it and leave me alone." Prospero's brows arched in haughty surprise. "By all the gods, you are in a surly humour this eve. No doubt it's the chain mail. I never saw the attraction of the stuff myself. Maybe you would have if someone had ever tried to hack you in two with a sword. A man of wit and intelligence could always find more clever ways of avoiding such an untidy end. Aye, such as being roasted alive." Prospero scowled, but Lance glared right back. In his present mood, he didn't give a damn for Prospero's anger, even if the sorcerer were to reduce him to a pile of cinders. Chafing under the ghost's mockery, Lance struggled to shed his ridiculous disguise, slamming the coat of mail against the stone floor. With a muttered oath, Prospero made an irritated gesture and levitated the chain mail into the air. He flicked open one of the heavy trunks and folded the armor neatly inside before slamming down the lid. Clad only in his rough wool tunic, Lance spun round to face Prospero, only too ready to cross swords. But a thoughtful expression had settled into Prospero's eyes, replacing his earlier one of annoyance. "What's amiss, lad?" he asked quietly. The unexpected gentleness of the question took Lance somewhat aback. "Nothing," he muttered, stalking over to the little wooden desk and fidgeting with a quill that had been abandoned there. With but a flick of one finger, the sorcerer floated the pen from Lance's grasp. "This appears to be the sort of nothing that drives a man to distraction." Prospero studied Lance through narrowed eyes. "And I mistake naught. You bear the unmistakable sign of a St. Ledger whose blood is on the rise, seething with that inescapable urge to claim your one true mate." "Don't be ridiculous," Lance snarled, rubbing the back of his neck. Damn, his skin did feel overwarm, almost feverish. "I don't see why you torment yourself, lad," Prospero went on, as though Lance hadn't spoken. "I believe your lady is already here, ensconced safely in your bed, waiting." "But not for me," Lance burst out. He checked himself, but he felt a strange need to continue, drawn by the hypnotic quality of Prospero's eyes, the wisdom of centuries that seemed lined deep into the sorcerer's bearded countenance, the hint of compassion that was almost fatherly. It brought to mind thoughts of Lance's own father, so far away and unreachable. But when had Anatole St. Ledger ever been anything else, Lance thought, an odd lump rising to his throat. Even if his father had been home, it would have been unthinkable to seek out his help and advice. How could Lance go to the dread lord of Castle Ledger and reveal that he had yet again proved himself to be unworthy as Anatole's oldest son and heir? Report of his present behaviour could only disappoint and grieve the father Lance admired so desperately. But Prospero, if even half the rumours were true, he'd been exactly like Lance, wild and reckless, a liar and a rogue. Who better to understand a scoundrel than his own kind? Lance sank down despondently on top of one of the large chests, chin propped on his hands. He told Prospero all the grim details of the deception he'd practiced on Rosalind Carlyon. "And now she's pledged to marry me," Lance said gloomily. "But she doesn't want me, she wants him." He expected Prospero to burst out laughing at the absurd situation. A man setting himself up to be his own rival. If it was happening to someone else, Lance feared that he might have roared. Although there was a suspicious twinkle in the sorcerer's eyes, Prospero replied solemnly enough, "Well, lad, your problem seems to have a very simple solution." Lance flung up one hand in weary protest. "Don't advise me to tell her the truth." "Why ever not? Because she completely adores Sir Lancelot. If you could but see the way her eyes glow whenever he appears. She becomes radiant. If I cease being Sir Lancelot, I'll never see her face light up like that again. That I've rather grown to like it." It was a difficult admission to make. Like it? Hell, he'd come to depend upon Rosalind's smiles, need them, crave them as much as he did the taste of her sweet lips. "Ah, so you have fallen completely in love with the young lady," Prospero mused, stroking the tip of his lustrous beard. "No, it's not that. I only—" Lance began his instinctive bluster, only to falter, for once unable to continue with his denial. Not even to himself. A dozen images of Rosalind flashed through his mind. Her wide-eyed wonder over anything that hinted at legend, her fierce courage as she'd fought to save his sword, her valiant optimism even when confronting the bleakest aspects of her own life. His Lady of the Lake, with her earnest chin, snub nose, and melting blue eyes, a barefoot enchantress, forever clad in a simple white nightgown and a soft cloud of dreams. "Milady, I will love you through all eternity." The voice that echoed through his head was the courtly one of Lancelot du Lac, but the words, Lance was staggered to realize, Those words had come straight from the heart of Lance St. Ledger. "Damn!" Lance breathed, stunned. "I do love her. So much. I'd willingly die for her." Prospero smiled. "Then I suggest you tell her, lad, not me. And without the chain mail this time." Lance half stood up, his heart quickening with hope as he considered the possibility, only to come to his senses and sink immediately back down again. "I can't," he groaned. "Why the devil not?" Prospero asked, with a hint of impatience. "Because my love for her doesn't change anything," Lance said miserably. "I've given her a legendary knight, a perfect hero. If I take Sir Lancelot away, what am I supposed to offer her in his place? One very imperfect man? You'd be astonished at the number of flaws a woman will tolerate in a man, as long as she feels she is loved and cherished." Lance only shook his head in stubborn disbelief, and Prospero made a sound that was very like an exasperated sigh. "Ah, you mortals. I will never understand why you seek to turn something as simple as love into such a complicated business. If you think it's all that simple, then you've obviously never been in love." "Very likely I haven't," Prospero agreed affably. "I chose my wife for far more mundane considerations of ambition and greed." Despite his own turbulent emotions, Lance glanced up at Prospero in awed astonishment. "You married? And without the aid of a bride-finder?" "There was no such thing in my day. I was the first St. Ledger lord, remember? I had to rely on my own wits." The mighty sorcerer's mouth twisted in an expression of rare self-deprecation. "Clever lad that I was, I selected an honest lass of plain face and exceedingly large fortune. But there is no record of her in any of our family documents. She's not buried in the St. Ledger tombs beneath the church. That is because my Agnes had the good sense to remarry after my death. To a simple, worthy man who was too sensible to hunger after forbidden knowledge, who gave the poor woman more peace than she ever knew as my bride." A pensive look stole over Prospero's usually arrogant features, and his gaze seemed to turn inward, sifting through some memory that was clearly stained dark with regret. His brooding silence lasted so long, Lance felt loath to disturb him, but his curiosity won out. "Your pardon, my lord. But do you think that is possibly why you ended up being burned at the stake?" Lance asked. "Because of the St. Ledger curse for marrying the wrong woman?" "No, boy. I managed to curse myself without the aid of any legend." Prospero flexed his shoulders, appearing to give himself a brisk mental shake. "But enough of ancient history. You were discussing your future. If you cannot bring yourself to abandon this masquerade of yours for the sake of love, then do it for a far more practical reason. Your life. This night drifting of yours is dangerous, far more than you can possibly know." "Oh, yes, I do." Lance shoved to his feet with a dismissive shrug. "My own sire frequently cautioned me. He who possesses great power must use it wisely." Lance imitated Anatole St. Ledger's stern voice. "If I ever separate from my body for too long, if I am not rejoined before the sun is fully up, then very likely I'll die." "Die? You'll wish that you had, boy." The unexpected fierceness in Prospero's voice startled Lance. He stared at his ancestor in surprise as Prospero went on grimly. "The fate you'll endure is one far beyond your worst imaginings. Caught forever somewhere between heaven and hell, watching all that you knew fade and disappear before the relentless march of time, while you continue relentlessly on, unable to live out the rest of your life, unable to die either. An endless eternity of nothing but drifting. For a moment, Lance was deeply shaken by Prospero's words. Then he gave an uneasy laugh, certain the wily sorcerer was only seeking to frighten him into abandoning his masquerade as Lancelot du Lac. "How could you possibly know what would happen to me?" Lance scoffed. "There's no St. Ledger recorded that ever possessed a power remotely like mine. Who do you know that suffered such a dire—" Lance froze. The answer writ clearly for him in the depths of Prospero's despairing eyes. The eyes of a man already damned. "My God," Lance murmured. "It was you. You were once a night drifter, the same as me." Prospero said nothing, swirling his cloak more tightly around him, as though seeking to shroud himself back in the aura of mystery that had ever enveloped his life. "Just remember what I told you, boy." And before Lance could even blink, the sorcerer was gone. A cold chill worked through him as he remembered how close he'd already skirted to Prospero's Shadowlands a time or two. Caught forever, somewhere between heaven and hell. Lance shuddered. A daunting prospect. And yet even the threat of such a dark fate paled before the other discovery he had made tonight. Now that he had finally realized the nature of his feelings for Rosalind, nothing else seemed to matter. The power of his love for her filled him with awe, the kind of wonder he hadn't experienced since his days as a dream-ridden young man. If the only way he could continue to hold a place in Rosalind's heart was as a phantom hero, a night drifter, then so be it. His lady was worth any risk. Gathering up the lantern, Lance made his way carefully toward the circular stone stair, turning his back upon the tower room, and on Prospero's warning as well. Chapter 14. A soft summer rain pattered against the tracery of St. Gothian's arched windows, the misty grey sky casting a pall over the church's serene interior, even the smiling cherubs carved into the baptismal font looking somewhat subdued. The village church was a small one, the nave barely able to accommodate more than 100 souls, but the pews seemed dismally empty this morning, with only a handful of the Castle Ledger retainers, family and friends, gathered to witness the wedding of Lance St. Ledger to Lady Rosalind Carlyon. Crisp and starched in his intricately tied cravat and best blue frock-coat, Lance stood with his trembling bride before the altar as the Reverend Josiah Gramble intoned the marriage service in that sonorous voice that had been known to put more than one parishioner to sleep. Although it was hardly the custom, Lance kept his arm firmly banded around his lady's waist. To support the poor child, who was still recovering from a most grievous wound, many of the onlookers thought. Only Lance was fully aware of the fear that governed his action, the apprehension that if he released her, Rosalind might change her mind and flee back down the aisle. Ever since the morning Rosalind had crept below stairs and informed Lance in a barely audible voice that she had reconsidered his marriage proposal, he'd wasted little time in rushing her to the altar. Scrambling to procure a special license, Lance had put the vicar on alert, not even waiting for the dressmaker to stitch up Rosalind's new garments. Her wedding clothes consisted of items he'd plundered from his sister's wardrobes: Leonie's sprigged muslin gown, Phoebe's straw bonnet, Mariah's delicate lace shawl. Not the elegant sort of apparel Lance would have chosen to shower upon his bride, but he had to admit the simplicity of it became Rosalind's slender figure, her winsome face. She'd been transformed from a sad young widow into a sad young bride. Clutching a spray of wild heather in her gloved hands, she appeared pale and frightened, wearing what Lance had come to think of as her daytime look. She was so different from the vibrant, smiling woman who greeted Sir Lancelot at night that Lance felt an uncomfortable stirring of conscience. There was still time to put a halt to this, stop the wedding and tell her the truth. He didn't know what unkind fate had designated Rosalind to be his chosen bride. He should release her, give her half his fortune, and simply let her go. But even as the thought occurred to him, Lance's fingers tightened about her waist. For the first time during the ceremony, Rosalind lifted her gaze from the stone floor and peeked up at him. One look at her innocent face, and Lance's good intentions crumbled to dust. Everything he'd been searching for, his entire restless life, shimmered there in her lake blue eyes. Lost honor, lost hopes, lost dreams. When the time came to make his vows, Lance did so in a voice that wavered and cracked with emotion. One final blessing, and the Reverend Gramble closed up his prayer book with a complacent smile. It was done for good or ill. Lance and Rosalind were now man and wife. She trembled, but she stood quite still as Lance ducked beneath the brim of her bonnet to bestow a chaste kiss upon her soft mouth. He'd meant it to be no more than a reverent peck, but Rosalind's lips clung to his with an unexpected warmth and sweetness that startled him, caused his heart to thud with an unreasonable hope. But when he drew back, her eyes were closed. He saw that dream-ridden expression on her face and knew what she'd been doing, pretending that he was Sir Lancelot du Lac. And why not? Lance thought bitterly. It was what his perfidious rival himself had advised her to do when he drifted into Rosalind's bedchamber only last night. Her eyes fluttered open, and when her gaze focused on Lance again, it was painfully obvious that all such pretty imaginings had come to an end. Before Lance could clasp her hand and try to offer some words of reassurance, they were both set upon by Effie Fitzledger, bounding out from her pew. "Oh, I declare," Effie cooed, still dabbing at her moist eyes with a lace-trimmed handkerchief. She had sniffed her way through most of the ceremony, though not, Lance suspected, out of any sentimental reasons, but more because of her chagrin at another wedding that was not her own. She enveloped first Lance, then Rosalind in a moist hug, pouring out breathless congratulations. For all of Effie's reluctance over her role as bride-finder, she took as great a pride in the matches she made as her grandfather had done before her. Val's quieter felicitations were almost lost in Effie's noisy exuberance. "I trust you will both be very happy," he said, clasping Lance's hand. "Thank you, Val. Now that I'm safely leg-shackled, perhaps you can stop worrying about me so much." "I would hardly presume to do that any more," Val replied, withdrawing his hand as quickly as it had been offered. His light tone was as forced as Lance's smile. A tension had lingered between them ever since the afternoon they had quarrelled over Rafe Mortmain. Too much said that day, and even more left unsaid. Lance had been far too stiff-necked to apologize, and for once, amazingly, his brother had failed to do so. He had thought that Val would have made some effort to mend their quarrel, as he always did, especially today of all days, when Lance would have welcomed Val's familiar warmth and support. "Val, Lance began awkwardly, only to be drowned out by one of Josiah Gramble's booming laughs. Effie was flirting outrageously with the portly vicar, Rosalind caught like a quiet shadow in between them. "Ah, Miss Effie, so when is the next St. Ledger wedding to be?" Gramble teased. "I trust I'll be given a little more notice next time, dear lady." Never fear, sir. I'm still quite fatigued by my last bride-finding effort. You know the delicacy of my constitution." Effie tittered and fluttered her fan before her eyes. "Thank the heavens I won't be called upon to make another match for a long, long time." Lance observed Val wince. Lance reminded Effie tartly, "You are forgetting something. What about my brother?" "Yes, indeed. Poor Valentine," she said, with an airy shrug. "I see no great urgency there. In fact, there may not be a bride waiting for him." Lance stiffened at her words, even more so at Val's reaction. He merely hung his head. Had St. Valentine gotten so meek he was unwilling to speak up, even for his own happiness? Even Rosalind was driven to protest. Casting a sympathetic glance at Val, she pleaded, "Oh, Miss Fitzledger, surely you must be wrong." "I'm afraid not. It happens, you know. Not every St. Ledger is destined to be married. Valentine is likely meant for other, more noble things, a career as a dedicated doctor with no time for a wife." Effie's bonnet feathers fluttered as she bobbed and smiled at Val. "I dare say you'll end up a merry old bachelor like your cousin Marius." Marius? The unfortunate St. Ledger, whose chosen bride had died in his arms? Lance nearly choked on his indignation. He started to deliver an angry rebuke, but with her butterfly-like lack of concentration, Effie had already drifted on to another topic, Rosalind's new clothes. "Now, my dear," she said, patting Rosalind's hand, "Mrs. Bell may be handy with a needle, but the woman has no taste. Before you let her set a stitch for you, you'd best consult me." Lance fumed, but he realized this was hardly the time or place to take Effie to task. Turning back to his brother, he assured Val in an undertone, "Don't pay any heed to her. You know what Effie's like. I'll have a word with her later." "There's no need for you to bother." "All she requires is a little persuasion to take up her bride-finding duties. I'm sure if I promise to buy her some expensive trinket, she'll—" "Let it be, Lance." Val cut him off with a sharpness that surprised Lance. "Effie is very likely right about me." "Right?" Lance exclaimed. "The whole reason I'm standing here at the altar myself is because I went to consult the bride-finder on your behalf. What happened to the sleepless nights you were moaning about, the restless misery of a St. Ledger who knows his time has come to mate?" "It seems to have gone away." "Gone away?" Lance gaped at his brother. His own nights of late had been pure hell, tossing and turning, burning and aching with his need to make love to Rosalind. The only peace he found was in his trance-like state, when he was masquerading as Sir Lancelot. And Val's urge for a bride of his own had simply gone away? Lance would like to have known just how the devil Val had managed that. But before Lance could question him further, Val brushed past him. A lull in Effie's unending chatter afforded Val the opportunity to inch his way forward to congratulate Rosalind and claim a brotherly kiss. Lance's troubled gaze continued to rest on his brother, noting a subtle change in Val that alarmed him. The same gentle smile, the same quiet manner, but Val seemed to rely more heavily on the use of his cane, a defeated slump to his shoulders. As though he'd given up on more than finding a bride. Given up all hope of mending his differences with Lance as well. In his own guilt and bitterness, Lance had oft told himself that was exactly what he wanted, this estrangement from Val. Now that he seemed to have achieved it, he had to fight against a panicky sensation of being cut adrift. He might have gained a bride, but in this past week he had a hollow feeling that he had lost both a brother and a friend. Lance had invited Rafe to attend the ceremony. He hadn't really thought he'd come, but a part of him had hoped. Thrusting these melancholy thoughts aside, Lance forced a smile to his lips as he greeted the remainder of his wedding guests, the retainers who had served Castle Ledger for many years, knowing Lance as both man and boy. His faithful head groom, Walters, the old butler, Will Sparkins, who'd often hoisted Lance up high, giving him a ride upon his lanky shoulders, despite the fact Will had one wooden leg, owing to a terrible accident in his youth. Will's plump wife Nancy brought up the rear, beaming and calling down fervent blessings upon her young master, whom she still seemed to think of as the little scamp who was forever stealing biscuits from her baking jars. Even as Lance accepted their earnest congratulations, his eyes were drawn toward the back of the church, to a silent figure who'd escaped his notice before. A tall man seated in the shadowy recesses of the very last pew. Lance's spirits lifted. Escaping his well-wishers as quickly as he could, he made his way down the aisle, his shoes ringing out against the worn stones carved with names, the monuments to other St. Ledgers long dead and buried beneath the church floor. Entirely forgetting where he was, Lance called out eagerly, "Rafe, damn your eyes! So you made it after all. I thought—" Lance's enthusiastic greeting faltered and died as the shadowy figure stood up, stepping out of the pew and into the grey light filtering through the lancet windows. It wasn't Rafe, but a far older man, tall and lean, Dr. Marius St. Ledger, his father's cousin. He had to be about the same age as Anatole St. Ledger, but Marius had always seemed far older to Lance. Perhaps it was because of his hair that had turned prematurely silver, or the hollows carved deep in his gaunt cheeks, accenting the intensity of his eyes. Eyes of such burning brilliance, they seemed to be consuming the man from within. Lance had never felt quite comfortable in Marius St. Ledger's presence, but he did his best to conceal his dismay. "Marius," he said, "what a surprise. Not a disagreeable one, I trust. I hope I am not an unwelcome guest." Marius offered him a wry smile. "I assumed my invitation must have gone missing." Actually, I didn't extend any invitations, and I wasn't aware you'd returned to the village. I heard that you'd gone north to help Frederick St. Ledger's wife with her confinement. But if I'd known you'd come back, of course I... Lance faltered. He was lying, and Marius would certainly know it. That was the thing about the man that had always rendered Lance so damned uneasy. Marius's unique St. Ledger gift to delve deep into another man's heart and discover what less than noble emotions lay hidden there. Still, he felt compelled to stammer out excuses until Marius took pity upon him with a soft laugh. "It's all right, lad. It's not me you have to worry about offending. Your parents are the ones who are going to have your hide when they return to discover their oldest son celebrated his wedding in their absence." "I know," Lance said regretfully. Madeleine St. Ledger would scold, then laugh and shake her head in that practical way of hers. Disappointed, but forgiving him just as she'd always done when he'd been caught in some scrape. It was Anatole St. Ledger who would never understand. Like everything else about the man, his love story with Madeleine Breton was the stuff of legends. No doubt his father had won his mother with but one smile, one flash of his compelling eyes, just as the bride-finder tradition proclaimed it should be. Two hearts brought together in a moment, two souls united for eternity. The dread lord of Castle Ledger would be pained to discover that his son had managed to make a disaster of what should have been a perfectly simple courtship. Pained, but given that it was Lance, hardly surprised. Lance fetched a deep sigh. "I couldn't help it, Marius. If I hadn't rushed Rosalind to the altar, I might have lost her." He winced. He'd hardly meant to blurt out such a confession, especially to a man who was, after all, his father's closest friend. He locked his arms over the region of his heart, a gesture he'd seen many people compelled to make when in Marius's presence. But it was clearly a futile one. Marius rested his hand on Lance's shoulder, peering down at him with that all-too-penetrating gaze. "I don't know what this is all about, but I sense something amiss between you and Rosalind, something that is rendering you mighty guilty. But whatever it is, Lance, trust me, you could have done nothing worse than if you had allowed your lady to slip away from you." Marius's intense words surprised Lance until he remembered the reason for them, observing the doctor's lean features haunted with memories of his own mistake, the one that had altered the course of his life forever. Lance shifted uncomfortably, almost wishing that Prospero had told him nothing of Marius's sad history, how his delay in claiming his chosen bride had cost him so dearly, his only chance for love perishing along with his most unfortunate lady. Lance felt as though he ought to say something, offer some gruff word of sympathy. Yet Marius did not appear to be asking for any. There was a quiet resignation in the older man's eyes. He gave Lance's shoulder a light squeeze, his hand dropping back to his side. "I am glad to see you wed, both you and your bride safe and sound. I was deeply distressed to hear of your misadventure by the Maiden Lake, and shocked as well, that any thief could have been so bold as to lay hands upon the St. Ledger sword." "How did you—" Lance broke off, scowling. "Oh, yes, of course. Val. Don't be vexed with your brother. He has been much concerned about you, and he needed to confide his fears to someone." Marius hesitated, then asked, "Have you made any further progress in apprehending the villain?" "No, but no doubt Val has regaled you with his theories on that score too." Marius nodded but said nothing, allowing Lance full opportunity to let the matter drop. But Lance had difficulty doing so. Standing before him was the one man who could possibly lay Val's doubts about Rafe Mortmain to rest. He hated to ask Marius, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. "And what is your opinion of Rafe Mortmain? I don't suppose that you ever tried to look into his heart?" Marius sighed. "Mine is not a talent I care to use if I can avoid it. Go prying into a man's secrets, and you frequently discover things about him you'd as soon not know. But yes, at Val's request, I did attempt to employ my power on Rafe." "And?" "Rafe is not an easy man to read, but he reminds me strangely of a dog Caleb St. Ledger used to own." "A dog?" Lance echoed incredulously. "Aye. Do you remember that beast Caleb used to call Canis? Part tame, part wolf. The poor creature never seemed to be able to make up his mind what it was supposed to be, until the day he turned on Caleb and nearly took off his hand." Marius shook his head sadly. "I still recall how that great hulking cousin of yours wept like a babe when he was obliged to put that animal down." Lance had been quite young at the time, but he remembered the disturbing incident himself all too well. He frowned. "I don't quite see what that dog has to do with Rafe. Only that Rafe is the same, torn between being part wolf, part tame." Marius went on somberly, "You should have a care, Lance, about being too close to the man the day he finally makes up his mind." The doctor's words rendered him more uneasy than he cared to admit. At times he had himself sensed that tug in Rafe, a wrestling with some inner darkness. But unlike Val and the rest of the St. Ledgers, Lance was not convinced that the wolf in Rafe would finally triumph. Thanking Marius somewhat stiffly for his advice, he said, "Now I best go see to my bride. Although she is well recovered from her wound, she still tires easily. If you would care to join us back at Castle Ledger, we're serving a rather modest wedding breakfast." Sketching Marius a curt bow, Lance turned and walked away, leaving the doctor staring after him with a worried frown. Marius settled back on the pew to wait. After Lance had departed, flinging his own cloak about Rosalind to protect her from the rain, Marius soon found himself alone at the back of the church. Only one of the other wedding guests had lingered behind. Val limped toward him, the tip of his cane clacking out an echo in the now empty church. Val peered down at Marius, and without preamble demanded, "Well, were you able to speak to Lance about Rafe?" "I did." "And did he take heed of your warning?" Marius gave him a sad smile. "No. Did you really expect him to?" "I realize Lance sets no value at all upon my opinions, but I truly thought if you were to intervene—" Val trailed off, his shoulders sagging at what he recognized had been a forlorn hope. Marius had always been his teacher, his friend, like a second father to him. Save for Anatole St. Ledger, there was no one whose advice he valued more. But Val supposed he'd been quite foolish to imagine his hard-headed brother might feel the same. Val flexed his hands restlessly on the top of the cane. "Then there is only one thing left to do. I will simply have to find some proof against the bastard myself." He saw Marius tense. "I trust you will be very careful, Valentine. Such a course could be exceedingly dangerous." "I'm not afraid of Rafe Mortmain," Val said fiercely. "But no doubt, like everyone else, you think me capable of wielding nothing more forceful than a pen, or this infernal walking stick." "You know better than that, my young friend," Marius admonished him gently. "I am fully aware of your capabilities. Perhaps the danger I apprehend lies more between you and your brother. It has given me great sadness to see how estranged the pair of you are. Lance regards Rafe Mortmain as a friend. If you were the one to jeopardize that friendship, I'm not certain Lance would be able to forgive you for it." "I am already well past Lance's forgiveness," Val said bitterly. "I don't see how I could possibly make matters any worse." Marius cast him a grave look. "I pray that you are right." By the time Rosalind reached the solitude of her bedchamber, the rain was falling in a heavy downpour. She removed her damp bonnet and shawl, draping them carefully upon the dressing-table to dry. They were garments she had borrowed from sisters she'd never seen, but Rosalind felt as guilty as though she'd stolen them. Stripping off her gloves, she stared down in dismay at the expensive gold ring that now encircled her finger, where Arthur's more modest one had once been. She'd passed through her entire wedding like a woman walking through some vague and disturbing dream. But now the reality of it struck her more forcibly than the deluge battering against her windows. Sweet angels in heaven, what had she done? She'd actually gone through with it, married Lance St. Ledger. It had all seemed so simple, so reasonable that velvet night Lancelot du Lac had whispered his words of passion and reassurance in her ear, spinning out for her the romance of courtly love, a bold knight to adore and serve her, a husband for propriety and convenience. But it was different in the sombre grey light of day, when one stood before God and the vicar and solemnly pledged to honour, cherish, and obey that self-same husband, keeping herself only to him for the remainder of her days. Rosalind shivered, rubbing her bare arms, exposed beneath the muslin gown's short puffed sleeves. It was not as though she'd actually deceived Lance. When she had accepted his proposal, she had informed him again that her love would always belong to someone else, another man that she could never hope to marry. Lance hadn't even cared enough to ask the name of his rival, for which Rosalind had been extremely grateful. She could have just heard herself trying to explain to someone as cynical as Lance that not only had she fallen in love with a ghost, but it was his own ancestor, the legendary Lancelot du Lac. Fortunately, Lance's only concern had been getting the wedding over and done with as soon as possible. No doubt that he could forget all about her and return to his own rake-hell pursuits. And yet Rosalind twisted her wedding ring with a troubled frown. Lance had been so gentle and patient when he'd escorted her to the church that morning, so understanding of her nervousness. He'd reminded her again that it was a marriage in name only. He would never even attempt to touch her if she didn't wish it. She had never expected such chivalry from him, any more than she had expected him to take his own vows in that voice that had trembled and broken. Almost as if he really meant them. Ridiculous, she told herself. Lance didn't love her any more than she did him, and it wasn't as though she was planning to ever dishonor her marriage vows by giving her body to another man, only her heart. But realizing that did little to quiet her conscience. She could hardly bring herself to face her own image in the mirror. The unhappy young woman with the slightly bedraggled ringlets framing her pale face seemed like a stranger. Rosalind bent closer to the looking-glass, seeking some trace of her former serenity, that sweet innocence she'd always deplored. Was it only her imagination, or had her mouth become a trifle hardened, a certain slyness creeping into her eyes? Was her blush far more shameless? Rosalind continued her anxious examination until she was interrupted by a knock on the bedchamber door. "Come in," she called out distractedly, not even troubling to think who it might be. Her heart jumped when the door creaked open, and her new husband stood poised on the threshold. "Lance!" Rosalind jerked back from the mirror as guiltily as though she'd been caught rouging her cheeks for a tryst with some lover. He'd been smiling when he'd started to enter, but he froze. "Are you all right?" he asked with a quick frown. "You didn't end up taking a chill from our mad dash through the rain, did you?" "Oh, no, I'm fine," Rosalind stammered. Of the two of them, she feared it was Lance who had received the worst of it, protecting her with his own cloak when the gentle rain had turned into a torrent. His curly-brimmed beaver had done little to shield him, his dark hair still damp and dishevelled, giving him the appearance of a warrior returning sweat-soaked from the heat of some fierce battle. His frock-coat had likely been ruined, Rosalind thought with a twinge. He'd discarded it, but even clad only in his shirt-sleeves, breeches, and embroidered waistcoat, he still cut an elegant figure. Overwhelmingly handsome, disturbingly virile. His mere physical presence was enough to send a feminine jolt through her. She inched toward the door, thinking it was probably not wise to linger with him in the bedchamber. Promise or no promise. "I only needed a moment to freshen up," she said. "But no doubt Nancy will be eager to serve up our wedding breakfast. We should probably—" "There's no hurry," Lance interrupted, not budging from the doorway. "Val and Marius haven't even returned from the village yet, and I would like a few moments alone with my bride." "Oh?" Rosalind's hand fluttered nervously to her throat, her heart tripping over itself with a strange mingling of alarm and anticipation. "Not for anything like that," Lance was quick to disclaim. "Oh." Rosalind ducked her head, mortified to realize she sounded almost disappointed. "I did promise you, and even if I hadn't, well, I would hardly try to, at least not before breakfast." Lance was actually stammering, something Rosalind had never heard him do. She glanced up, surprised to discover the arrogant rake appearing more uncertain than she'd ever seen him. He fortified himself with a deep breath. Actually, I need to see you because of something I forgot to do. Something I neglected to give you. Lance stepped into the room, closing the door, while his other hand dropped to the sheath he had buckled about his waist. A familiar gold hilt protruded from the leather scabbard, the mesmerizing crystal sparkling even in the bedchamber's subdued light. Rosalind felt herself blanch. It was a testimony to the unsettling effect Lance had on her that he could have appeared at her door with the St. Ledger sword strapped to his side, and she not even notice. Until now. As he unsheathed the magnificent blade, her heart sank, knowing what was coming, dreading it. He balanced the heavy blade across his palms and cleared his throat. It has long been a custom for the heir to Castle Ledger to present his bride with this.
"Oh, no, please," Rosalind said, backing away. "I don't want it."
Lance appeared discomfited by her reaction, but he hastened to reassure her. "I know what you must be thinking, Rosalind, that this damned thing already puts you in enough danger. But I'll give you a chest, the one I always kept the sword locked away in, and I promise you there is no thief in the world who'd ever dare breach the walls of Castle Ledger."
"That's not what I'm afraid of."
"Then what is it, sweetheart?"
"Sweetheart?" Rosalind flinched. When had Lance taken to calling her that? She hastily retreated another step. "I can't take the sword, because I know what your giving it to me is supposed to mean. Your brother told me."
"Thank you, St. Valentine," Lance muttered. "Always so helpful." He made another attempt to approach, but only to utter a frustrated sound when Rosalind skittered farther out of reach. "Rosalind, this is only another of my family's blasted absurd customs. It doesn't mean a damn thing."
"Yes, it does. If you give me that sword, it means you surrender your heart and soul to me for all eternity. That would hardly be appropriate in our case. You should...
Should do what? Rosalind thought, faltering to silence. Save the sword and someday give it to the woman he would love, his true chosen bride. But that was supposed to be her. And now that he had married Rosalind, Lance could never surrender the sword to anyone else. Rosalind pressed her hand to her brow, her head spinning with distress, guilt, and confusion. "Please," was all she could whisper. Lance hesitated for a long moment, but then he withdrew the sword with a heavy sigh. "Very well," he said. "I can't say as I blame you. If someone offered me a heart and soul like mine, I wouldn't want them either."
"Oh, no," Rosalind cried in dismay. I didn't mean—"
But Lance hushed her with a light touch to her lips. "As usual, my dear, I was only teasing you." Then why was there something sad, even a little wistful about the way he slid the sword back into its sheath? Rosalind watched him, feeling more wretched than ever, not even knowing what to say. She was relieved when Lance broke the awkward silence. "I should leave you to finish brushing your hair, or whatever you were doing there at the mirror. I trust you have everything you need here to make you comfortable."
"Yes," Rosalind attempted to smile. "You've been very obliging, sir."
Lance winced strangely at her words. "Later I'll send my man round to clear the rest of my things out of this room."
"Oh, no, there's no need. After all, this was your room first. I could easily take another."
"No. I've already found myself a comfortable chamber up in the old tower. I want you to have this room. It overlooks the garden, and besides—" Lance shot her a warm, wicked look from beneath the thickness of his lashes. "I like imagining you in my bed." Rosalind blushed hotly, her gaze skittering from him to the bed and back, scarcely knowing where to look. He chuckled
reaching for her hand. "My dear, you really are going to have to grow accustomed to my teasing, or—" He checked himself with a frown. "My God, Rosalind, you're freezing." Was she? Rosalind didn't seem to be aware of anything but the heat of Lance's fingers curling around hers. "Why didn't you summon your maid or one of the servants to light a fire in here?" He ran his hands lightly up her bare arms, and she shivered uncontrollably at the warmth of his touch. "It's the damned dress," he said, scowling. "Not exactly suited for a wedding day in the rain. I should have found you something else." Rosalind tried to pull away, to assure him that she was all right, but once she had started trembling, she couldn't seem to stop. And it wasn't the dress, or the chill in the room. It was everything, the entire pretense of this mock marriage, the tearing of her heart in two, desperately in love with one man, and yet undeniably physically attracted to another. Her throat knotted, and her eyes filled with tears. She ducked her head, embarrassed to display such weakness before Lance. But it was too late. He'd already seen. He peered down at her with such concern as only made matters worse. "Come here," he said huskily, drawing her into his embrace. Rosalind went reluctantly, stiff and unyielding at first, but it was impossible not to melt into the strength of his shoulder, the comfort of his arms, straining her close. Rosalind suddenly realized how cold she was, had been for a very long time, perhaps ever since Arthur had died and left her so all alone. Of course, she'd had her memories to warm her, and now there was Sir Lancelot, to adore her, to love her, to caress her with the dark fire of his legendary eyes. But sometimes, Rosalind deplored her own weakness, sometimes a woman desperately needed to be touched and held. She nestled her face against Lance, the tears she'd been holding back all morning spilling down his waistcoat. He cradled her in his arms, murmuring incoherent words of comfort and endearment in her ear. It almost sounded as though he was apologizing to her for something, but exactly what he begged her pardon for, she was unable to tell. It hardly mattered. The mere rumble of his voice was soothing, and Rosalind felt the weight of her despair begin to ease. She blinked out the last of her tears, and yet was strangely reluctant to quit the security of Lance's arms. "Your shoulder's wet," she informed him, with an apologetic sigh, as she struggled to regain command of herself. "Is it, sweetheart? Then just shift yourself a bit. There's a dry one on the other side." It wasn't the sort of tender remark Sir Lancelot would have made, but so like Lance, Rosalind was forced to laugh. She drew back with a tremulous chuckle. His arms still encircling her waist, Lance bent to whisper his lips against her forehead, then beneath each eye, kissing her tears away. Rosalind made no effort to resist. After all, he was merely trying to comfort her. She was unable to say at what moment comfort turned to something else, each brush of his lips becoming a little more insistent, his arms tightening around her. Rosalind felt her pulse skitter, but Lance was her husband now, she reminded herself. It was his right to kiss her if he wanted to. She closed her eyes, trying to follow the advice Sir Lancelot had given her, pretend that this was her gallant knight embracing her. But it was so difficult to imagine anyone but Lance kissing her this way, coaxing her lips apart, his tongue seeking a bold, intimate mating that swept all reason before it, like flower petals scattered by a powerful wind. His mouth claimed hers in one hungry kiss after another, kisses that tasted of her salt tears, sweet summer rain, and Lance's own masculine heat. Kisses that filled her with a fierce exhilaration, making it nigh impossible to breathe, impossible to think. She had to wrap her arms around his neck and cling to him, or she feared she might have swooned at his feet. "Rosalind," he whispered her name in a husky rasp of desire. His hands roamed feverishly over her, sending dark shivers up her bare arms, sparking a rush of warmth that spread through her like a wildfire. Lance held her hard against him, as though he were unable to get her close enough. When the St. Leger sword interfered, he yanked at the buckle of the scabbard, heedlessly tossing his ancestral weapon down to the carpet. When he reached for her again, Rosalind came readily, moulding her body to his with an eagerness she should have found shameful. Fully aware of the desire that hardened his own lean frame, all that was woman in her helplessly responded to it. Her muslin gown seemed to chafe her, even that thin fabric a frustrating barrier to the fierce longings that Lance aroused in her. When he began to fumble with her laces, she was not demure at all, shifting position so that he could proceed more quickly. It was Lance who stopped. Turning her back to face him, he rested his brow against hers, his breath coming quick and unsteady. She could feel his entire body shuddering with suppressed need. "Rosalind, I'm sorry," he panted. "I swore I wouldn't touch you. I don't seem to be much good at keeping promises." "That's all right," Rosalind whispered, her own breast rising and falling. She fidgeted with the button on Lance's waistcoat. "It wasn't a promise I ever expected you to keep." "You didn't?" Lance drew back, staring down at her. "No." Her cheeks fired as she realized she had undone his topmost button, and her wayward fingers were straying toward the next one. "I am now your wife," she said, assuring herself as much as him. "It's my duty to submit to you." "Your duty?" The passion roiling in Lance's eyes seemed to freeze. Rosalind was fully prepared to melt back into his embrace, but to her bewilderment and chagrin, Lance's hands fell away from her. He stepped back, looking like a challenged knight who had just been struck across the face with a steel gauntlet. "Your duty?" he echoed again, fairly seeming to choke on the word. "My dear Rosalind, I've never in my entire life made love to a woman for that reason, and I'll be damned if I'm going to start with my own wife." But, Rosalind faltered, wrapping her arms about herself, feeling cold and bereft again. Lance didn't even seem to hear her weak attempt at protest. Snatching up his discarded sword, he muttered, "If you ever find that you want me for some other reason, you know where to find me." He stalked from the bedchamber, slamming the door behind him. Rosalind simply stood there, as confused by his behavior as she was ashamed of her own. Her body still ached with frustrated desire, when she should have been glad to see him go. A few moments more, and they would have been naked, tumbling about the sheets like a pair of scandalous St. Ledgers who couldn't even keep their hands off each other long enough to eat breakfast. And she didn't even love the man. Then why did she have this inexplicable urge to go running after him? Midnight seemed to take forever in coming. The hall clock had barely struck 12 as Rosalind stumbled her way through the dark and unfamiliar house, seeking the back door that led out into the gardens. Wrapping a heavy cloak about her shoulders, she stepped out into a night that was still overcast. A wind tumbled in, rough and salty from the sea that battered against the bottom of nearby cliffs.
the stiff breeze causing the trees to sway, sending showers of rain-wet rhododendron petals down upon her. Rosalind plucked a few from her hair and raised up her hood to shield herself. Even this enchanting garden seemed dark, cold, and lonely on a night like this. Alive with too many mysterious rustlings, snappings of twigs, unidentified shadows. As dark clouds scudded across the face of the moon, Rosalind shivered, wishing she were snug back in her own bedchamber. But it no longer seemed fitting to receive Sir Launcelot in the same room where she should have bedded her husband. She'd left a note upon her dressing-table, directing the ghost to come find her in the garden. Huddling deeper beneath her cloak, Rosalind prayed that he would do so, and soon. The rest of her wedding day had been a nightmare, the celebratory breakfast stiff and strained. Rosalind had dreaded even facing Lance again, but he'd treated her with such studious politeness she had to fight against an unreasonable urge to smash the creamer over his head. She supposed she had wounded his pride when she'd offered to submit to him out of duty. No doubt the arrogant rake thought that every woman ought to just melt in his arms. But she had been melting. He could have seduced her in a heartbeat, and any man as experienced as Lance must have realized that. So why had he stopped? What more did he want from her? Surely not love. He'd made clear his lack of interest in that from the start. Just as she had made it plain, her heart was already taken. It was Sir Launcelot that she loved. She was certain of that, if nothing else, and any doubts she had would vanish as soon as she gazed upon his beloved face again. She took to pacing along the garden's gravelled pathways, as much to keep warm as to quiet her agitation. As the wind tugged at her cloak, each minute began to seem an hour. But just when she began to despair, the clouds shifted away from the moon, and she saw him, her phantom lover, tall and stalwart in his chain mail and dark tunic, waiting for her at the end of the path. Rosalind flew toward him with a glad cry, her hands outstretched, but her joy-filled greeting was not returned. Launcelot stood with his arms locked across his massive chest, no welcome in his eyes, only a thunderous disapproval. Daunted by his scowling expression, Rosalind came to an abrupt halt. "Milady," he said, "why ever did you bid me meet you out here on such a dismal night?" "Why, I thought it would be romantic," she faltered. "Romantic, stumbling around this garden in the dark. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? Did you know this path eventually slopes straight down to the edge of the cliff?" "No, I didn't." Rosalind flinched at his rough tone. She would have thought her kind Sir Launcelot would have found a gentler way of warning her. "But I didn't know where else to meet you. It hardly seems proper to continue receiving you in my bedchamber, now that I am married." "Such scruples, no doubt, do you credit, milady," Sir Launcelot said tartly. "I hope they'll keep you warm as well, when we're standing out here some eve, ankle-deep in snow." Rosalind cast him a reproachful look, longing to snap that it needn't worry him. He wouldn't feel it. He was dead. But she swallowed the remark, horrified by how close she was to quarrelling with her adored Sir Launcelot, and she simply couldn't bear that, not after the distressing scene with Lance. Despite the wind whipping at her face, she gazed up at him, pleading, "Please don't be vexed with me. It's already been such a dreadful day." Launcelot winced, something dark flashing in his eyes, leaving Rosalind to wonder what she could have said that caused him such pain. But the grim planes of his face slowly softened to that expression of tender adoration that never failed to soothe her heart. Forgive me, my lady. I did not mean to sound surly. It has been a trying day for me as well." He was indeed looking pulled down, weary with despair, the same way he must have appeared when he first acknowledged his hopeless love for Arthur's queen, Guinevere. Rosalind's heart ached with remorse as she remembered she hadn't been the only one to suffer from this wedding day. Once more Lancelot was obliged to stand aside and see the woman he adored bestowed upon another. And Rosalind could not even take his hand to comfort him. All she could do was stretch her fingertips close to his ghostly ones, feeling not his touch, but all his pain and frustration, his regrets and love becoming her own. When the wind whipped back her hood, sending tendrils of hair tangling across her eyes, Lancelot insisted they move to a location that was at least a little more sheltered. He urged her to a secluded bench behind a stand of trees where even the moonlight barely penetrated. She could scarce make out Sir Lancelot's features as he settled himself beside her. But perhaps that was just as well. He looked far too much like her husband, and she was finding the resemblance particularly disturbing tonight. They sat for some time in silence, made mournful by their own melancholy thoughts and the haunting whisper of the distant sea. Sir Lancelot finally said, in the voice of a man determined to be cheerful, "So you have now become Madame St. Ledger?" "Yes," Rosalind agreed glumly. But she attempted to describe her wedding day to Sir Lancelot as favourably as she could. "And it was a very pretty little church. All things considered, the wedding came off far better than my first one did." "It did?" Sir Lancelot sounded inordinately pleased to hear that. "Oh, yes. My first wedding was also conducted in some haste. Arthur was so busy with the upcoming elections to Parliament, he was quite distracted. He told all his relatives to meet us at the wrong church, and he entirely forgot the ring." Although Rosalind chuckled at the memory, she was unable to prevent the wistfulness from creeping into her voice. "I had always hoped that if I ever did remarry, that the second time would be different. I hoped—" "Hoped what, milady?" Sir Lancelot urged when she hesitated, feeling embarrassed and foolish. "Oh, for sunshine and ribbon favours, bridesmaids and flower petals, all those ridiculous things that women dream of on their wedding day. A beautiful dress and a church overflowing with family and friends." "Why didn't you tell me?" Lancelot burst out. I mean Lance. I'm sure he would have given you whatever you desired." "I know," Rosalind sighed. Whatever his other faults, Lance was unfailingly generous. But it wouldn't have mattered. No matter how perfectly the wedding was arranged, it still would never have been real and true. It was bad enough as it was, with Val, Marius, and Effie being so kind, having to accept all their wishes for a long and happy marriage under such false pretenses. I felt quite wretched with guilt. "Whatever do you have to feel guilty about, milady?" Rosalind peered at Sir Lancelot's shadowed features in astonishment, surprised that he, of all men, should ask her such a thing. "Because they all think of me as Lance's chosen bride, that he and I are two halves of the same great love story. And here I am, already being unfaithful to him." Rosalind twisted her hands beneath her cloak. "Now I understand what you meant about being so tormented with sin that it keeps you wandering the earth. I dare say I'll end up the same when I die." "My dearest funny little Rosalind." Lancelot's voice vibrated with a tender amusement. "You still know nothing of sin, milady, and you have nothing in the world to feel guilty about. Leave that to your husband. Lance understood the situation well enough when he married you. Rosalind wished she felt as certain of that. She couldn't seem to stop remembering the way Lance had stalked from the bedchamber, the hurt pride, the frustrated longing in his parting words. "If you ever want me for any other reason, you know where to find me." Rosalind stood up abruptly, no longer finding the concealing darkness so soothing. For at times, Sir Lancelot's voice even sounded discomfortingly like her husband's. She took a few steps down the garden path, Sir Lancelot drifting after her. She heard him stumble over his next words, as though he was finding them very difficult. "Milady, I never desired that you should be thus tormented. All I wanted was your happiness. If you ever feel the need to end our liaison, if the day comes that you prefer your husband over me, I would certainly understand and—" "No, no, that will never happen!" Rosalind cried hastily. Almost too hastily, she realized, cringing. She whirled about to face Lancelot, seeking to reassure him. "It is you I love, only you, forever and ever." Her declaration brought a forced smile to his lips. But even in the moon-shadowed darkness, she could see there was more of pain than pleasure in it. Rosalind felt guiltier than ever. This was all her fault, that her poor Lancelot felt obliged to offer such a heroic sacrifice. All her foolish talk of sin and remorse. It was ruining what precious little time they had together. Summoning up her brightest smile, she urged Sir Lancelot to speak of something other than her unfortunate marriage. They spent the next quarter-hour strolling the garden path together, while her gallant knight poured out enough words of love and adoration to have enthralled any lady. But perhaps it was the wildness of the night, the shifting of the clouds, the restless call of the nearby sea. All seemed to settle into her very blood, stirring in her a strange dissatisfaction, a hunger for something beyond mere words. Even while she huddled close to Lancelot's side, her gaze was drawn to the shadow of the old castle keep, looming in the distance, the topmost tower, where a single light still glowed from the narrow windows. Rosalind's pulse quickened. Did that mean that Lance, too, was still awake, perhaps dejectedly locking the St. Leger sword away in his trunk? Or pacing, as restless as she, plagued by far too many unspoken wishes and unfulfilled desires? Rosalind trembled in the darkness, trying to focus attention on her beloved Sir Lancelot. But for the first time since the noble phantom had drifted into her life, it was difficult to keep her thoughts from straying far away. To a distant tower bedchamber, to the oft infuriating and far too seductive man that sheltered there, and to the wedding night that might have been. Chapter 15. Rosalind crept along the corridors of Castle Leger, a small wooden box tucked under her arm. The folds of her dove-grey gown rustled about her ankles. Jenny had industriously removed all the black trim, replacing it with a soft icing of lace. No longer a widow, but not truly a wife either, Rosalind thought glumly. She still felt very much like a tentative guest in this household as she struggled to find her way toward the older section of the castle. She believed she must be on the right track, for the wooden beams and stonework in this hallway seemed of far more ancient construction than the rest of the house. The narrow windows lit her path with slivers of afternoon sunlight, and she picked her way over the uneven floor, adjusting her grip on the box. It contained a few odds and ends of Lance's possessions that had been overlooked when his valet had removed Lance's things from her bedchamber.
Rosalind had listened intently all morning for any sound of her husband's voice, but when he had failed to put in an appearance, even at the breakfast table, she had packed up his belongings, resolving to take them to him herself. Perhaps she was seeking him out simply because she was so restless, unable to settle herself to any task, even poring over her beloved books of Arthurian legends. But she supposed that might be a natural consequence of the uneasy night she'd spent. She hadn't lingered long in the garden with Sir Launcelot, because her gallant knight had insisted she return to the house before she caught her death in the damp night air. Much to her disgust, she had meekly complied. She was a woman who had once believed she was willing to die for love. But when put to the test, it seemed she would not even risk catching a cold. Rosalind winced, knowing that was far from the truth. The real reason she'd been so eager to leave was because her wayward mind insisted upon drifting off to Lance. He was starting to occupy far too much of her thoughts, like a disturbing puzzle that defied solution. At times he seemed to be nothing more than a shallow rake, with not a notion beyond his own pleasure. Then at other times she believed she'd seen a hint of something deeper in Lance's dark eyes. Something that went beyond the surface of his wickedly charming smile. Glimpses of a man who could be sensitive and compassionate, even caring if he chose. Or was she merely starting to confuse him with her beloved Sir Launcelot, since that was who she so desperately wanted him to be? The farther Rosalind travelled down the narrow corridor, the more she realized how foolish she was being. She could not even be sure of finding Lance, and if she did, he might be less than delighted to see her, the woman who had both rejected his sword and failed to come to his bed. Her footsteps faltered, her courage all but failing her when she came to a formidable door barring her way. It was an ancient one, weathered with the passage of centuries. Sturdy English oak fitted into the stone archway, adorned with some sort of heraldic device. Rosalind peered upward, a delicious shiver working through her. The painting depicted a fiery dragon rising out of a lamp of knowledge. Vermilion wings outstretched, a mythical beast with golden eyes peered down at Rosalind like the ferocious guardian to some magical realm. At the base of the lamp was something inscribed in Latin that Rosalind was unable to translate. A warning for her to stay away, or words beckoning her to some wondrous and unexpected adventure. She was haunted by a strange feeling that if she didn't pass through the door, she might never know. Rosalind hesitated a moment before she reached for the iron handle and turned. For such a heavy-looking door, it creaked open rather easily, and she stepped inside. The sun streamed through arched windows, the light diffused into soft rays that gave the ancient keep an aura of being spellbound, a place summoned from the mists of a faraway time. The walls towered over Rosalind, rough stonework adorned with fading tapestries that seemed woven of 100 legends and tales of days gone by. Stories of brave knights and their squires, ladies fair and troubadours, bold kings and jesters. The long oak banquet table seemed to be still awaiting their return, the torchères set in the wall only needing rekindling as page boys scurried to light them. "Oh," Rosalind breathed, so entranced it took her a moment to realize she wasn't alone. Then she spotted the two figures at the far end of the great hall, her husband and some dark-haired youth engaged in a bout of swordplay with weapons that appeared to be fashioned of wood. Stripped down to his breeches and shirt, the sweat-stained linen clinging to his muscular chest, Lance wielded a mock-sword, trading blows with a slender boy. No, not a boy, Rosalind realized in astonishment as Lance drove the youth back toward the center of the room, continuing their combat in front of the massive fireplace. Lance's opponent was a small, thin girl of about 12, scandalously clad in a white shirt and breeches. Her mass of dark, gypsy hair was tied back in a queue, her lean face flushed and determined as she swung wildly at Lance with her own wood-carved weapon. "Varlet!" the girl growled. "Your dastardly carcass will soon be lying dead at my feet." "Only in your wildest dreams, Sir Bedivere," Lance grinned, circling her, getting in several good whacks, which caused his opponent to squeal and skitter backward. Rosalind hesitated just inside the door, reluctant to interrupt, but too fascinated to retreat either. She'd seen Lance in different guises, polished and starched, cravat tied to perfection, not one hair out of place. Such a picture of masculine elegance, he was intimidating. Or else dishevelled, just enough to exude that disturbing aura of sensuality, his eyes hazy with a languid heat. But never had he appeared less like a dangerous rake than at this moment. Looking so natural and relaxed, one hand poised on the lean plane of his hip, while the other was a blur of movement with the sword. Several dark strands of hair fell across his brow, his handsome face flushed with an enthusiasm that was almost boyish. Too absorbed in the game to notice Rosalind's arrival, he deflected several more of his opponent's thrusts. Then, with a movement so subtle only someone watching closely could have detected it, Lance allowed his guard to waver, and the girl struck home. He staggered back with a guttural cry, clutching his chest and dropping his sword. While the girl squealed in delight, he went off into paroxysms that would have done a Drury Lane actor proud. Clutching at the edge of the banquet table, his features contorted in mock agony, he sank down flat on his back. With one final burst of spasms, Lance flung his arms wide and went still.
"Oh, you're dead! You're very dead, and I'm the best!"
the girl crowed, waving her sword and doing such a joyous dance around Lance's supine form that Rosalind couldn't restrain a laugh. She clapped her hand over her mouth to stifle it, but it was too late. Alerted to her presence, the girl stopped in mid-skip and spun round, glaring.
"Ah, methinks I spy an intruder in the castle, my lord."
The girl took a menacing step in Rosalind's direction, lowering her sword, looking so savage, Rosalind almost forgot it was a toy the child brandished. Rosalind backed warily toward the door, clutching the trinket box in front of her like a shield. Lance stirred, his eyes flying wide at the sight of Rosalind. He sat up so abruptly he banged his head against the side of the table. Stifling a curse, he struggled to his feet, rubbing his temple. "No, Sir Bedivere, 'tis no intruder. 'Tis my fair Lady Rosalind."
"Aha! One of Effie's blasted chosen brides."
The girl advanced closer. "Now, Kate." Lance hastened to intercept her. To Rosalind's immense relief, he wrenched the sword from the girl's hand. She continued to glower at Rosalind for a moment, then shrugged.
"Ah, well, since she married you instead of Val, she may live for all I care."
"How generous of you," Lance drawled.
"In fact, I feel quite sorry for the poor lady, having a devil like you for a husband."
"Brat!" Lance thwacked the girl's bottom with the flat of the sword, but he gazed down at her with an obvious affection. "Stop being so impertinent and go make your curtsy to the lady." Nudging the girl in Rosalind's direction, he cast Rosalind a smile over the child's head. "Rosalind, this little hoyden is Effie's adopted ward, Kate." "Effie's ward?" Rosalind could not conceal her start of surprise. Kind-hearted as Effie could be at times, Rosalind could not imagine the flighty woman in the tender role of mamma. In all her chatter, Effie had never even so much as mentioned the girl's name. Instead of curtsying, Kate sketched Rosalind a graceful bow.
"How do you do?"
she said, her gaze sweeping over Rosalind with an unabashed look of assessment. Returning the child's frank stare, Rosalind smiled and curtsied. "How do you do, Miss Fitzledger?"
"Bah! I'm not Miss Fitzledger. I'm only Kate. I don't have a surname because I'm a bastard."
"Kate," Lance groaned, rolling his eyes at the girl's frankness. But beneath the child's bluntness and bravado, Rosalind detected a fragile pride, an almost brittle vulnerability.
"I think Kate's a lovely name,"
Rosalind said gently, extending her hand. But the girl skittered away from her touch like a wild colt, apparently unaccustomed to kindness from strangers. She sauntered back to Lance.
"Perhaps now that you have someone else to fight with you, you'll let me go see Val."
"Kate, I already told you," Lance said, in a voice of strained patience. "Val is locked away in the library, busy with his studies."
"I can always climb in through the window."
A mischievous glint sprang to the girl's eyes as she darted away from him. "No, damn it, Kate," Lance said, charging after her. "If Val sees that I've let you wear breeches again, he'll—" But it was too late. Kate had already whisked out the door, tugging it closed behind her. Lance drew up short with a muttered oath, although he looked more amused than irritated. When he turned back to Rosalind, she stammered out an apology.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drive the child away."
"It's quite all right. Kate ought to be at work on her lessons. Val usually helps her, but he's been strangely preoccupied this morning. And Kate was looking so forlorn, I attempted to keep her amused." Lance glanced ruefully down at the toy sword he grasped in his strong hands. "Effie lets the girl run wild, and I fear I'm just as bad. But Kate simply is not the sort of girl to sit quietly with her stitching, you see." His dark eyes appealed to Rosalind, as though he were an advocate pleading Kate's case before the bar. And Rosalind had an odd feeling this likely wasn't the first time Lance had done so. It was a rare thing that any gentleman would attempt to understand a wayward girl like Kate, let alone surrender his morning to the entertainment of a neglected child. It astonished Rosalind even more that Lance would do so, a man who professed to have no interest in children, not even fathering his own. She'd married the man yesterday morning, but she was struck by how very little she really did know about him. The realization made her feel suddenly shy in his presence. She fidgeted with the box tucked under her arm, wishing that Kate had stayed. She suddenly found herself quite unprepared to be alone with Lance. Despite the vastness of the great hall, they seemed drawn far too close together, too intimate. One step more and she could have brushed the damp tendrils of dark hair back from his brow, could have clearly marked the hard delineation of his muscles beneath the sweat-stained shirt. She supposed it must be natural to feel some of this awkwardness, a bride encountering her husband for the first time the morning after their wedding night. She was far too conscious of the passion that had not been shared, the consummation that never had been. Lance did not seem quite at his ease either, but he swept her a magnificent bow, flourishing his sword. "I am remiss in my manners, my lady. You honour my castle with thy fair presence. Is there some boon I can perform for thee? But name it, and I will ride to the ends of the earth." He was teasing her, but a gentle light had softened his laughing eyes, tugging at Rosalind's heart. Perhaps it was the setting, the surroundings of a great medieval hall that could well have passed for the ancient court of Camelot. But it was as though the spirit of Lancelot du Lac had been again made flesh, brought back into the sun, a modern knight in his linen shirt, skin-tight breeches, and leather boots. Rosalind blinked to banish the painful image. She simply had to stop comparing the two men. It was unfair to both of them. When she remained silent, Lance prompted in a more normal tone, "Was there something you wanted of me, Rosalind?" Was there? Rosalind struggled to remember, finding herself nearly lost in the dark seduction of his eyes. There was no trace of the resentment she had feared she might find. Rather, he smiled at her in a hopeful way, his entire face alight, as though he'd been gladdened by the mere sight of her. "If you ever want me for any other reason, you know where to find me." Her heart quickened with an involuntary response, and she was forced to remind herself why she had come. "Here," she said, producing the box, extending it toward him. His brows arched upward in inquiry, but he cast the sword aside, accepting the small case from her. "What's this? A belated wedding gift?" he teased. "My dear, you shouldn't have." "I didn't," Rosalind murmured. "It's merely some of your things that I found left behind in my bedchamber." A fleeting disappointment clouded his features, but he flicked open the lid of the trinket box and sifted through the contents, holding up a few watch fobs and a stray quill pen that wanted mending. "It was good of you to make the effort to return all this to me," he said. "But these things could just as easily have been discarded."
"Oh, no,"
Rosalind protested when he started to close up the lid, certain that his inspection had been far too cursory. She stole timidly to his side, delving into the box herself. She brushed a masculine handkerchief aside to unearth the items he must have overlooked. Several bronze military decorations attached to loops of crumpled velvet ribbon. Rosalind pressed them anxiously into Lance's hand. "I'm certain you will want to make sure these are kept safe." But instead of appearing relieved at the recovery of such valuable items, Lance merely pulled a wry face. "These things? I assure you they were handed out to every officer who managed to survive the Battle of Waterloo."
"They were?"
Rosalind faltered. "Aye, did you imagine that I'd won them performing some bold and glorious deeds?" Rosalind felt a telltale blush steal into her cheeks, for that was exactly what she'd done. When she'd first stumbled across the medals, she'd spent many delightful moments imagining what courageous actions her husband might have performed to receive such honours. Lance dropped the medals back into the box and chucked her lightly under the chin. "Don't go trying to make a hero out of me, my girl. You'll only end up disappointed." Very likely he was right, Rosalind thought sadly. But as he moved to dump the box unceremoniously down on the banquet table, she was beset by an inexplicable urge to argue the matter. "You are named for a legendary hero," she reminded him. "Perhaps the greatest one who ever lived." "My mother's notion, not mine. If I could have spoken up at my own christening, I would have warned them what a mistake was being made. I'm not even that good with a sword."
"You're not?"
Rosalind was hard-pressed to conceal her disappointment.
"You appeared to be doing quite well when I first came into the hall."
Lance snorted. "Against a little girl. If I faced an opponent with any real skill, that death scene I played out would have been genuine. Unlike my friend Rafe. Now, he's the very devil with a rapier. The only person I've ever known who could have been his equal is my brother."
"Val?"
Her surprise must have been evident, for Lance grinned. "Oh, I assure you, St. Valentine was once quite a bold man with the blade before... Lance fell silent, his smile fading. Before whatever accident had left Val lame, Rosalind wanted to prompt. But she'd been at Castle Ledger long enough to know that was a subject never spoken of. Any mention of the injury was enough to make Val's gentle eyes sadden, Lance's darken with some emotion even more painful. Rosalind wished she could ask Lance about it. It might help her better understand her husband, but Lance was already moving away from her. He retrieved the wooden swords to put them away, and Rosalind trailed after him, intrigued to note that these mock weapons were given such a place of honour, mounted upon the keep wall beneath a collection of far more lethal-looking relics, medieval broadswords, daggers, even a pike or two. For mere toys, the wooden ones were magnificent pieces of workmanship, the hilts finely carved in an elegant, scrolling design. Peering closer, Rosalind noticed that a name had been scratched along one of the blades in an obviously boyish burst of enthusiasm.
"Sir Lancelot,"
Rosalind read aloud. Lance shrugged and explained. "My brother and I were always coming to blows over which sword belonged to whom, so we marked our names on them. That one was Val's." He indicated the toy weapon he had fitted into the mountings next to his own. But the name neatly carved on the blade's surface was different from what Rosalind had expected. Not Valentine, but... "It says Sir Galahad," she murmured. Then comprehension broke over her. She raised wondering eyes to Lance's face. "You and your brother used to play at being Knights of the Round Table?" A faint hint of colour crept into Lance's cheeks. I'm sure it must have been Val's notion," he said rather sheepishly. "My father had the wooden swords made for us when he caught us attempting to tug the real ones down from the wall." "But there are 5 of them." Rosalind pointed in puzzlement to 3 more of the intricately fashioned toy blades fastened upon the wall. "Aye, those belong to my sisters. St. Leger ladies are not the sort to remain content playing the damsel in distress. Oh, no. Leonie always insisted upon being King Arthur. She's a rather domineering wench, fancying herself in charge of everything. And Phoebe was our gallant Sir Gawain. Then that last sword there belonged to Maria, our little mouse. She liked to pretend to be Don Quixote." "Don Quixote?" "Oh, yes. Mouse tended to get her stories a little mixed up." Rosalind smiled, but she ran her fingers wistfully over the hilt of Lance's toy sword, well able to imagine the delightful revels the St. Leger children must have had. The old hall must have echoed with youthful shouts and laughter, so different from the silence of her own girlhood, wandering the solitary paths of her garden with only imaginary friends for company. "How I envy you, Lance St. Leger," she murmured. "Having a brother and so many sisters. It must have been wonderful being part of such a large family." "Your family now," he reminded her, leaning idly against the wall, watching her. "You're quite welcome to all of them." "You're very generous with what you love, sir." "No, merely careless," he said dryly. But an odd expression filtered through his eyes, something akin to regret. After a brief hesitation, he straightened and asked, "Would you like to see them?" "Who?" "The rest of my family." "You mean they've returned?" Rosalind froze, panic-stricken at the thought of encountering these sisters she'd never met, and Lance's parents. Her hand fluttered nervously to the neckline of her gown, and Lance chuckled, hastening to reassure her. "No, I was only referring to their portraits. They are displayed on the far wall over there." "Oh." Rosalind emitted a deep sigh of relief. "Yes, I'd love to see them." Lance offered her his arm, and she diffidently linked hers with his, resting her fingertips against his sleeve. He led her to the far wall, whose towering surface was indeed covered with paintings of generations of St. Ledgers. Her attention claimed by the portraits, she was completely unaware of the hungry way Lance's gaze rested on her profile. He was damned if he even knew what he was doing, dragging Rosalind over to see a musty collection of family paintings he himself had always found rather boring. But he was desperate enough to resort to any ploy, any excuse to get her to stay with him, to linger when he could see the sunlight striking off her golden hair, when he could be something more than a mere shadow, when he could at least reach out and touch her hand. It both awed and dismayed him to realize how much power she already had over him, this tender slip of a girl, with her dream-ridden eyes, the power to raise his hopes, to touch his heart, to stir his desires past bearing. When Rosalind asked him a question, he bent eagerly to hear, taking pleasure in the mere sound of her voice. Unfortunately, it was not a query he could answer. She wondered about the identity of a dashing cavalier in one of the paintings, but Lance couldn't recollect the names of over half these people. There were enough tales and legends behind these portraits so that he could have captured Rosalind's interest easily for the rest of the afternoon. Val certainly could have done so. For the first time in his life, Lance regretted knowing so little of his family's history. The only ancestor he was truly familiar with was Prospero. Too familiar, Lance thought grimly, considering his past encounters with the sorcerer. Lance wasn't even willing to risk invoking his name. Instead, he steered Rosalind toward the more contemporary portraits. He felt her fingers tighten on his arm, and he began to realize with what trepidation she regarded all these in-laws that she'd never met. But he wasn't sure the portrait of her father would reassure her. Framed against a dramatic backdrop of sea-lashed cliffs, Anatole St. Leger stared out of the three-quarter-length painting with fierce, dark eyes, his ebony hair drawn back into a severe queue. The artist had done nothing to mitigate the harshness of his features, including the pale scar that streaked his forehead, capturing well the dread lord's towering stature, his aura of unchallenged authority. "This is my father," Lance said, his voice rough with that painful mingling of emotions his sire aroused in him, pride waging with despair of ever being able to live up to being the son of such a man. "What remarkable countenance," Rosalind murmured in admiration, although she clung a little closer to Lance as she studied the formidable portrait. "Aye, it's a pity I'm nothing like him." She shot him an incredulous look. "Lance, you're practically the man's image." It was Lance's turn to look incredulous, wondering if perhaps his Lady of the Lake required spectacles. But she continued to insist. "You both have the same hair, the same eyes, the same hawk-like nose, although I do have to admit that your face is more lacking in character." "No." She blushed deeply, ducking her head. "I was going to say handsome." "Thank you, my lady, although I doubt my mother would agree with you." Rosalind returned to her earnest inspection of his father. "He looks very stern," she said anxiously. "He can be," Lance admitted, although he'd often observed the way Anatole St. Leger's eyes could soften when he gazed at his wife, or lifted one of his daughters onto his knee, or tousled Val's hair. Far different from the steely look he trained upon his older son. But Lance reckoned he'd given his father more than enough reason for that grim expression. Draping his arm across Rosalind's shoulders, he attempted to reassure her. "You need never be afraid of my father. No doubt you may have heard some of the folk hereabouts call him the dread Lord of Castle Leger, but it is a title more of respect, because he takes such fierce care of the people on his lands. He's the perfect master, completely infallible. I've only heard tell of him ever making one mistake in his life, and that was when he predicted our butler, Will Sparkins, would father a dozen children." Lance grinned. "Actually, Will sired 13. "Your father makes predictions?" Rosalind asked, her eyes widening. Like an oracle?" Lance winced, wishing he could bite out his own careless tongue. This was a subject better off avoided. But if Rosalind didn't hear about it from him, she very well might from someone else. Yes, my father has been known to have these inexplicable visions of the future which tend to come true." Anyone else would have stared at him as though he'd run mad, or were only jesting. But a lady who could believe that she'd fallen in love with the spirit of Lancelot du Lac apparently was capable of accepting almost anything. Rosalind merely gave a solemn nod at Lance's words. "I had heard gossip in the village that many of the St. Ledgers possess unusual abilities." She ran her hand lightly over her shoulder that had been injured. "Val has some unique gift for healing, doesn't he?" "Aye," Lance agreed, although he was uncertain if Val's ability to absorb another's pain was less of a gift than a curse. "And what about you?" Rosalind asked, gazing innocently up at him. Lance flinched, mentally cursing himself, because he should have anticipated the question, but he made a quick recovery. "Oh, I don't have any talents that are of particular use to anyone," he hedged, and made haste to turn the discussion back to Anatole St. Leger. "Besides his visions, my father also has this uncanny ability to sense the whereabouts of anyone in the castle. A damned inconvenient thing when one is sneaking about, hoping not to be caught out in some mischief." "Which I imagine you often did," too often. I recall more than one summons to my father's study to account for myself." There must have been a certain edge to his voice, for Rosalind asked timidly, "You do not get on well with your father, then?" "No, but I fear it is more my fault than his, although I never defied him outright, except when I wanted to go into the army." "Your father did not wish you to do so?" "No," Lance grimaced, thinking that was putting it mildly. He retained all too clear a memory of their thundering quarrels on the subject, the distress it had caused his mother. "Cornwall is not the entire universe, sir," Lance had raged, pacing like a caged lion before the desk in his father's study. "There's a huge world out there, and before I'm too blasted old, I'd like to see some of it." "Perhaps if you knew more of this world you speak of, you wouldn't be so eager, boy," his father had growled. "And what do you know of it? You've never been 5 miles beyond Castle Ledger in your entire life." His father had shot him a warning glare, and Lance had known he was bordering upon intolerable disrespect. But he was too beside himself in his frustration to care. "You can't even give me a good reason why I shouldn't be allowed to go. It's not as though you've had one of your visions predicting that I'll come to some disaster." "No," his father had conceded reluctantly. "Nothing so clear as a vision. Only this powerful feeling." "A feeling!" Lance had sneered in scorn. I couldn't imagine what the blazes he was talking about, Lance mused. I remember demanding, "What the devil do you think I'm going to find out that is so terrible?" And my father's reply made no sense at all. He said, "It's not what you're going to find that alarms me, lad. It's all that you stand to lose." Lance scarce realized he'd been speaking aloud, until Rosalind prodded softly, "So, what happened? Did you run away?" "No, but my father must have realized I was planning to do so, or else my mother interceded. He finally relented and bought me my commission. But the day I rode out of Castle Ledger was the unhappiest I'd ever seen him." Lance sighed, because, as usual, he was right. "Then you did lose something?" "Everything," Lance said hoarsely. Honor, dreams, and self-respect. Any chance he'd ever had to be considered worthy of being Anatole St. Ledger's son forfeited forever. Snapping himself briskly out of the past, he made haste to change the subject, drawing Rosalind's attention to some of the smaller portraits. "Of course, my father keeps the one of my mother in his own study, but there are my sisters." Lance indicated a trio of oval-framed paintings of smiling young women with bright eyes. "The red-haired chit with the imperious expression is Leonie, the lioness, I call her, and next to her is Phoebe, cuddling one of her beloved cats. The last one, the girl with the soft brown curls, is Mariah, our little mouse. And I'm certain you recognize Valentine." Lance pointed out the portrait of his brother, Val, as usual posed in the library, looking dreamy-eyed, the inevitable book clutched in his hand. Rosalind crept closer, scrutinizing all the paintings, especially the ones of his sisters. She admired their beauty, and also the skill of the artist. "My father painted them," Lance informed her. "Your father?" I know," Lance chuckled. "Astonishing, isn't it? He appears far more likely to wield a battle-axe than a brush. But I assure you he's amazingly talented." "You don't have to assure me. The portraits speak for themselves," Rosalind murmured. "And where is yours?" "I don't have one. I'm afraid I was always too restless to stay still, even long enough for my father to make a preliminary sketch." But isn't that you?" Lance had started to move away, but he came over to see what Rosalind was talking about. She pointed to a lone painting set in a rectangular, gilt-trimmed frame, an addition to the wall that Lance had not noticed since his return home. He stalked closer, his eyes narrowing at the image of the young man, posed proudly in all the glory of his scarlet regimentals. His own image. Lance's breath hitched in his throat. It was like looking into a mirror and seeing the years stripped away in a manner that was both painful and poignant. Peering into his own young, arrogant face, brash with all the foolish confidence of an 18-year-old who believed he could charge out into the world, conquer Napoleon's entire army, and be back home in time for tea. And at no greater cost than a few smudges to his uniform. Stunned by the discovery of the portrait, Lance could only stare in dumbfounded silence. "So you never posed for this?" Rosalind asked. "No." "Someone painted it from memory?" "Aye." And there was no doubt who that someone was, as incredible and unlikely as that possibility seemed. "My father must have done it," Lance said, frowning in bewilderment, "although I can't imagine why. Most likely to please my mother, I suppose." He continued to regard the portrait in amazement until an interruption occurred. The heavy door leading to the keep creaked open, and one of the footmen appeared, obviously looking for Lance. He excused himself to Rosalind as he stalked in that direction to see what the young man wanted. Rosalind remained where she was, studying her husband's portrait, thinking about both Lance and the man who had painted it. She mulled over everything Lance had said about his relationship with his father, and she had no difficulty believing the two would frequently be at odds with each other. Two such strong-willed, hard-headed men, the clashes would be inevitable. But no matter what Lance claimed, there was one thing Rosalind could not be brought to believe. A painting such as that had never been accomplished by a man who was disappointed in Lance, but by a father who so cherished his son that he could produce a likeness that remarkable merely from the reaches of his memory. Anatole St. Ledger had captured all of Lance's strength, vitality, and reckless courage, and something more. Stroked into the face of that dark-haired soldier was an innocence that was almost heartbreaking. All the earnest nobility of a young knight setting out to slay the dragon and win his fair lady, his eyes shining with 100 hopes of love, success, and glory, and the confidence that every last one of those dreams would be fulfilled. So, what had happened to change all that? Rosalind wondered. To change Lance from the idealistic young soldier to the world-weary man with his cynical eyes and self-mocking smile. From the light-hearted boy who had once romped in this hall, playing at nights with his brother and sisters, into the jaded rake who seemed to deliberately distance himself from his entire family. "Rosalind," Lance's voice broke in on her troubled thoughts. She tore her gaze away from the portrait to discover he had returned to her side with an apologetic smile. "I'm afraid I have to go. Mr. Throckmorton, our steward, is waiting for me in the library, a matter of some estate business." Rosalind nodded her understanding, but she was surprised by the depth of her disappointment. She'd been more at ease with Lance during these last few moments than she ever had been before. No teasing, no mocking, no playing the wickedly seductive rogue. He'd been more open and honest with her, offering her perhaps a rare opportunity to know the real Lance St. Ledger. But a matter of business. Rosalind sighed, knowing too well from her late husband what that meant. A pat on the shoulder, a kiss to the cheek, and a "run along and amuse yourself, my dear." Curtsying to Lance, she turned to go when she was arrested by Lance calling her name. "Rosalind?" She came about to face him. Her usually brash husband appeared almost diffident as he asked, Unless... I don't suppose you'd care to come with me." "On a matter of business?" "It's nothing very tedious, only about some cottages on the estate that are being rebuilt for some of our tenants. Perhaps you would care to favour me and Throckmorton with your opinions on the subject." "My opinions?" she asked, certain he had to be jesting. But he appeared quite in earnest, despite the way he teased. "Yes, yours. You do have them, don't you?" "I'm not certain," she murmured, a little stunned. "No one ever asked me before." "Well, I'm asking you now." He certainly was, and with such a warmth in his eyes, her heart missed a beat. She was flattered by his request, but she really ought to return to her room and rest, or she'd likely be too tired to meet Sir Lancelot in the garden tonight. I thank you, but—" she stammered. "But you have something more important to do than waste the rest of the afternoon with your worthless rogue of a husband," Lance filled in with a wry smile. But he looked so disappointed, Rosalind hastened to reassure him. "Oh, no, there is nothing else I would rather do." And she was rather stunned herself to realize she was speaking the truth. It was well past midnight when the ghost of Sir Lancelot du Lac abandoned his vigil in the garden. Forgetting his lady's scruples, he drifted impatiently toward her bedchamber to discover what was keeping her so long, and found Rosalind fast asleep. Lance's mouth curved in a tender smile at the sight of her head nestled into her pillow, her sweet face looking tired but contented, lost deep in some land of gentle dreamings. She'd clearly intended to keep their rendezvous. Moonlight spilling through the window revealed her gown, shoes, and cloak all neatly laid out. But after her maid had left her, Rosalind must have been too exhausted to stay awake. Hardly surprising after the busy afternoon they'd spent. Lance hovered over Rosalind for a moment, debating whether to wake her. She'd no doubt be chagrined in the morning to discover she'd slept through her chance to be with her noble hero. He felt a sharp twinge of conscience at the thought of her disappointment. But at some point today, he was not quite certain when or how he felt that he'd gained a small advantage over this phantom rival he'd created, and he was damned if he was going to surrender it. Perhaps not tonight, or even tomorrow. But soon, he hoped, he could finally lay the ghost of Sir Lancelot to rest. With a last longing glance at his sleeping lady, Lance smiled and drifted quietly from the room. Chapter 16. The summer drifted by in a soft, warm haze, a succession of golden days that Rosalind never wanted to end. A gentle breeze teased the tendrils of her hair as she stole into the garden, as had become her habit each morning. Armed with a basket and the sturdy pocket-knife that Lance had given her, Rosalind flitted between the flowering beds and bushes, taking fresh cuttings to fill the vases in all the drawing-rooms, strolling those same paths that she often did at midnight, when the garden was a place of moon-spun shadows, rustling with a darker kind of magic. It was far different in the light of day, rhododendrons, azaleas, and bluebells all unfurling their petals to the brilliance of the sun. As different as the two men who had become such an integral part of her life these past few weeks. By night, she had her gallant Sir Lancelot, with his tender declarations of love, his sympathetic ear, ever ready to listen to her chatter of all her adventures. And she was having plenty of those. By day, with her roguish husband, Lance, leading her on countless forays out into the rugged beauty of the Castle Ledger lands. Flirting, teasing, sometimes quarrelling, more often they laughed together like a pair of unruly children. The result of their latest expedition darted past her skirts, a small black-and-white hunting spaniel stumbling over his own feet in his earnest pursuit of a butterfly. The puppy had been acquired from the kennels of her husband's second cousin, Caleb St. Ledger. Sir Pellinore, as Rosalind had dubbed him, was Lance's most recent gift to her, or should she say, Sir Lancelot's. Sometimes Rosalind wasn't quite sure. It had been her noble knight that she had confided in during their late-night strolls through the garden, that she had never had a dog or even a kitten of her own. Her anxious mamma fearing that contact with any sort of livestock might somehow be injurious to her daughter's health. Then Lance had swept her off the next day to Caleb St. Ledger's to inspect his kennel's latest litter. Of course, this hadn't been the first time something of that strange nature had happened, Rosalind thought with a bemused frown. There had been the times she had complained to Sir Lancelot that all her shoes were ill-suited to some of the rugged walks Lance led her on. The very next day, Lance had whisked her off to be fitted for a sturdy pair of boots. And then there was the night she had wistfully mentioned to Sir Lancelot that she'd never accomplished her goal of visiting Tintagel. By the end of that same week, she'd found herself strolling through the ruins of King Arthur's birthplace on her husband's arm. A series of peculiar coincidences? Rosalind didn't think so. In fact, she could only imagine one explanation, strange as it was. Somehow, the ghost of Sir Lancelot had found a way to woo her through her husband. As she cut off several more rhododendrons to drop into her basket, Rosalind kept a wary eye on the pup. Pellinore had a penchant for trouble. When the little dog showed signs of angering a very large bumblebee, Rosalind dropped her basket and scooped the spaniel up into her arms. "That is no questing beast you're meddling with there, Sir Pellinore," she scolded. "Unless you want to end up with a swollen nose, I'd advise you to leave that bee alone." Undaunted by her mock-severe tone, Pellinore merely licked her chin, bathing her face with a warm blast of puppy breath. Settling herself onto a stone bench, Rosalind attempted to cuddle her squirming burden in her lap. She and Lance had scarce been parted since their wedding day, and she was finding his absence this morning rather melancholy, missing him as much as she did Sir Lancelot, those rare nights when she'd been too exhausted to keep their midnight rendezvous. It was rather a heady experience now, having two dashing men in her life, even if one was only a phantom. "Is it really so wicked and wrong of me to wish that things could go on this way forever?" Rosalind whispered into the little dog's fur. She often feared that it was, but she could not see how she could ever get along without either of her two gentlemen. What would she do without her Sir Lancelot, who adored her so, sharing with her all her stories and dreams of long-ago Camelot? Or her wicked rake of a husband, who seemed to have dragged her out of her ivory tower, sweeping her headlong into a world of more possibilities than she could have ever imagined. Each day with Lance sparkled with some fresh discovery, many of them about herself. She was a good horsewoman, Rosalind had been stunned to realize. Born to the saddle, Lance proclaimed. Although she had blushed at his praise, she attributed her newfound skill more to the fact that for once in her life she had been mounted upon a horse with more spirit than a fat, sluggish pony. Unlike those few times she'd ridden with Arthur, Lance was not always grabbing at her reins and cautioning her to be careful. And Lance respected her opinion. That thought, more than any other, filled Rosalind with a warm glow. He was forever encouraging her to assert her views. Timid at first, she had gained in confidence, making such practical suggestions for the renovations of the tenants' cottages that even Castle Ledger's crusty old steward had nodded in approval. "So you see, Pellinore, I'm not just a dream-ridden little fool," Rosalind murmured in an awed tone, holding up the wriggling puppy and peering into his black button eyes. "It turns out that I'm a rather clever woman." "I am sure he quite agrees with you," an amused voice called out. Rosalind gave a start, embarrassed to be caught sharing confidences with her dog, but she relaxed when she glanced up to meet her brother-in-law's smiling eyes. Rosalind rose to meet Val as he limped down the path. Pellinore nearly leapt from her arms, his plumy tail slapping her sides as he strained eagerly toward the young man. "I'm afraid this rogue barely stays still long enough to be agreeable about anything," Rosalind said. "Have you been introduced to Sir Pellinore yet?" "I fear we became well acquainted yesterday afternoon." Val indicated the tip of his cane, which now bore the unmistakable sign of teeth marks. "Oh," Rosalind flushed guiltily, "I am so sorry." Val merely shook his head with a wry smile, scratching the puppy behind one silken ear, reducing the little dog to a state of panting bliss. No great matter, I assure you, my dear. There have been many times I've been tempted to gnaw on the infernal thing myself. Which was as close as Val would ever come to complaining about his injury, Rosalind realized. This dry jest. But the evidence was there, feathering his brown eyes, tiny lines that spoke of a pain borne too often alone. Rosalind had become familiar enough with her brother-in-law to tell when he'd passed a particularly bad night. Enough to know that Val would not want to be pitied, or even have his exhaustion be remarked upon. So she forced a smile to her lips. In the future, I believe Sir Pellinore had better be confined until he learns to behave himself in polite society. The spaniel was scrabbling to be free of her grasp, but she didn't dare release him when the little rogue did not have her full attention to keep him out of mischief. Scooting past Val, she carried Pellinore toward the house and summoned one of the footmen to take charge of the dog. When she returned to the garden, she discovered that Val had righted the basket she'd dropped, picking up the flowers that had tumbled out. Stiffly but gallantly, he returned the basket to her. "It's pleasant to have the house filled with flowers again," he said. "I've missed that while my mother's been gone. It was one of the first things she did every morning." "I hope she won't think that I've been encroaching or trying to take over." "Not at all. I know my mother will be delighted with you." His words warmed and reassured Rosalind, but she couldn't help thinking that Madeline St. Ledger would not be so delighted by the state of her younger son. So pale, so worn down. Val must have always been a quiet man, Rosalind thought, but a new silence seemed to have settled in his eyes since that day in the church when Effie had made her infamous pronouncement regarding Val's chosen bride. A silence of sorrow and resignation. How often, when Rosalind had ridden off with Lance, laughing and jesting, had she caught a glimpse of Val at the window, watching them go. Even at that distance, she could sense his wistfulness and his despair, making her want to defy the St. Ledger legend and play matchmaker herself for the gentle Valentine. Hoping that her solicitude was not too transparent, Rosalind sank back down on the bench, patting the seat so that Val would feel free to do likewise. He eased himself down beside her, flinching a little as he took his weight off his stiff leg. His knee must be bothering him worse than usual, and yet Rosalind noted that he was attired for riding in a buff-coloured frock coat and buckskin breeches. "I would enjoy having your company for a while," she said, "but I fear I detain you. You are going somewhere?" No." Val stared down at the tip of his cane, poking at a stray weed with it. "Only into the village." "Oh, I'm pleased to hear that." "Why? Was there some errand you need me to execute for you?" "No, I'm merely glad to see you getting out of the library, away from your studies for a while." Rosalind bent impulsively toward the flower basket, which she had settled near her feet. "Perhaps I should fashion a small nosegay for you to take with you." "Whatever for?" "Oh, one never knows." Rosalind gave an airy shrug. "Perhaps you might stumble upon some lovely young lady who, in Toricum—" Val looked almost tenderly amused, but he gave her an admonishing shake of his head. "I don't think that likely, Rosalind. Not according to Effie Fitzledger." "Effie could be wrong." "Our bride-finder has always been infallible, my dear. Didn't Effie know immediately that you belonged to Lance?" "Yes," Rosalind conceded. But she could hardly tell Val that she and Lance were not the great love match the legend proclaimed. Oh, she'd grown unexpectedly attached to her husband, very attached indeed, she thought, a warm flush rising to her cheeks. But history was full of examples of lovers who'd found each other without the aid of a bride-finder, Rosalind longed to point out. Tristan and Isolde, Antony and Cleopatra, Romeo and Juliet. Unfortunately, she couldn't seem to think of any example that hadn't ended in terrible tragedy. It hardly mattered. She could tell from the guarded expression that had settled into Val's eyes that this was not a subject he wished to discuss. "At least let me send you off with this," she insisted. Plucking up a particularly bright yellow primrose, she threaded the stem through the buttonhole of Val's riding coat. "There," she smoothed out the fabric. "I always think a flower in the lapel makes a gentleman look very dapper." Val laughed ruefully. "Thank you, my dear, but I think it would take a great deal more than a flower to accomplish that for me." "Nonsense, you look perfectly dashing," Rosalind proclaimed. "I've often tried to do the same for Lance, but the odious man persists in keeping whip points tucked through the buttonhole of his riding coat." "Speaking of my brother, where is the bold Sir Lancelot this morning?" Rosalind flinched. It always disconcerted her to hear Val refer to his brother that way, the title she reserved for her noble phantom of the night. But she composed herself and replied, "Lance had an engagement with his friend Captain Mortmain." "Indeed." Val's shoulders stiffened perceptibly. "You disapprove?" she asked. "I don't think that Lance should be neglecting you to spend time with Rafe Mortmain." "I could hardly expect Lance to sit in my pocket," Rosalind said. "And besides, he's not called upon his friend since our marriage. I think Lance merely wanted to heal the breach before it grew any worse." "Oh, by all means. Certainly Lance must do his best to make amends to Captain Mortmain." The unexpected bitterness in Val's voice took Rosalind aback. He must have realized it, for he moderated his tone as he asked, "Have you been presented to this dear friend of my brother's?" "Once, when Lance and I were out riding." "And what did you think of Rafe Mortmain?" "Why, he seemed perfectly gentlemanlike and... But beneath Val's hard stare, Rosalind felt obliged to confess, "Actually, he made me a little uneasy, though I can't think why. It's something about his eyes. They were like... Like a wolf's eyes," Val filled in.
No,
"But very cold and empty, as if he truly wished to be amiable, but he didn't quite know how. There is even something rather sad and forced about his smile. He... Rosalind broke off, smiling apologetically. "I fear I'm making no sense at all. Captain Mortmain is a difficult man to comprehend, but Lance seems to hold a very high opinion of him." "There is something you need to understand about my brother, Rosalind," Val said, hesitantly, as though choosing his words with great care. "Lance may give the impression of being a man all too familiar with the ways of the world, the darker side of human nature. But he is not as cynical as he appears." "I know that," Rosalind said warmly. These past days had given her more than one glimpse of the man behind the Raquel facade. "He pretends to be so callous and uncaring. But Mrs. Bell, the lady who's been stitching up my new gowns, told me the most remarkable tale." Val's lips twitched with a slight smile. "All about how Alice Bell was the wife of one of the privates in Lance's company, and when her husband died fighting in Spain, Lance made sure she found safe passage home. Not only that, but he set her up in her dressmaking business, so she would have a respectable way of making her own living."
"Yes,"
Rosalind exclaimed.
"and Lance will not even permit her to thank him."
"There is nothing Lance hates worse than that. I have seen how he tosses aside the letters that come from all of the others."
"Others? There have been more?"
"An entire ledger full. Sometimes I think my brother charged himself with the care of every widow and orphan in his regiment."
"Lance said that he believes war is far harder on the women who—"
Rosalind checked herself with a bewildered frown. No, it had been Sir Lancelot who'd said that. Or at least she thought so. Sometimes she ran a grave risk of getting those two men of hers desperately tangled in her mind. Val looked uncomfortable. Lance was annoyed enough when he realized I'd stumbled upon his secret. I don't think he would appreciate my sharing it with you. Don't worry, I shan't tell him, Rosalind was quick to assure Val. Heaven forbid that anyone should suspect that Lance St. Ledger might possess a kind heart. It would quite ruin his wicked reputation. Val smiled. You do understand my brother rather well, I see. Yes, I believe so. After all, he rescued me too. You might say that I am but one more of his unfortunate widows. No. Val laid his hand over hers. You cannot believe that, Rosalind. You must see how completely he adores you. Rosalind blinked. It was Sir Lancelot who adored her. Lance merely... She wasn't exactly certain how Lance did feel about her. I believe he's grown fond of me, she said, cautiously. Fond of you? That is far too tame a word for my brother. When Lance cares about someone, he doesn't do it by halves. He loves in the same neck-or-nothing way he rides his horse, surrendering his heart completely with absolute faith and trust. A noble trait, Val added gravely. But unfortunately, it can make my brother a very easy man to betray. As easy as slipping out into the garden for a moonlit tryst with another man, Rosalind winced. She withdrew her hand from beneath Val's, feeling suddenly too guilty to meet that good man's honest gaze. She was relieved when a footman strode into the garden to inform her that Effie had come to pay her a call. Excusing herself to Val, Rosalind gathered up her basket of flowers and hastened inside. As he watched Rosalind vanish into the house, Val realized he must have said something inadvertently to distress her. He'd only been trying to find some gentle way to warn her about the danger that Lance's friendship with Rafe Mortmain presented. But he was glad now that he'd resisted the temptation to say anything more. Rosalind seemed to have put all memories of that terrible night when she'd been attacked behind her, and perhaps it was better that way. Telling her his suspicions about Rafe could only frighten her, and there was nothing that she would be able to do but worry. Val feared he'd been doing enough of that lately for everyone. Val's one consolation had been Lance's preoccupation with his new bride. His brother, spending every waking moment with Rosalind, had kept him far away from the Mortmain bastard and out of any more possible danger. Rosalind's innocently imparted information about Lance resuming the friendship had been a disagreeable jolt to Val. Calling upon Rafe to, how had Rosalind put it, to heal the breach before it grew any worse. "And what about the one with your own brother, Lance?" Val longed to demand. But he forced himself to set such bitter thoughts aside. This was hardly the moment for indulging in petty jealousy and hurt feelings. For once in his sedate, boring life, Val thought grimly, the time had come not to think, but to act. "Damn his blasted leg," Val cursed under his breath, as he guided his horse over the rocky ground. This was poor timing for his infernal knee to flare up. Even such a gentle mount as his old roan mare jarred his old injury until he was forced to grit his teeth. But he couldn't allow a few aches and throbs to keep him from his appointed rendezvous. Not in the village, as he'd regrettably been forced to lie to Rosalind, but in a far more isolated spot on the Castle Ledger estate. Clenching his jaw, Val urged his horse up a heather-strewn hillside, capped by a towering mound of granite. Like a piece of Stonehenge that had gone astray, this stone monument had stood for centuries, bearing silent testimony to a people long since vanished, Druids, or perhaps some culture even more ancient and mysterious. A hole had been worn through the centre of the standing stone, large enough for a man to crawl through. As boys, he and Lance had often heard it rumoured that visiting the stone could work miracles on all manner of illness. But they'd paid little heed to such gossip. Too busy tearing about the countryside, playing at knights and dragons, they'd thought of the stone as nothing more than some evil wizard's tower to be charged and conquered. Perhaps because in those days he and Lance had been in the full vigour and innocence of their youth,
with no need for any sort of cure. Not for shattered knees or broken dreams. But such thoughts only filled Val with bittersweet regret for that carefree time when he and his brother had been the best of friends. A time that was gone and could never come again. Sweeping all such painful remembrance behind him, he cantered to the summit of the hill. Slowing his horse, he peered toward the mammoth stone and the person he had come to meet. Jem Sparkin's sturdy farm horse was tethered to a nearby tree, the strapping lad hovering beneath the shadow of the stone. Jem's position as ostler at the Dragon's Fire Inn had made him the ideal choice for Val to recruit as a fellow conspirator. Young Sparkins had been able to keep a sharp eye on all of Rafe's comings and goings these past weeks, and Jem had revelled in his role as spy upon that pernicious Mortmain devil. But Jem's enthusiasm for the venture seemed to have waned. He glanced up at Val's approach, looking less excited than tense. Val didn't even attempt to dismount. Then his leg got this bad. There was no guarantee of being able to climb back into the saddle again. He reined in the placid mare instead. Gazing down at Jem, Val barked out his question in a single anxious word. "Well?" Jem shuffled his feet and sighed. "Tonight, I heard Captain Mortmain tell Mr. Braggs that he meant to go out tonight." Jem's shoulders sagged, but Val scarce noticed. He was filled with a fierce elation. This was what he'd been waiting to hear these past few endless weeks. For a customs officer who was supposed to be patrolling for smugglers, Rafe had been staying frustratingly close to his room, affording Val no opportunity to conduct a search. But now, at last, Val leaned forward eagerly in the saddle. "Are you certain you will have no difficulty getting me the spare key?" "No, I know where old Braggs keeps them, but—" Jem fetched another deep sigh. "But what, lad?" Val asked with a trace of impatience. Jem plucked nervously at some of the taller croppings of heather around the stone, before blurting out, "I wish you'd reconsider this whole thing, sir. It was one thing when we were just keeping watch over that Mortmain, but for you to actually try to sneak into his room, it's a terrible risk, Mr. Val." "Aye, but it is my only hope of finding some proof against that villainous bastard. As long as we make sure Mortmain is gone, I should be safe enough." "Aye, but Mr. Bragg'll still be about, won't he? And let me tell you, sir, I don't trust him much more than a Mortmain. That old Braggs is something of a rum customer himself. The Dragon's Fire just isn't the respectable place it used to be when Mr. Hanover was landlord there." Jem twisted his large, ungainly hands. "All I'm trying to say, sir, is perhaps we could use some help with this search. If we told Mr. Lance what we—" "No," Val snapped. "Or even your cousin Caleb," Jim went on, raising his eyes to Val in a desperate appeal. "Please, sir, I still feel bad enough about what happened that night to Lady Rosalind when I left her alone in those woods. And you say that Captain Mortmain is the same one who attacked her ladyship. What if he comes back early and catches you in his room?" "Then I shall deal with him," Val said. "Or do you think me no more capable of defending myself than a fragile young woman?" No, sir," Jem stammered, but it was obvious that was exactly what the boy thought. And why should Jem believe any different? Val mused with a grim twist of his lips. After all, who was he but Val St. Ledger, the crippled scholar, clearly destined by fate to be a doctor, a healer, and a celibate one at that. Never a soldier, a hero, a lover. Only St. Valentine, not the bold and dashing Sir Lancelot. A raw bitterness surged through Val, mingled with a sense of frustration, a sharp envy of his own brother. He gripped the reins, struggling for mastery over these emotions that had always troubled him, emotions that were hardly to be expected of a man named after a saint. Locking such disturbing feelings back into the darkest corner of his heart, where they belonged, Val focused his attention on young Jem's face. The poor boy was looking so miserable that Val regathered his patience and gentled his voice. "You are right, boy. What I am proposing to do is dangerous. Mortmain has already threatened my family more than once.
No matter what Lance says about that accident out at the lake when he was a boy, I believe Rafe was responsible for my brother nearly drowning. And now he's attempted to steal the St. Leger's sword, shot my brother's bride. I believe it will only be a matter of time before Rafe strikes again. A wolf's nature doesn't change simply because you attempt to befriend him. And I need to find some way to prove that to my brother before it is too late. Even if Lance hates me for it, Val thought bleakly. He went on, "But if you are having second thoughts and no longer wish to help me, I perfectly understand." "No, sir," Jem said fiercely. "I'll get you that key. Only you will be very careful, won't you, Mr. Val?" "Aye, lad, I promise." Jem still looked far from happy, but he squared his shoulders and attempted to smile. "I suppose it'll be quite an adventure, won't it? Like when I was little, and sometimes you let me play with you and Mr. Lance. I was your squire, and you was that knight with the funny-sounding name." "The saintly and perfect Sir Galahad," Val murmured. "But no one ever asked if that was who I wanted to be." Val saw that his words only confused the boy. He swiftly agreed on a time for their next meeting, and then, wheeling his horse about, he rode off, feeling suddenly very tired. All this watching, waiting, and endless suspicion could wear a man down. But one way or another, the threat of Rafe Mortmain was finally going to be settled, Val thought grimly. Tonight. Chapter 17. The tide was out, the restless sea pulling back from the rocky shore like an untidy traveller, leaving behind a scattering of pearly shell fragments, seaweed, and driftwood in its wake. Rosalind picked her way carefully through the debris. Shoes and stockings stripped off, she dipped her bare toes in the foam, the icy water in marked contrast to the heat of the sun beating down upon her. She shivered at her own daring, knowing she would never have acted in such scandalous fashion before, skirts hitched up past her ankles, her hair tangled about her shoulders like a wild gypsy. That was one of the advantages of keeping company with a man who was a rogue himself. Nothing ever shocked or alarmed Lance. She never had to weigh her words or her actions when she was with him, which gave her a freedom she doubted few other respectable women ever experienced. She stole a glance to where Lance strolled a few paces away from her, idly tossing pieces of driftwood out into a surf that was sun-dappled and glassy smooth. She couldn't help but admire the play of muscle beneath the stretch of his linen shirt, a casual display of strength Lance wasn't even aware of. They'd spent an agreeable afternoon together, exploring the inlet at the base of the cliffs beneath Castle Ledger. Just another pleasant outing, like so many that had gone before. Or it should have been. But the things that Val had said to her that morning kept drifting back into her head, as relentless as the ebb and flow of the waves. "You must see how completely he adores you. When Lance loves someone, he doesn't do it by halves." Lance adore her? It couldn't possibly be so. He was incredibly kind to her, and attentive, frequently flirting in that wicked way of his. But love her? Rosalind could never believe that, because if she ever did, it would change everything. It was one thing to steal off every night to the phantom embrace of a gallant lover when one's marriage remained only a convenience, when one's husband was cynical and indifferent. But if Lance ever came to truly care for her, he would, what had Val said, surrender his heart with absolute trust, making him so easy to betray. Pretending to shield her eyes from the sun, Rosalind tried to make a surreptitious study of Lance's face, looking for any sign that what Val had told her might be true. She'd done so more than once this afternoon, but this time Lance caught her at it. "Rosalind," he laughingly complained, "what is the matter?" He ran his hand self-consciously along his jaw. "You keep staring at me so that I'm beginning to wonder. Do I have crabs crawling out of my ears, or is there merely a bit of shaving soap I missed?" "Oh, no, nothing like that," Rosalind reassured him with a quick smile. She averted her eyes. I wasn't staring. I was merely wool-gathering. Daydreaming about Merlin's cave? Lance closed the distance between them, brushing back some of the tendrils the salt breeze persisted in tangling across her face. I'm sorry I was unable to find it for you. Rosalind gave a tiny shrug. They'd spent a portion of the afternoon exploring the base of the cliffs for any hint of the legendary cavern where the sorcerer Merlin supposedly had been imprisoned by the evil Morgan le Fay. But Rosalind had not truly expected to find anything. It had been enough, somehow, that Lance was willing to help her search for something she knew he did not believe in. Had he done it merely to indulge one of her whims, as he so often did with little Kate, or had he been inspired by some deeper affection? Rosalind hardly dared look into his eyes for fear of the answer. I'm almost glad we didn't find the cave, she said. Perhaps there are some things that ought to remain hidden. Like whatever tender feelings a certain rake might be concealing behind his roguish smile. Rosalind turned abruptly away, preparing to head back up the beach to where she'd abandoned her shoes and stockings. She winced a little when she stepped on a stray shell, and Lance swooped her off her feet, cradling her high in his arms. It was a playful gesture, with Lance doing much groaning about her weight, threatening to drop her with every step. She was forced to laugh, fling her arms around his neck, and cling hard. But their play had an undercurrent to it that Rosalind was keenly aware of, the feel of her own softer frame, pressed to the unyielding strength of his chest, a heat that pulsed between them that had nothing to do with the blaze of the sun. Lance lowered her slowly to her feet, sliding her body down the length of his, as though he were reluctant to release her. She was trembling a little as she sat down upon a large rock to put her shoes and stockings back on. Lance gathered up a stray garter she'd missed, dangling the delicate pink garment before her eyes. "Need any help?" he murmured wickedly. "No, thank you, sir," she replied, with a severity she had to feign. Lance was only flirting with her, as he did so often. The man was far too much of a rogue to help himself, but he didn't mean anything by it. She dusted the sand from her feet as best she could, knowing he would have averted his eyes if she insisted. The mystery was why she didn't ask him to, why she sat there shamelessly easing the silk stocking up over her knee, fastening her garter with quivering fingers, almost as if she were trying to tempt the man. To distract herself as much as him, Rosalind sought for something to talk about. Anything. "You never said how your breakfast with Captain Mortmain went this morning." "Well enough," Lance murmured, his too intent gaze following the progress of her second stocking being smoothed over her bare calf. "I trust you didn't miss me too badly." "Oh, no," Rosalind replied airily. "Val kept me company. We had a pleasant chat, although for some reason I fear your brother doesn't approve of your friendship with the captain." "Val is far too caught up with the past. The Mortmains have always had a black reputation for villainy, especially where the St. Ledgers are concerned." Rosalind tugged hard to pull her walking boot back on. Observing her struggle, Lance bent down to help her as he continued. "Everyone has always been too ready to condemn Rafe, merely for the infamy of his name. Giving the man a chance is one of the two best things I've ever done in my life." "What was the other one?" "Why, marrying you, of course." Lance pressed the heel of her boot into place, smiling up at her. The warmth in his eyes caused her heart to miss a beat. She attempted to flirt, forcing her voice to remain light. "You are very gallant, sir." "You weren't always wont to think so," Lance reminded her with a laugh as he braced her foot on his knee, lacing up her boot for her. "Perhaps I simply didn't know you well enough then," Rosalind said. "Oh? And what do you know about me now, my lady, which could possibly have changed your mind?" "Well, for one thing, there's the way you helped all those women who were widowed during the war—" Rosalind checked herself, horrified at what she'd blurted out. But it was too late. Lance looked up from her boot, a faint crease between his brows. "Who the deuce told you about that?"
"Oh, dear."
Rosalind pressed her hand to her mouth.
"I promised I wouldn't say anything to you."
"Him, of course," he muttered. "St. Valentine, who else?"
"Please don't be vexed with your brother. He didn't mean to let the information slip. And such generosity is hardly something you should be ashamed of."
"It's nothing to be proud of either." Lance finished lacing her boot with a sharp snap. "I was merely paying off a debt I owed to the men who died fighting under my command. Men far more gallant than me. I'm no hero, Rosalind. I told you that once before."
So he had, many times. Why did she seem to have so much trouble accepting that? Was it because of his extraordinary physical resemblance to Sir Lancelot? Or something sad she glimpsed in Lance's own face? The haunted look of a man struggling to find some missing part of himself, some long-vanished ideal? He fell silent, concentrating on helping her with her second boot. Lance hated to talk about his time in the army, and Rosalind usually avoided the subject. But for once, she could not seem to do so. As he struggled to undo a knot in her boot-lacings, she leaned forward earnestly. "Lance, how did you really win all those medals? And don't try to fob me off with some wicked nonsense like you usually do, telling me you were decorated for bedding officers' wives, because I won't believe you." Lance gave a wry laugh. "No. It was bedding the Colonel's wife that nearly got me killed." It was another of Lance's jests. It had to be. His lips were quirked, but his eyes weren't smiling. "You seduced your commanding officer's wife?" she asked, unable to conceal her shock. "Aye. It's not a very pretty story, my dear." Lance's fingers stilled on the lacing. "But perhaps you have the right to know. It would certainly end any illusions you have about my grand military career." Rosalind was tempted to tell him that she didn't have the right to know anything, but she kept silent because she badly needed to know what had transformed the idealistic young soldier in that portrait into the man who knelt before her, trying so hard to remain encased in his cynical armor, no longer able to believe in anything, least of all himself. Lance finished lacing up her boot and helped her to her feet. They strolled back down the rocky beach, side by side, beneath the shadow of the towering cliffs. He began hesitantly. "You've already seen that painting of me in the old hall. A painfully accurate reflection of the arrogant young ass I was." Rather, she'd seen the innocence, the almost heartbreaking eagerness, the dark eyes dusted with dreams. But Rosalind didn't attempt to argue with Lance's assessment of himself. She merely nodded. "The day I left Castle Ledger, I charged out into the world with less good sense than Don Quixote. I suppose I'd spent too many hours with Val, playing at being Sir Lancelot, but I had these ridiculous notions in my head that I would perform all these heroic deeds, cover myself with glory. Unfortunately, the regiment I joined was encamped at Brighton for the summer, ostensibly for training, but more often for parades, reviews, and other saber-flashing nonsense that left far too much time for idle young men to get into mischief. My opportunity came at a military ball. That was when I first saw her." Lance paused to fetch a deep sigh. "Adele Montroy, my commanding officer's wife. She was one of those women who could dazzle every man present simply by entering the room. Witty, graceful, charming." Rosalind felt a strange, hot prickling in her heart. The emotion so foreign to her, she scarce recognized it for what it was. Jealousy. But over a woman she had never even met? How absurd. She sought to quell the disturbing sensation, concentrating on what Lance was saying. Over half the regiment was in love with Adele. There was no particular reason she should have even noticed a green young lieutenant like me. Oh, no, not much, Rosalind thought wryly. stealing a glance up at her husband's handsome profile. But Adele singled me out for her smiles, and I was quite besotted.
And she also fell in love with you?
I believed so. It was my only excuse for engaging in an illicit affair with a married woman. I tried to content myself to worship her from afar, but my blood ran a little too hot for that, and Adele was most receptive. I convinced myself that I'd managed to find my one true love without the aid of the bride finder. By some tragic misfortune, Adele was already wed, but I didn't doubt that couldn't be taken care of as soon as I explained the situation to her husband.
You told the Colonel?
Rosalind exclaimed in horror. Aye, it seemed the only fair thing to do. I marched straight into Montroy's quarters and begged his pardon for loving his wife. I was fully prepared to offer him satisfaction on the dueling field, if he required it.
Lance grimaced.
I truly was a stupid young clunch, wasn't I?
Rosalind shook her head, imagining instead the boy that Lance had been, so fiercely proud, so earnest, charging into that Colonel's tent, stumbling over himself to do the right thing. Her heart quailed for him. What happened?
She almost dreaded to ask. Oh, Montroy merely laughed in my face and sneered at me to get out. I wasn't the first young fool his wife had lured into her bed, but at least the others had the wit to be more discreet. Naturally, I took exception to this unflattering way of speaking about my angel. I would likely have milled Montroy down if his aide hadn't been present to restrain me. I could have ended up court-martialed and shot for striking a superior officer. Instead, I spent time in the stocks until I cooled my hot head. Lance spoke lightly enough, as though these memories meant little to him, no more than a source of amusement at his own folly. But it was obvious from the way he flinched that the recollection of his youthful humiliation still had the power to sting. As soon as I was released, I went straight to Adele, he continued. I was afraid the Colonel might turn his anger against her. But what I found was hardly a damsel needing my protection. More like a fire-breathing dragon. She was absolutely furious. She demanded to know what I was trying to do. Ruin her? Didn't I understand how the game was played? The game, Lance repeated with a mirthless laugh. Apparently I didn't understand, but I learned quickly enough when she replaced me in her bed with a cavalry captain, a great swaggering idiot, but one who had enough sense to keep his mouth shut both in and out of bed, and not plague her with a lot of nonsense about eternal love and running away together. I was hot-blooded enough that I might have challenged the captain over her, but he wasn't worth the bother. Suddenly nothing seemed worth it anymore. That cynical light crept into Lance's eyes, the look that Rosalind had always hated. But now that she understood the cause of it, she wrapped her hands gently about his arm instead.
You must have been quite broken-hearted.
Oh, I dare say I was. To have dishonoured myself for a woman like that. It was hardly behaviour to be expected of Anatole St. Ledger's son. That more than anything tormented me, the thought of how disappointed my father must be.
Lance broke off, attempting to shrug.
Well, one tends to take these things too damned serious at the age of 18. I was miserable enough to have blown my brains out. But it was quite unnecessary, because there were plenty of others willing to do that for me. Our regiment was finally ordered into action in Spain, and I realized I had acquired a powerful enemy.
Napoleon?
No, Colonel Montroy. He really didn't mind that I'd slept with his wife, but the fact that I had nearly created a scandal, that apparently was unforgivable. He made sure that I was always ordered into the thick of the fighting, hoping that I would be killed.
Oh, Lance!
Rosalind shuddered, her fingers tightening convulsively on his arm. He patted her hand. It was quite all right with me, my dear.
I was far too ready to oblige him, completely reckless, not caring whether I lived or died. But I seemed to have led a charmed life. It was always the poor sods in my company who were obliged to follow me, that took the pistol balls. Always someone else paying the price for my sins. Even my own. Lance checked himself with a bitter smile. In any event, now you must understand that it was no great virtue in me to help the wives of those men I widowed. It was the least I could do. Except that Lance would have felt obliged to help those women under any circumstances. No matter how callous he pretended to be, it was not in his nature to see anyone in distress or want and simply turn aside. It stunned Rosalind to realize that she knew her husband far better than the man seemed to know himself. Her heart ached as she kept thinking of the young soldier he'd once been, his eyes shining with dreams of love and glory, only to meet with disillusionment and betrayal. She now understood why Anatole St. Ledger had been so afraid for his son. What was it he had said to Lance? "It's not what you're going to find that alarms me, lad. It's all that you stand to lose." "Then did you lose something?" Rosalind remembered asking Lance. And Lance's bleak reply, "Everything." Which he had. Innocence, trust and dreams, all notions of self-respect and honour. She couldn't help wondering if that was the same thing that had happened to her Sir Lancelot, when he had first gone riding into Camelot, a young knight eager to win renown by serving a famous king, only to tragically lose his heart to Guinevere instead. Was there some sort of curse on the name, that all men who bore it were doomed to a romance with a married woman that could only bring them dishonour and pain? She saw the same emotions simmering in Lance's eyes that so frequently tormented her gallant knight. The guilt, the self-loathing, the regrets. Rosalind had never been able to comfort Sir Lancelot by so much as the touch of her hand. But Lance, her heart aching for him, she couldn't resist flinging her arms about his neck in a fierce hug. Her impulsive act clearly surprised him, but he was not slow to respond, stealing his arms about her waist. "What's all this?" he chuckled, until he caught a glimpse of her face. Rosalind blinked very hard, but she could not keep back the stinging of her tears. "Rosalind," he murmured, capturing one bright drop with the pad of his thumb before it had a chance to fall. "Good Lord, woman, I never meant to distress you with this absurd tale of mine. I thought you far more likely to despise me than weep over me." Rosalind vigorously shook her head. "If I was going to despise anyone, it would be that evil Adele woman. How could she—" But Lance silenced her, resting the tip of one finger lightly against her lips. Adele was many things, shallow, thoughtless, selfish, but hardly evil. "I was not her victim, my dear. I made my own choice. And when a man chooses passion over honour, he deserves to pay the consequence." It was exactly like something Sir Lancelot would have said, but Rosalind found that less disturbing than Lance seeking to defend Adele Montroy. Was it possible that in some small way he still cared for her? The thought pained her to a degree she would never have expected. "Was she very beautiful, this Adele?" she asked wistfully. "With you in my arms, how am I supposed to remember?" "Lance!" Rosalind protested against his teasing. She didn't want him to flirt with her, not at such a moment, but as she raised her eyes to his, her breath stilled. He wasn't flirting. Never had she seen the man look so intently serious. Adele was lovely, seductive, but it was a common sort of prettiness. She didn't have the kind of face that a man is destined to remember forever, even in his dreams. Lance skimmed his fingers down the curve of her cheek. "A face such as yours." "One with a snub nose and freckles?" Rosalind asked, with a wry smile. Especially the freckles. Lance dusted a light kiss across the bridge of her nose. And the hair of gold. He kissed her crown. And those eyes, he murmured, brushing his mouth against her eyelids. Those impossibly blue eyes, forever urging a man to attempt impossible things, to be far more than he ever imagined he could be. You've already caused me to forget so much of the pain of the past, and coaxed me to recall other things instead.
Like what?
Rosalind asked shyly. Lance's gaze drifted past her, seeming to encompass the rugged beauty of the land around them, the sweep of sea, sky, and rocky shore, the castle perched high above them on the cliffs. I've begun to remember just how much I used to love this place, he said. What I cannot seem to recall is why I was ever so eager to leave. Not with you here.
But I have not even been that good a wife to you, Rosalind faltered, her conscience stabbing her with the memory of all those moonlit trysts. I have never even come to your bed.
She blushed hotly. Lance cupped her face in his hands. That doesn't matter. Oh, I want you, Rosalind. Make no mistake about that. Very badly. But not until you are ready. I could wait for you forever, lady, if need be. He peered down at her, the look in his eyes warm, caressing, and so familiar. For she had often seen just that same expression on Sir Lancelot's face, whenever he told her that he loved her. Trembling, Rosalind drew away from Lance, no longer able to deny the truth. Val was right. Lance did adore her. She stared down at his boots, not able to look at him, not knowing what to say, stunned not so much by Lance's declaration, but by the tide of emotion that swelled in her own heart. The realization that someplace, at some time, during these past few giddy weeks, she had fallen in love with Lance as well. The hands of the clock inched relentlessly toward midnight, but Rosalind was still in her nightgown. The dress and the shawl that she'd selected for her meeting with Sir Lancelot laid out upon the bed. The air drifting in through her bedchamber window was growing brisk, and Rosalind paced over to the casement to close it, wondering how all her golden summer days had dissolved into this. This single dark night, in which an agonizing decision lay before her. Leaning against the window frame, she peered up at a sky so relentlessly overcast, even the moon did not dare show its face. There was a tension in the air, as though a storm were brewing. Or was the turmoil all in her own heart? How had she ever got herself entangled in such a situation? One that many women would have envied. Two bold, handsome men in love with her. A circumstance she herself would have once thought romantic. But it wasn't romantic. It was perfectly dreadful, because someone was bound to end up broken-hearted. She wasn't the sort of woman who could return the affections of two different men. She'd always loved her gallant Sir Lancelot, first as the legend, and then as the sad, gentle phantom who had drifted into her life. But at some point, during this whirlwind of a summer, she had fallen in love with his descendant as well. Not with Lance St. Ledger, the wicked rake who had no doubt charmed so many other women, but with the man who had once been the eager young soldier in that portrait, who took time to engage in mock sword fights with lonely little girls, who rescued penniless widows and pretended it was nothing. The man who'd bought her a puppy and sturdy boots and whisked her away to visit Tintagel, who was able to make her laugh, make her blush, make her skin tingle with the mere brush of his hand. The man who'd encouraged her to speak her mind, to recognize in herself strengths she'd never known existed.
But Sir Lancelot needs you, the voice whispered sadly in her mind. Her lonely knight, his entire world vanished into the mists of time. His love for Rosalind was surely all he had. But what about Lance? Her heart argued in return. Her bold soldier, returned from the wars, his body unscathed. But so many permanent scars left upon his heart, a heart that was just now beginning to mend. And all because of her, Lance had implied. Lance needed her too, and what was more, she needed him. She wasn't a phantom herself, but a woman of flesh and blood with very human desires. To be held, kissed and touched, to be caressed and loved, to have a child planted in her womb. And those were things that only Lance could give her. Rosalind pulled away from the window and trudged over to where she had laid out her gown for her midnight rendezvous. She fingered the soft folds of her India muslin shawl, another of Lance's gifts to her, and her heart ached, feeling as though it were being torn in two. She dropped the shawl and strode resolutely to her bedside table, where she kept a small portable writing desk. Sinking down on the edge of the bed, she lifted the desk's wooden lid, drawing forth pen, ink, and a sheet of vellum. Rosalind tried to console herself. Sir Lancelot had never truly been hers. He'd always seemed to belong more to Guinevere and long ago Camelot, to the timeless love story that spanned the ages. If only she'd not got to know the man behind the legend, the weary warrior, so gentle and compassionate, daunted by the mistakes of his past. She wondered what he would do without her love, continue to wander through time, seeking the redemption that had eluded him. Rosalind could only hope that Sir Lancelot would find it, the peace that he so desperately sought. The legends claimed that someday King Arthur would return, the once and future king, and perhaps Lancelot would be back at his side, his most trusted knight and friend. Rosalind had to believe that, or she would never get through this letter. Steeling her heart, she dipped her quill into the ink and began to write. My dearest Lancelot, with that generosity of your noble spirit, you once told me, if the time ever came, that I preferred to be with my husband. Somehow she managed to finish the letter without bursting into tears. When she failed to appear in the garden tonight, she knew he would come looking for her. She laid the letter out on her dressing table, where he would be certain to find it. Then, donning a wrapper over her nightgown, Rosalind snatched up the candle and stole out of her bedchamber, before she was tempted to change her mind. Chapter 18. The night breeze whispered through the narrow tower windows, tickling Lance's bare back as he stripped down to his breeches, preparing to don his disguise. Another midnight, Lance sighed, and another backache from lying abed, stretched out in chainmail. But he was growing resigned to wearing the blasted stuff. I could wait for you forever, lady, if need be, he had told Rosalind. And Lance was surprised to realize that was true, although it was damned hard at times fighting his very natural masculine urges. But something strange had happened to him since he'd met Rosalind. A sense of peace stealing into his restless heart, the like of which he'd never known before. He'd even been able to talk to her about things he'd found too painful to remember. The way he'd dishonoured himself over Adele Montroy, the waste and destruction that he witnessed on the battlefield, the regret he felt over those days. The guilt was still there, but softened somehow, as though he'd finally found the forgiveness he'd so long sought in Rosalind's eyes. He'd still been unable to speak of the dreadful thing that had happened between him and Val, but perhaps in time he'd even find a way to lay that torment to rest. Thoughts of his brother caused Lance's gaze to drift toward Prospero's bookcase, and he noted with a wry smile that the empty spaces on the shelves were now filled. The sorcerer had reclaimed the books that Val had borrowed. Again. Much to his frustration, Val had to keep marching back to the tower to retrieve the volumes, never suspecting that he was engaged in a tug-of-war with an irritated ghost. Prospero had even spirited away the manuscript Val was working on. Last eve, Lance had returned from his night drifting to discover the sorcerer poring through the pages of Val's history of the St. Ledgers to see what that infernal whelp has been writing about me. Strangely, Val didn't seem to have missed the manuscript yet. Lance would have to make certain it was returned to him and finally tell him what was going on. Tell his brother a few other things as well. Perhaps it was Rosalind's influence on him, with all her notions about heroes and idealistic quests. But Lance was experiencing this strong urge to charge out and set things right with the world. His own, at least. Only this morning he thought he'd done much to mend his friendship with Rafe Mortmain. Perhaps the time had come to reach out to his brother as well, heal the scars that had been left on both of them that terrible day on the battlefield. Tomorrow. But now, unfortunately, it was time to resurrect his phantom rival, give Rosalind one more night with her hero. Lifting up the trunk lid, Lance dragged out the heavy chainmail. He was reaching for the black wool tunic as well, when a sound carried to his ears. A muffled exclamation, a skittering as though someone had dislodged a chunk of the ancient stone. Lance spun round, peering toward the arch that led to the circular stair, the regions below shrouded in darkness. "Prospero," he said hesitantly. His ghost-like ancestor usually tended to herald his arrival with a far more dramatic flair. Nor was the great sorcerer obliged to come trudging up the tower stairs, which was the direction the sound came from. Lance heard a determined footfall, and now he could see light flickering up from the darkness below. "Lance?" a soft voice called. Good Lord, Rosalind. Lance froze for a moment, the damning evidence of the chain-mail clutched in his hands. Then he whirled about to toss it in the chest and missed. The heavy trunk lid slammed down, nearly catching his fingers, and the mail coat slithered to the floor with an appalling chink. Lance had only enough time to nudge the metal garment beneath the bed before Rosalind appeared. Perhaps it was the lateness of the hour, the mystery that had always surrounded the stroke of midnight at Castle Ledger, or the magic that clung to the sorcerer's tower alone. But as Rosalind emerged from the darkness, she looked more like some fairy creature than a mortal maid. His lady, come from those enchanted realms beneath the lake to weave her spell upon him. The candle she carried haloed the pale oval of her face, her hair cascading over her shoulders in ripples of gold, her lithe figure draped beneath gossamer hints of white nightgown and folds of cloudy blue robe. Lance felt himself stir with immediate response, but it was a yearning of the heart as much as the body. "Rosalind, what is the matter, my dear?" he asked, as soon as he could summon up his voice. "Why aren't you—" "Waiting down in the garden for Sir Lancelot," he nearly blurted out. Lance checked himself just in time. "Why aren't you in bed?" She made no reply, drifting farther into the tower with the subdued silence of a sleepwalker. But perhaps he was the one asleep, merely dreaming all this. She paused before the iron candelabrum, where he had a full set of candles ablaze. She extinguished her own, placing the half-melted taper carefully upon Prospero's desk, and Lance noticed the way her hand shook. A slight tremor that betrayed her as being no vision, no fairy-born maid, but a woman, warm and real. Lance's blood quickened as she crept closer, so near. He could almost feel the soft, swift draw of her breath stir the dark hairs matting his chest. She ducked her head, her voice so muffled he had to bend down to hear her.
Lance, you told me if I could ever think of a reason to come to you besides duty, that...
She faltered, unable to go on. But Lance was already anticipating what she might be trying to say, although he scarce dared believe it. He noticed that his own hand was less than steady as he crooked his fingers beneath her chin, forcing her to look up. What he saw shimmering in her blue eyes caused his heart to go still. The same hunger, the reflection of all that he'd been feeling all these endless nights of waiting. But he hardly trusted his own perception. "And have you found another reason, my lady?" he asked hoarsely. Rosalind nodded.
"I want you," she said,
in a low whisper. She placed the palm of her hand over the region of his heart, which was just as well, Lance thought, for his heart had begun to pound so hard her gentle touch seemed to be all that was restraining it in place. Now was the time for him to murmur those tender words of love that came so easily to Sir Lancelot du Lac. But all he could do was close his fingers over hers, holding her hand fast to his chest, for fear that if he let her go, she might melt away and disappear back into the darkness. Sir Lancelot might be able to pour out his heart to Rosalind, but Lance's throat had gone dry. He couldn't speak. All he could do was act. Bending down, he brushed his mouth over hers in the most tender kiss he'd ever bestowed on any woman. The one that he'd always reserved for Rosalind alone. Her lips clung to his, her hand stirring beneath his, sliding up around his neck. Gathering her close, he buried his face in her hair, murmuring her name, embracing her with gentleness and reverence, like the miracle that she was. This was the moment he'd waited for, prayed for, almost despaired of. Rosalind was finally here, in his arms, wanting him as he wanted her. He was tempted to ask her why. What had happened to bring her seeking him tonight, instead of Sir Lancelot? But it was far too dangerous to question a miracle. It might simply vanish. He strained her close instead, realizing that now, if ever, was the moment to tell her the truth. Ah, but sweet heaven! For far too long now, Sir Lancelot had stood between him and his lady. Was it so wrong of him to want to take no risks, to banish all thought of his rival, to seize upon this one night, to make certain first that Rosalind was well and truly his? Lance drew back to peer into her eyes, soft with affection and trust, hazy with desire. All he managed to croak out was, "Rosalind, are you certain this is what you want?" She answered him by reaching up to kiss him, the first time she had ever done so, a timid brush of her lips against his. But to Lance, it was the sweetest kiss he'd ever known. Then she undid the belt of her wrapper. In a whisper of silk, the garment pooled to the floor, and Lance's mouth went dry. Even the pale glow of the candles was enough to render her delicate nightgown all but transparent. Her womanly silhouette, a tantalizing shadow beneath the gossamer fabric. Swallowing hard, he lifted her into his arms and placed her carefully in the center of Prospero's massive bed. Legs tucked beneath her, Rosalind sat up, gazing about her in awe and fascination at the mysterious and intricate carvings on the newel posts. "This bed was fashioned by my ancestor," Lance murmured, as he sank down beside Rosalind. "The wicked sorcerer Prospero. It is said that all those strange symbols represent a spell he wove, so that any lady he ever carried to this bed became lost to his enchantment, driven wild with desire." Rosalind shivered.
The people in the village believe that his ghost still roams this tower some dark nights.
Perhaps he does.
Lance ran his fingers through the length of Rosalind's hair, experiencing a pure, sensual delight in the silken texture.
But you need not worry that he would ever disturb us, sweetheart. He may be a scoundrel, but he has his own code.
Like you?
Rosalind smiled. Aye, like me.
Lance sealed her lips with his kiss, easing her down onto the bed. Her golden hair fanning out, she nestled her head against the pillow with a soft sigh. Even that innocent gesture fraught with a powerful seduction. When her hand slid up his bare arm, his entire frame shuddered with desires too long repressed, and he had to fight hard to contain his fierce urges. He'd always prided himself upon his self-control as a lover, his ability to keep his own passion in check until he'd thoroughly satisfied his partner. That was perhaps the only real thing he'd ever had to offer Rosalind, his skill in bed. He knew he would have to proceed slowly with his Lady of the Lake, and so he did, breathing soft, careful kisses along her temple, the curve of her cheek. Rosalind snuggled trustingly closer, but she peered up at him with a troubled frown. "Lance, are you going to be a gentleman?"
"Of course, sweetheart," he reassured her, with another soft kiss.
"Don't be."
Her blunt words caused Lance's eyes to fly wide. A rosy blush stole into Rosalind's cheeks, but she met his gaze unflinchingly as she said,
"I want you to be completely wicked, just like your ancestor Prospero. Weave your dark spell over me." Burying her fingers in his hair, she drew his mouth down to hers for a more insistent kiss. It took little coaxing from her lips to rouse the heat in him. With a low groan, he kissed her back with increasing fierceness. Her hands roved over his back, timidly at first. Then her caresses grew more confident, bolder, and Lance's mind reeled beneath the realization. His innocent little widow, his dreamy-eyed Lady of the Lake, was seducing him. Caught up in the fire of their kiss, all notions of self-control and practiced love-making seemed to crumple away like a fragile ledge beneath his feet, hurling him into a maelstrom of passion. He fumbled with the lacings of Rosalind's nightgown, feeling as eager as a clumsy young boy again, as though this were his first time with a woman, as though she were his first love. Which was exactly what she was, Lance thought. His first true love, and his last. Now and always. He captured her lips, their tongues mating in a kiss that tasted of heat, desire, and forever. He'd always suspected that, hidden beneath the prim trappings of Rosalind's widowhood, lurked a passionate woman. He'd often teased her about it, but even he had never imagined the depths of fire she was capable of. She met his eagerness kiss for kiss, caress for feverish caress, never shrinking from his boldness, until he eased her nightgown off her shoulders. Only then did she flinch, seeking instinctively to cover the scar that so embarrassed her. But Lance tugged her hand away, pressing his lips to the spot in a kiss that was equal parts fire and tenderness. Rosalind quivered beneath the pressure of his mouth. "Is that for medicinal purposes only?" She attempted to jest, but her breath was coming far too quickly. "No," Lance replied with a wicked smile. Allowing his mouth to trail lower, he peeled away the nightgown to her waist. Bearing the soft, round globes of her breasts, he fastened his lips hungrily to one rosy crest. Arching beneath him, she gave a soft gasp, digging her fingers into Lance's back, surrendering herself completely to the sensations he was arousing in her. Before she scarce realized it had happened, Lance stripped her nightgown away, then his breeches. They were naked in each other's arms, flesh pressed to flesh, heart to heart. Rosalind responded eagerly to his embrace, hardly recognizing herself in this woman who kissed so fiercely, loved so boldly. No longer a dreamy-eyed girl or a proper widow, she seemed to have become a complete wanton, transformed into a seductress beneath Lance's awakening touch. He caressed and kissed her in intimate ways that should have shocked her, but only caused desire to coil ever tighter. So sweet, so hot, it became an unmerciful ache. She ran her hands feverishly over his smooth, hard-muscled frame. Sir Lancelot and the garden suddenly seemed so far away, only a distant dream. Only this was real. These kisses, these caresses, this passion she shared with Lance, both hot and tender. She was like a woman who had been abruptly awakened from a daydream, no longer looking wistfully out of her window as the world passed by. She was no longer reading about legends of passionate love, but finding one of her own. A legend of a lonely widow lured away from her books, out of her garden, and into the heart and arms of a battered soldier, a rogue, a rake, a vulnerable man, who needed her, wanted her, as she did him, with a yearning that pierced her flesh and her heart as well. When Lance finally sought to join with her, she opened to him, trembling and eager. They moved and breathed as one, hearts pounding in unison. They swept each other to a shattering fulfillment. Only to have the desire, the hunger for each other, flare anew before flesh had a chance to cool or pulses could stop their mad race. The candles burned low and guttered out, and still they found each other again in the darkness, again and again. Time no longer seemed to have any meaning. Rosalind was not certain how many hours or lifetimes had gone by when they at last collapsed, spent in each other's arms. Lance continued to hold her so close, as though he never meant to let her go. Rosalind snuggled her face into the damp heat of his shoulder, both awed and amazed by all that she had experienced in Lance's arms, saddened by only one thought. It could not have been the same for him. He'd known so many other women, so many other lovers before her. Though she half dreaded the answer, she couldn't help whispering, "Lance, was I able to please you? I mean, did I do all right?" "All right," Lance groaned. "Lady, if you had been any more all right, I fear I would be dead." His chest quivered, and she feared he was laughing at her. She struggled up onto one elbow to peer earnestly down at him, but his face was only a blur in the darkness.
"It is only that I know you've had so many other women," she said. "And I even expected, after we were married, that you would still be tempted to
seek out someone else's bed. Lady, I shall consider myself fortunate if I am man enough to keep you satisfied." But the teasing drawl faded as Lance reached up to cup her cheek, his touch tender as his voice as he said, "Rosalind, I freely admit I've been no saint in the past, but there is another part of my family's legend that claims that when a St. Ledger finds his chosen bride, he can never be unfaithful, never love another again. I never fully believed that. But after tonight, I know it's true.
Lance drew her down for a kiss, and Rosalind issued a deep sigh. Soothed and reassured, she nestled back in his arms. Feeling replete, more content than he had ever imagined possible, Lance cradled her close, savouring the feel, the pure joy of her in his arms. Even with all the passion they had shared, the endearments he'd whispered, it suddenly occurred to Lance he had never told his lady exactly how much he adored her. Not as himself, Lance and Ledger. Some accomplished lover, he thought with a grimace. He shifted toward her, prepared to remedy his neglect at once. But when Rosalind's head lolled against his shoulder, her breath coming in a soft blur, he realized his lady had fallen sound asleep. He suppressed a wry chuckle. Well, he'd waited this long to break such astonishing tidings to her. He supposed his vows of love could keep a little longer, at least until the morning. Shifting the coverlet carefully up over her, he deposited a tender kiss on top of her head. Lance burrowed into the pillow and was soon lost in sleep himself. But not the deep, satisfied rest he might have expected. He tossed and turned, troubled by a vague sensation of unease, a haunting premonition of disaster, a feeling that solidified into a cold stab of fear that wrenched him wide awake. Val! Something terrible had happened to his brother. Lance sat bolt upright, sweating, heart pounding with the most irrational sense of alarm. Fighting his way from beneath the covers, he leapt out of bed, his feet striking the cold floor. He staggered across the room, stumbling through the darkness toward the arch that led to the stairs. He was halfway there when he brought himself up short, pressing his hand to his brow, swaying a little with dizziness and confusion. What the devil was he doing? Getting ready to charge naked through the castle, and do what? Rush to the aid of a brother who was either tucked up safe in his bed, or in the library slumped over one of his infernal history books? Val would look at him as if he'd lost his mind, which he very likely had. Lance ground his fingertips against his eyes, trying to rub away the last groggy remnants of sleep that still clung like the webs of a nightmare. Yes, nightmare. No doubt that was what had jarred him out of his sleep, some disturbing dream about Val that he could not remember now that he was fully awake. But it must have been a damned bad one to have such a powerful effect on him. He was still trembling, and he felt so blasted cold, a chill that went far deeper than the marrow of his bones, all the way to his heart. Shivering a little, Lance crept back to bed, tunneling beneath the covers. He lay down beside his lady, and even in her sleep, Rosalind instinctively melted into his arms. Lance held her close, grateful for her warmth, but the strange feeling the dream had induced persisted, and it was a long time before Lance could allow sleep to reclaim him. Chapter 19. Rosalind was the first to awaken the next morning. Her eyes fluttered open. With a deep yawn and a languid stretch, she blinked, for a moment confused by her unfamiliar surroundings. Then her gaze fell upon the dark head nestled on the pillow, and she smiled softly, memories of last night flooding back to her. She reached out to stroke Lance's cheek, now roughened by a faint stubble of beard, several unruly strands of dark hair straggling across his brow. Even asleep the man was dangerous, the very picture of a seductive rogue. So different from the gentler aura that Sir Lance... Rosalind tried to check her thoughts before she even conjured up the name. Sir Lancelot. How had he fared last night, while she had been deliriously swept away by Lance's passionate embrace? What had her gallant knight thought when he found that painful letter of farewell she'd been obliged to leave for him? Had he understood, or had he been completely devastated? No, she couldn't think about any of that just now. It hurt far too much. Rosalind scooted closer to Lance, longing to kiss him awake, wanting, needing to lose herself in his loving once more. But he looked so exhausted, poor darling. Dark bruises smudged beneath his eyes, his breath issuing in heavy, sleep-blurred sighs. Rosalind forced herself to retreat back to her own side of the bed. It must still be quite early. She closed her eyes, but she was far too wide awake to doze off again. Tossing restively on her pillow, she took closer stock of the tower room than she had been able to do the night before. It was the first time she'd ever slept in a sorcerer's bedchamber, she thought, with a tiny shiver. Pale sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating many objects she found intriguing. A collection of strange vials atop a wooden shelf, a bookcase groaning under the weight of mysterious-looking tomes. Rosalind slipped from beneath the covers, the sight of those books an irresistible lure. The raw morning air sifted over her skin, raising gooseflesh. She was obliged to scramble back into her nightgown and wrapper before turning her attention to the bookcase. But as she examined the volumes on the shelf, her shoulders slumped in disappointment. She could not find a single one written in English, most of them inscribed in foreign tongues she could not hope to understand. She moved on to the small writing desk. There, perched atop the scarred mahogany surface, rested an unbound manuscript, not of any ancient parchment, but of modern vellum, the title page penned out in a neat hand. The True and Curious History of the St. Ledgers. Rosalind stifled a soft exclamation as she recognized Val's manuscript. She'd seen him working on it in the library only the other day. But what was Lance doing with it up here in the tower? So many pages. She ran her thumb alongside the thick stack. Knowing what she already did about the St. Ledger family, she was certain those precisely inked lines of Val's must contain an absolute treasure trove of strange stories, enough wondrous tales to satisfy even her legend-hungry heart. She fingered the top page wistfully, wondering if it would be a great breach of Val's privacy if she were merely to skim a chapter or two. She seemed to remember that Val had told her that as soon as he was finished, he would allow her to read it. Would it be so terrible if she took just a tiny peek now? She stole an uncertain glance at Lance. Her husband had burrowed deeper beneath the covers and looked unlikely to wake for some time. Rosalind stared down at the manuscript, resisting temptation for a moment longer, before surrendering. Scooping up the pages, she perched on top of an ancient trunk to take advantage of the light filtering through the windows and settled in happily to read. It was obvious immediately that the history was far from complete. Val told her he'd been having trouble gleaning enough facts on his early ancestors. Rosalind had been so tempted to tell him about his family's extraordinary connection to Sir Lancelot du Lac, but that would have been awkward, explaining the circumstances under which she had obtained her information. Val's chief concern was the elusive Prospero. The opening pages describing the great sorcerer were still rough, with many gaps, incomplete sentences, and crossed-out lines. Rosalind skimmed ahead until an intriguing segment on the St. Ledger sword caught her eye. According to legend, the infamous crystal was once part of a much larger stone, employed in some devilish invention of Prospero St. Ledger's that went horribly awry. There was a hideous explosion, and all that remained was the single piece of crystal which is now embedded in the sword. The weapon itself is magnificent, of strong-tempered steel and a hilt of pure wrought gold, but the sword derives its strange power entirely from that fragment of crystal.
The mystic stone has always meant something different to each man that possesses the great weapon, a reflection of his own unique St. Ledger power. By tradition, the heir to Castle Ledger surrenders the sword to his chosen bride upon their wedding day, along with his heart and soul forever. There have been a few recorded instances where the bride herself has been visited by a surge of arcane power, able to share a portion of her true love's own unusual abilities, as long as she clasps the sword. Rosalind shuddered, remembering the times she had so innocently handled that mighty weapon. Dear heavens! If she was indeed Lance's chosen bride, anything might have happened, according to what Val had written. She could have experienced some terrifying flash of the future, or sent objects flying, or... Rosalind checked her alarmed imaginings, reminding herself that Lance possessed none of these powers, so she could not have shared them, sword or no sword. Lance claimed that he had no unusual St. Ledger ability. But no, Rosalind frowned, in an effort of memory. That was not precisely what her husband had said. He had faltered, I don't have any talents that are of any particular use to anyone." Rosalind's gaze shifted thoughtfully toward the man slumbering upon the bed. She had once thought Lance St. Ledger the most arrogant person she'd ever met. But she was coming to realize quite the opposite. He was modest, even disparaging about his heroic actions during the war and all the good deeds he'd performed after. Might he not be likewise dismissive toward any more unusual talent he had inherited? Rosalind sifted through the pages on her lap, wondering what Val might have to say about his brother's abilities, if Val had got that far in his chronicles. He had. Rosalind pounced upon Val's account of the present-day St. Ledgers. Anatole, with his glimpses of the future, his daughter Maria, who sometimes obtained visions of the past. Val, with his healing gift for absorbing another's pain. Marius, who could probe the secret emotions other men kept locked in their hearts. Caleb, who apparently had the ability to communicate with four-legged creatures. Scores of St. Ledgers with talents, both wondrous and strange. But Rosalind skimmed over them, looking impatiently for the one name above all others that she sought. Of all the supernatural gifts inherited by the St. Ledger family, none has proved more amazing and terrifying than the power of Lance St. Ledger. Rosalind's eyes widened in disbelief the further she read. Surely what Val described here had to be impossible. How could any mortal man separate from his own body, send his soul drifting out into the night, turning into a phantom version of himself? A phantom version of Lance St. Ledger. Sir Lancelot St. Ledger. Rosalind felt her heart go still, dark suspicion crowding into her mind. Impossible, painful suspicion that would not be banished, no matter how hard she tried. It couldn't be true. It simply couldn't be. Her gaze roved desperately around the room, as though seeking reassurance from somewhere, anywhere. But what she spied was the glint of metal beneath the bed, the sunlight, like prying fingers, catching at the tip of some pooled garment all too hauntingly familiar. The manuscript page fluttered from Rosalind's numb fingers. She sat there for a long time before she could rouse the courage to move, to creep across the room. Crouching down, she tugged out the discarded garment she had spotted, the metal links of the shirt heavy in her hand, the mail shirt of a long-ago warrior, or a gallant knight. Rosalind's heart constricted. It was as if she had just stumbled upon some cherished memento of a lover she had lost, a valiant hero felled in some great battle. Except Sir Lancelot hadn't died. He had never even existed. At least not her Sir Lancelot. the tender friend she'd rushed to meet on so many warm summer nights. He'd never been anything more than a jest, a deception, a St. Ledger illusion. She clutched the mail shirt to her, pillowing her cheek against the steely links, as cold as all her foolish imaginings seemed to have grown. It was at this unfortunate moment that Lance rolled over, stirring awake. His eyes fluttered half open, and he peered drowsily up at her. "My lady," he murmured. The husky voice was Sir Lancelot's, the seductive smile purely Lance St. Ledger. Rosalind felt something snap inside of her, her heart pierced clean through by a hurt and an anger the likes of which she'd never known. "You despicable villain!" she cried. "What?" Lance's eyes flew wide as he came more fully awake. He struggled to a sitting position. "Rosalind, sweetheart, whatever is the—" He gave a sharp gasp as Rosalind slapped the full weight of the chain mail against his bare chest. He looked bewildered, so confused for a moment that she experienced a wild hope that she would yet discover she'd made a mistake. But as Lance clutched at the metal shirt, glancing down to see what she had hit him with, a flush of guilt spread across his cheeks that condemned him more surely than the coat of mail. "Oh, Lord," he groaned, stealing a stricken glance up at her. Rosalind balled her hand into a fist and pressed it hard to her lips to keep from either hitting him or bursting into furious tears. She wasn't sure whose betrayal hurt her the most, that of the man who had made love to her so tenderly, so passionately in this bed last night, or that of the one who'd pretended to be her heroic friend, always listening to her woes with such gentleness, such compassion. That was the worst part of fancying oneself in love with two different men, she was fast discovering. They both could break your heart. "How could you do this to me?" she choked, remembering all the misery she'd gone through before coming to Lance, wrestling with her agonizing choice, practically tearing herself in two. "How could you make such a fool of me, getting me to believe that—" Rosalind whirled away from him, unable to continue, scarce able to bear the sight of him. She stumbled toward the tower stair, only wanting to escape back to the solitude of her own bedchamber. But Lance scrambled out of bed and managed to block her way, a formidable barrier of naked, hard-muscled man, but his hands were achingly gentle as he reached for her. "Rosalind, please, my dearest, you've got to let me explain." "Explain?" She shrank away from him. "Exactly what is there to explain?" "About that chainmail." "Oh, I believe its purpose is clear enough to me, Sir Lancelot. Just another one of Lance St. Ledger's little jests." Lance flinched as though she'd slapped him. "Rosalind, you can't believe that. Surely you know me better by now." "Which one of you?" she responded bitterly. "You or Sir Lancelot?" "Rosalind, I'm sorry. I know how badly I must have hurt you, and God knows I've no right to ask anything from you. But please, if you would but stay, give me 5 minutes." Rosalind didn't want to give him anything. She wanted to sweep imperiously past. But her way was barred by more than the breadth of his powerful shoulders, by the intent expression in his dark eyes. "Damn him," she thought, swallowing thickly. After what he'd done, what right did he have to stand looking at her that way, so sad and wistful? But she had no choice except to comply with his request. Her knees had begun to tremble so she was not sure how long they would continue to support her. She backed away from Lance and sunk rigidly down atop the ancient chest. Keeping a wary eye on her, Lance paced back toward the bed, hunting for his discarded clothing. Not merely because it was less than dignified to conduct such a grim discussion naked, but to give himself time to think what the deuce he was going to say to her. But as he scrambled into his breeches, he feared that centuries might not be enough for that, to help him find the right words to repair the damage he'd done, to soothe away the raw hurt he saw shimmering in her soft blue eyes. He cursed himself 1,000 times over for not having found the courage to tell her the truth himself, in some gentler fashion. Shrugging into his shirt, Lance felt like a warrior, girding himself for battle, the most important battle he'd ever waged in his life, to win back his lady's trust, perhaps even her heart. He approached Rosalind, manfully bracing himself for the hail of her fury or the gentle rain of her tears. He was not as prepared to find her so pale, so quiet, her delicate features set into such a stony expression it alarmed him. He crept toward her, his bare foot trotting on a discarded sheet of vellum. He bent to pick it up, frowning when he saw what it was, a portion of Val's History of the St. Ledgers. One paragraph in particular seemed to leap out at him. Lance St. Ledger possesses the uncanny ability to ease himself into a deep trance, a death-like state in which his spirit leaves his body and goes drifting through the night. Lance pulled a grim face, realizing it was not the evidence of the chainmail alone that had tripped him up. "Thank you, St. Valentine," he murmured. Rosalind shot him a reproachful glance. "Don't you dare try to blame your brother for any of this." "I don't, believe me, Rosalind. At this moment I am cursing no one but myself. It is just that I didn't want you to find out the truth like this." "You didn't want me to find out at all." Lance started to deny it, but found that he couldn't, not entirely. He realized that a part of him had been cowardly enough to wish that Sir Lancelot would just fade into the twilight, no more than a pretty memory, no questions asked. He sighed and gathered up the strewn pages of the manuscript, restacking his brother's precious book carefully back on the desk. Rosalind had her arms locked tightly over her breasts, her face averted. Lance knelt down on the stone floor, directly in front of her, so that she would be forced to look at him. After a brief hesitation, he reached for her hand. She did not try to resist, but her fingers rested cold and unresponsive within his. "Rosalind," he began, "I never meant for my posing as Sir Lancelot to get so far out of hand. God knows that hurting you with it was the last thing I ever wished to do. It all began as merely an accident." "An accident?" "Aye. That night we'd first met, I'd been attending that fair in the village, masquerading as a knight for a mock tournament. It was also the night the St. Ledger sword was stolen from me. I was still wearing my costume when I went out drifting in search of the weapon. You see, when I put myself into the trance, my shade, or whatever the devil it is that leaves my body, tends to assume the appearance of how I looked when I went to sleep." He scanned Rosalind's face desperately for any sign that she was listening to him, at least trying to understand. Her expression was not encouraging, but Lance forced himself to continue. "That was how I came to stumble upon you at the inn, looking like I was the ghost of some knight of the Round Table." Rosalind's lips thinned. "Not some knight? Sir Lancelot du Lac. You told me you were Sir Lancelot." Lance winced. "Yes, I did. But, Rosalind, you have to understand. You caught me drifting. I had pledged to my father that I would never reveal my strange ability to anyone outside of the family. I have managed to keep so few of my promises to him. It seemed desperately important that I honour at least that one.
That explains the first night, Lance. But what about all the others? Why did you let the deception go on, filling my head full of such nonsense, telling me that you—"
Her voice broke, and Lance thought that she would weep. But Rosalind compressed her lips tightly together, stealing the delicate line of her jaw. He squeezed her hand, caressing those soft fingers, trying to chafe some warmth into them, the comfort he seemed unable to convey. "I don't know," he murmured. "I hardly understand myself what possessed me to continue such a masquerade, long after I should have told you the truth." He gave a shaky laugh. "Hell, I almost wish it were Sir Lancelot here with you now instead of me. He always seemed better at knowing what to say to you." Rosalind wrenched her hand from him.
"Oh, stop it, Lance!" she cried. "There is no Sir Lancelot. He is you."
"No, he is not." Lance shook his head sadly. "Just a dream I created for us both. You were a damsel in distress, and you needed a hero, the kind of hero I always wanted to be, a knight in shining armour. And you looked at me as if that was exactly what I was. And for a little while, I could pretend too." Rosalind raised her eyes to his, her expression now more sorrowful than angry.
"Do you know what really hurts most of all in this, Lance?"
"That I never told you the truth. Not even last night. Rosalind, I wanted to. I was simply too afraid that—"
"No, that's not it."
She pushed to her feet, brushing past him.
"It has nothing to do with Sir Lancelot. It is the way you made me feel when you were Lance and Ledger. That I was this strong, capable woman. That you respected me, my opinions, my intelligence."
"Rosalind, I do."
"No, obviously you don't. And why should you? A dream-ridden little fool too ready to believe in anything. A silly schoolgirl cherishing a tendre for someone who didn't even exist."
"Rosalind." Lance moved toward her, trying to take her into his arms. But she slipped away from him, shaking her head.
"It's all right. I've grown up at last. You don't have to bother pretending to be Sir Lancelot anymore. You don't even have to pretend that you love me."
Before he could stop her, she bolted from the chamber, disappearing beneath the arch and down the curving stone stair. But not before he'd glimpsed the disillusionment, the self-loathing darkening her eyes, emotions he was all too familiar with because he'd experienced them in full measure himself, the day he'd realized what a fool he'd been over Adele Montroy. Lance started to go after Rosalind, only to bring himself up short, feeling sick. His sweet lady of the lake, what on earth had he done to her? And would he ever be able to make it right? He'd found a taste of heaven in Rosalind's arms last night. But trust Lance and Ledger to find a way to turn it into hell. Perhaps all that Rosalind needed was a little time to be alone, to cry out her hurt over his deception, to think, to compose herself. But Lance didn't seem able to give it to her. Good God, his lady didn't even realize how he felt about her. He paced outside her bedchamber door, which remained closed in his face, locked against him. Lance strained to listen through the thick wood, thinking he might have been relieved to hear some muffled sobs. But this terrible silence was starting to unnerve him. He knocked again, pleading for perhaps the dozenth time. "Rosalind, please, just let me in. I won't try to touch you. I only want to talk to you." No response, not even a go to the devil. Lance hammered louder. "You have to listen to me, Rosalind, please. You have to at least let me tell you how much I love you. I lied to you about a lot of things, but never about that." Nothing. Only that relentless silence. His fear and desperation caused his patience to thin. Crouching down, he bellowed through the keyhole, regardless of what servants might be passing by to hear. "Blast it all, Rosalind! If you don't open this door, I swear I'm going to drop my body right out here on the floor and drift through the wall. I don't care if it is daylight." Before she could respond, or Lance could even start to act on his threat, he heard the stately stump of Will Sparkin's wooden leg as the St. Leger butler approached, no doubt drawn by all the commotion Lance was raising. But he didn't care. "Rosalind!" Lance rattled the doorknob in pure frustration. "Master Lance." "Not now, Sparkins," Lance snapped. "As you can see, I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment." "Master Lance, please." Something in the older man's voice caused Lance to look round. Despite the grim accident in his youth that left Will Sparkins with one missing limb, Lance had never seen the family retainer ever look other than cheerful and serene. But his deep-set eyes peered at Lance from beneath his thatch of grey hair, with such an unusually grave expression that Lance's hand froze on the doorknob. "Sir, you're wanted below stairs immediately." "What the devil's the matter?" Lance demanded. "Something's happened to your brother." "Val? Good God, don't tell me he fell asleep with his candle burning and nearly set his pillow afire again." But despite his impatient words, Lance experienced a frisson of unease. "No, sir. Master Valentine's been shot." "What?" Lance's hand fell away from Rosalind's door. He stared at Will Sparkins as though the older man had lost his mind. "Val shot?" That was ridiculous, unless Val had been attempting to clean a loaded pistol. His brother knew nothing of firearms, and he cared about them even less. "Are you telling me there's been some sort of accident?" "No, sir." Will swallowed quickly. "There was apparently a confrontation last night between Master Val and that Captain Mortmain." Lance felt his veins turn to ice. Rafe and Val had fought a duel? No, that was equally impossible. Lance sought to reassure himself. He'd put a stop to any such nonsense that day in the library, when he'd warned Val to stay away from Rafe. And he'd had breakfast with Rafe himself only yesterday morning, smoothing things over between them. Rafe would not have shot his brother. He couldn't have. His heart beginning to thud uncomfortably fast, Lance shoved past Will. He never noticed Rosalind's door crack open as he headed for the stairs. Will stumped after him, trying to keep up as Lance fired anxious questions over his shoulder. "Where was Val hit? How bad is it? Where have you taken him?" "In the still room, sir. But—" Lance didn't wait to hear more. He raced down the stairs, leaving Will far behind, a sick feeling of dread curling in the pit of Lance's stomach. A dread as cold as that vague nightmare that had inexplicably awakened him last night. No, not a nightmare. More like a chilling premonition of what might await him. Lance charged down the narrow hall that led toward a small chamber off the kitchens. A throng of servants was assembled outside of the stillroom. Grim footmen, frightened housemaids, and even Will's oldest son, Jem, the lad who worked at the Dragon's Fire Inn. The boy came about at Lance's approach, tears beating dirty streaks down his thin face. He was sobbing so hard Lance could barely understand him. "Oh, Mr. Lance! Sorry, should have stopped him. Should never have gotten him that key." But Lance ruthlessly shoved the incoherent boy aside, his heart now hammering with a fear so sharp it was almost painful. He pushed his way into the barren recess of the stillroom, an austere chamber he'd hated since his childhood, associating it with the agony of broken bones and bitter medicine. Val had been laid out on the wooden table.
and Lance drew up short at the sight of him. He'd often thought in recent years of his brother as fragile, but Val looked even frighteningly smaller, as though he'd shrunk. Lance stumbled toward him, concealing his alarm behind a low growl. "Damn it, Val, what nonsense have you been about? Do you think I want to be digging a bullet out of you before I've even had my breath?" He broke off, seeing that his brother's eyes were sealed closed. So pale, so still. Val's features were smoothed out in a terrible serenity for a man whose waistcoat was covered with dried blood. "Val!" Lance bent over him, urgently calling his name, sharply patting his cheek. Val's skin felt so damned cold. A wild panic shot through Lance, but he quelled it, snapping out fierce orders to the hushed throng behind him. "Why the blazes are you all standing round? Has Dr. Marius been sent for?" "Master Lance." It was Will Sparkins. Panting, the older man had finally caught up to him. But why the devil wasn't Will doing anything, except standing there regarding Lance so mournfully? "Somebody fetch me some water and some bandages." "Master Lance," Will quavered. "Move!" Lance began, fumbling with the layers of Val's blood-stiffened clothes himself. Dimly he was aware of the servants shuffling back, and someone slipping to his side. Rosalind, a soft presence in this harsh room. She took one look at Val, her eyes misted with tears, but Lance sensed they were no longer from the hurt that he had caused her. She tugged at Lance's arm, trying to pull him away from the table. "Lance, please. There is nothing you can do for Val." She gazed sadly up at him, whispering what they all realized, but no one had the courage to tell him. "Lance, your brother is dead." Chapter 20. Lance cradled his brother in his arms, his chest heaving with the strain of Val's inert form and the weight of his own heart, heavy enough to break beneath its load of grief and rage. His throat constricted with unshed tears, and a fierce cry of denial trapped deep inside of him. Rosalind's sad words continued to echo through his mind as he half-dragged, half-carried Val toward the ancient castle keep. "Lance, there's nothing you can do for Val. Your brother is dead." "No, no, no!" With a ragged breath, Lance managed to shift Val enough to shove open the heavy door. Kicking it closed behind him, he carted his brother into the vast chamber and laid Val out as gently as he could upon the oak banquet table. The silent stone walls all round him seemed to echo with memories of days gone by, so clear they were painful. Sounds of two boys thwacking away at each other with wooden swords, calling out laughing challenges. Lance clutched at his brother's hand, those same healing fingers that had often reached out to him. That comforting touch Lance had as often rejected. That gentle hand, now so still and cold. Lance blinked back a fierce burning of tears. "Damn it, Sir Galahad, you can't do this! You haven't even found the Holy Grail yet!" Lance's throat constricted. "Bloody hell, Val! You haven't even found your chosen bride! What do you want to do? Go wandering through eternity all alone?" Lance's breath hitched in his chest, and he felt himself in danger of coming completely undone. He stepped back from his brother, struggling to regain command of himself, to do what he had come here to do, his one last desperate hope. He stalked toward the portrait wall, all those generations a blur before his eyes. He sought out the one painting that had always dominated the others, the man that had begun all this St. Ledger madness. "Prospero!" Lance called hoarsely. Those mysterious, slanted eyes seemed to stare back at him from the depths of the portrait. Colours still vivid, even though the painting had once nearly been destroyed during a grim confrontation between his father and the sorcerer. According to the family legends, the portrait had been miraculously mended by one who'd always possessed far more power than any mere mortal. "Prospero!" Lance called again, his gaze flicking around the towering walls. The wily sorcerer came and went as he pleased, never answering anyone's bidding. But it had to be different this time. "Prospero!" Lance's voice gained with the strength of his desperation. "Answer me, damn it! I need you!" A chill swept through the hall, but Lance barely noticed it. He already felt so infernally cold. Prospero emerged from the depths of his own portrait, but with none of his usual flair. Even his iridescent scarlet tunic had lost some of its lustre. Or was it merely that the entire castle ledger seemed suddenly enshrouded in a mist of gloom? "Well, boy," Prospero demanded, his unnerving gaze fixed intently upon Lance's face. Lance released a shuddering sigh, not certain whether to thank God or the devil for Prospero's appearance. At the moment, he didn't really care which. Lance stumbled toward the sorcerer. "You've got to help me. It's my brother. He... I know." Profound sadness robbed Prospero's face of all its customary arrogance. "Then you see what has to be done." Prospero's thin, dark brows arched questioningly. "You have to use your power to help him," Lance went on, his voice roughened with impatience and despair. "Bring Val back." Prospero cast him a glance of such deep pity that Lance instinctively shrank from it. With rare gentleness, the sorcerer said, "I fear you greatly overestimate my powers, lad." "You say that?" Lance cried. "The mighty wizard who's always boasting of what he can do? Well, here's your chance to prove it. You mended that infernal portrait of yours. Now I'm asking you to mend my brother." "A man is far different from a scrap of canvas and a wooden frame." "Then summon up a stronger magic, damn it!" "I'm not God, boy. Although there was a time I was arrogant enough to think I was. But even I cannot pick the locks on the gates to heaven." "Then you are refusing to raise your brother up from the dead?" "Perhaps I'm not making myself clear. It's not that I won't help you. I can't." "Then what use are you and all your vaunted powers?" Lance choked. "What good have you ever done for this family?" "None," Prospero replied, quietly, bowing his head. "None whatsoever." Lance stared at him, his heart burning with anger, all the more powerful because it was fueled by his grief. He advanced on Prospero, fists clenched, wanting to smash the blasted sorcerer's face, wanting to hurt someone, anyone, most of all himself. "Then why don't you get the devil out of here?" he roared, "and don't bother coming back." But Prospero had already complied, vanishing into the wall, the sad wisdom in his mysterious dark eyes, haunting Lance as he faded from view. Silence descended, heavier than any Lance had ever known. The welcome heat of his anger went out like the last flicker of a dying fire, leaving nothing but a cold heart and the ashes of despair, the chilling finality that he was now forced to accept. There truly was nothing to be done. Val was gone, and never in his life had Lance felt so alone. Rosalind hovered outside the keep, the dragon painted above the threshold, keeping guard over the door through which Lance had vanished what seemed a lifetime ago. She was still reeling from the shock of Val's death herself, but she'd scarce been able to shed a tear, her grief for her gentle brother-in-law all but swallowed up by her alarm over Lance. Savagely snarling at everyone to get away from him, he'd scooped his brother up in his arms, bearing Val off to the old keep, shutting himself away in there with his brother's body, allowing no one to enter. Rosalind was terrified that grief had caused Lance to lose his very reason. Her fear was shared by the rest of the household, no one knowing exactly what to do, all of them looking to her, from Will Sparkins to the youngest scullery maid. Rosalind had wanted to plead with them, try to explain. She was not accustomed to this sort of thing. She'd experienced death before, but in its gentler form, nothing this terrible and violent. When she'd lost her parents and then her husband, she'd been the one sheltered and comforted, permitted to do nothing but grieve. No one had ever expected her to be strong. But they were all clearly expecting it now. Will Sparkins had even begged her, "Please, my lady, you've got to go to Master Lance. Help him. You're the only one who can." Rosalind's heart had quailed, knowing that was untrue. After what had passed between them this morning, she doubted that she had any influence at all over Lance. But as she had glanced from Will to the rest of the household, all those sorrowful, frightened eyes regarding her hopefully, she'd realized she had no choice. She had to try. Nodding weakly, she had set out for the old keep, only to lose her courage when confronted by that formidable door, closed so firmly in her face, shutting her out, just as Lance had always succeeded in doing, even when she'd flattered herself that she'd known him best. This was no time for nursing wounded feelings or hurt pride over the masquerade that Lance had practiced upon her, Rosalind assured herself. Indeed, all of that had dwindled into insignificance in the face of this greater tragedy. But she still could not help feeling that the man who'd managed to deceive her so completely was a stranger to her. She didn't know Lance at all, not really. Then how could she possibly know what to say to him to ease his overwhelming sorrow? But she kept recollecting his face as she'd last seen it, wild, grief-stricken, desperate enough to do himself harm. Gathering up her nerve, she fumbled for the key that Will Sparkins had slipped to her. Her fingers were trembling so badly she could hardly fit the heavy iron key into the keyhole. But it proved unnecessary. The knob shifted, the door suddenly easing open with a low creak. "Lance?" Rosalind said, tremulously, taking a timid step forward, expecting to find him awaiting her. Whether ravaged with grief or furious at her for intruding, she had no idea. But when she stepped across the threshold, she was astonished and a little frightened to find no one on the other side of the door. It was as if some invisible hand had reached out to let her in. A cold chill swept through her, and she thought she heard a low voice rasp in her ear. "Help him." Or was that merely the promptings of her own heart, which had begun to pound unmercifully hard? Her gaze darted around the vast chamber, searching for Lance. She was almost relieved to see him sitting quietly in one of the chairs, hunched over, his back toward her, as though keeping vigil over his brother's body, Val laid carefully out on the table before him. But as she dared steal closer, she was horrified to realize Lance was weeping, sobs all the more terrible because they were so silent, racking his entire body. She'd never seen a man weep before, not even her own gentle papa. Watching Lance give way to such an unheroic weakness made her feel hollow, her heart squeezed too tight with uncertainty and fear. Rosalind pressed her hand to her mouth, her own throat knotting. It seemed hardly right she should be witnessing this. Lance would surely not want her seeing him in such a distraught condition, and she hadn't the least notion how to ease his suffering. She paused, on the verge of creeping quietly away, when Lance lifted his head, his strong, handsome face streaked with tears. He groped for his brother's hand, saying in a broken whisper, "Oh, God, Val, please, take the pain away." That ragged plea lodged itself deep in Rosalind's heart, and she stared at Lance as though seeing him for the first time. No legendary hero, no battered soldier, not even the rogue who'd first charmed, then deceived her. Simply a man who needed her love desperately, more than anyone had ever needed her before. With a strength and a calm unlike any she'd ever known, she walked straight over to her husband and placed her hand on his shoulder. "Lance?" He started violently at her touch, glancing up with dull, reddened eyes. "Give it to me," she murmured. "What?" Too dazed by his grief to understand, he attempted to wave her away. But Rosalind persisted gently. "Your pain," she said, holding her arms out to him. "Give it to me." He stared at her numbly for a long moment. Then, with a fierce cry, he wrapped his arms about her, burying his face in the folds of her skirt. Afternoon shadows stretched across the tower chamber, an unnatural hush settling over Castle Ledger, that solemn stillness only the presence of death could bring. Rosalind perched on the edge of the sorcerer's brocade-draped bed, watching the man she had held in her arms this past hour, soothed, caressed, and comforted, sharing their grief in a fierce mingling of tears. Never had she felt so close to Lance. But now, a terrible calm had descended over her husband, in its way almost as frightening as the previous wildness of his grief. He had allowed the servants to bear Val away so that he could be readied for burial, and Lance likewise appeared to be preparing himself. Rosalind anxiously tracked his movements as he stripped off his shoes and dragged his heavy riding boots out from under the bed. Unshaven and unkempt, he brushed back strands of disheveled dark hair from his eyes, then jammed his foot into the worn, battered leather. Rosalind scooted closer to where he had plunked himself down on the side of the bed. Mere inches separated them. Then why did she have this panicked feeling that he was somehow in danger of slipping far away from her? "What are you thinking?" she asked. He glanced round at her and attempted to offer a tender smile, although it was clear that it cost him an effort. "About Val." It was the first time Lance had even brought himself to speak his brother's name to her. Surely that was a good sign. If only Lance's voice hadn't sounded so grim. "I was thinking that there was only one thing Val ever dreaded, and that was not finding his chosen bride. Ending up wandering through eternity, unloved and alone. And that is exactly what has happened to him." "No!" Rosalind reached out to give Lance's hand a gentle squeeze. "No matter where he's gone, Val will always have our love." "Your affection would be a great joy to him, my dear. Mine, however, never did my brother much good." Lance bent down, thrusting his foot into his other boot. Rosalind's heart sank, for this was exactly what she had feared, that sooner or later Lance would get round to heaping recriminations upon himself for what had happened to Val. "Lance," she murmured, You must not blame yourself for crippling my brother, then getting him killed. She only wanted to comfort him, but his unexpected words brought her up short. Crippling him? Aye. Lance's mouth twisted bitterly. Just another charming fact about myself that I neglected to tell you, my dear. I was the one responsible for Val's lameness.
But it was some sort of accident, surely.
If you can call my trying to fling my own life away on the battlefield an accident.
Val followed you into battle? Rosalind asked in bewilderment. I never knew he'd been a soldier too.
He wasn't. Val only followed me because... Lance rose abruptly from the bed, dragging his hand wearily over the haggard planes of his face. Val has... Lance winced painfully as he corrected himself. I mean, had this uncanny ability to know whenever I was in trouble, no matter where I was, as though there was some strange link between us, perhaps because we were twins and St. Ledgers. He described it as a piercingly cold sensation that would settle right here. Lance pressed his hand over the region of his heart. I never experienced anything like it myself until last night. Perhaps because St. Valentine never got himself into any kind of trouble before. A fleeting smile touched Lance's mouth, as if at some tender recollection of his brother. But the softer expression was gone in a heartbeat as he continued. Unlike Val, I simply dismissed the premonition I had about him, rolled over and went back to sleep. But Sir Galahad always came riding to my rescue.
He followed you all the way to Spain?
Rosalind asked in awe. Aye, but that's hardly surprising, because that was during the time that Colonel Montroy was still my commanding officer and wanted me dead, and I was doing my best to oblige him. After one particularly reckless assault on the French, I finally did manage to get myself shot, a pistol ball that shattered my knee. They probably would have had to amputate my leg to save me. Not that I would have let them, Lance added, because all I wanted to do was die. And I thought I was finally going to get my wish, and then before the cannon smoke of the battle had even cleared, he was there, appearing miraculously out of nowhere, like some ministering angel reaching for my hand. Lance stared down at his own strong, calloused fingers, lightly rubbing the pad of his thumb over his knuckles, as though he was still feeling his brother's touch. You know what Val's healing gift was like, he said. You've experienced it yourself.
Yes. Oh, yes, Rosalind murmured, her hand straying to her shoulder, knowing she would never forget the sensation of her terrible pain being lifted away from her, the golden warmth that had replaced it, seeping into her through the medium of Val's gentle fingers.
Val's extraordinary gift was different with me, Lance continued. Somehow stronger and more powerful than it had ever been. He took my hand, and I could feel my pain being absorbed into him. Too much of my pain, more than even he could bear. I tried to make him release me, but I was too damned weak. No matter how I begged or cursed him, he simply wouldn't let go. He kept holding on, and something went terribly wrong.
Lance paused, his throat muscles constricting.
And when he was done, there wasn't a trace of my injury left. No blood, no scar, not on me. But Val... Well, you've seen what it did to him, Lance concluded hoarsely.
Rosalind could see too clearly what that wondrous and terrible healing had cost her husband as well.
Lance claimed he bore no scars from the incident, only because his wounds had never healed. They were still open and raw, finding expression in the darkness, roiling in his eyes, the guilt and self-loathing that ravaged his features. He was crushing his own hand, gripping his fingers so tightly his knuckles were turning white. And Rosalind doubted he was even aware of doing so. She hurried over to him, laying her hand over his, kneading his fingers until he eased his hard clasp. "Lance," she said, "whatever Val did for you, he did it out of love. He would not have wished you to torment yourself this way." "I know that," Lance replied dully. "All he ever wanted was for me to forgive myself." "Then do it now," Rosalind pleaded, laying her fingers alongside his cheek. He caught her hand, pressing a brusque kiss into her palm. "I can't." Lance turned abruptly away from her, and she heard him mutter in a voice almost too low for her to hear, "There's only one thing I can do for my brother now." Rosalind felt her veins turn to ice, for she knew all too well what he meant. "You are going after Rafe Mortmain?" Lance didn't reply, but he didn't have to. The answer was written in every rigid line of his steely frame as he stalked over to the peg where he'd hung his riding frock and shrugged himself into it. Rosalind fought to quell her rising sense of panic. "Of course, you are the acting magistrate, and Captain Mortmain will have to be arrested. Dueling is illegal, and—" "Duel?" Lance snapped. "My brother was crippled, and he scarce knew one end of a pistol from the other. I don't know what sort of confrontation took place between Val and Rafe, but it was no duel. It was cold-blooded murder." "Then Captain Mortmain is obviously a very dangerous man, and you'll have to round up a large party of men to go with you." "No. This is entirely between me and Mortmain." Lance brushed past her, and Rosalind watched wide-eyed as he stalked toward the wooden writing desk. A long leather case rested upon it that Lance had had one of the footmen fetch to him earlier. He flicked it open, and Rosalind recoiled when she saw what lay nestled against the silk lining. A rapier, more slender and graceful than the St. Ledger sword, but equally as deadly. "This belonged to my brother," Lance said. "It seems rather appropriate that I use it now." "No!" Rosalind's fingers closed desperately over Lance's as he reached for the hilt. "Have you run quite mad? Didn't you tell me that Captain Mortmain is far more skilled with a blade than you are?" "He always has been. But this time I'll have to do better, won't I?" Lance shook her off, gently but firmly, and drew the rapier out of its case. "When you challenge a man, my dear, the choice of weapons is his, and Rafe will never be stupid enough to opt for pistols." "Then don't challenge him at all," Rosalind cried. "You can't bring Val back by throwing your own life away. Lance, please, this is honourable nonsense." Lance's mouth thinned into a self-mocking smile. "Ah, but this is what a hero is supposed to do, isn't it? Avenge his brother?" "Not like this," Rosalind choked. She watched in helpless horror as Lance strapped that lethal blade to his side. Her heart thudding, she scrambled to get between him and the door. "I won't let you go charging off to get yourself killed. Do you hear me, Lance St. Ledger? Do you?" She thumped her fists against his chest as though she could pound some sense into the man. But Lance caught her wrists, sweeping her into his embrace instead. She held herself rigid for a moment, then collapsed against him in a flood of tears. She had wept so hard for Val. She thought she had cried herself out. But she found she had plenty more tears left for this frustrating, stubborn man she'd once believed so cynical. Lance St. Ledger had a code of honour so impossible no man could live by it.
but he could very well die. Rosalind clung to him, sobbing into his coat, while Lance murmured soft words in her ear that did little to reassure. How could any man sound at once so tender and so inexorable? "Sweetheart," he whispered, cradling her close. "Everything will be all right. Just pretend I'm a knight that you've sent off on a quest." The saddest sort of quest any man could ever have, Lance thought bleakly. To kill a friend. But he had to stop thinking of Rafe that way, just as he had to steel himself against the distress he was causing his lady. Both could only weaken his resolve. Pressing one last fierce kiss to her lips, Lance thrust Rosalind away from him, and then he was gone. Chapter 21. The sun faded into the shadows of twilight, a day that had seemed shrouded in darkness, giving way to a night that promised to be just as bleak. Clouds drifted across the face of the rising moon, the wind blowing in from the sea, brisk and sharp. Lance was forced to rein his gelding to a cautious trot. Not only did the gathering gloom impair his vision, but as he urged his mount forward, he ventured ever closer to dangerous ground. Lost Land. The place had long ago been christened by the local fisher folk, a stretch of coastal property that was barren and isolated, the home of the once proud and treacherous Mortmain family, both their evil and their hatred of the St. Ledgers passing from generation to generation like an infection in the blood. Lance had never wanted to believe that. Rafe was different. He'd always insisted, never listening to Val's warnings. But it had appeared that Val had been right all along, and now his innocent brother had paid the ultimate price for Lance's blind, trusting folly. Thoughts of Rafe's betrayal dogged Lance through the falling night, piercing him as deeply as the death of his brother. His jaw hardened as he sought to deaden his heart to all such feelings of pain and loss. He'd left that tender, more vulnerable part of himself far behind, back at Castle Ledger, in the warm embrace of his sorrowing lady. The gelding shied as something darted across the path ahead. Some night creature taking cover beneath the shelter of a withered bramble bush, a rodent or weasel, perhaps. Lance drew rein as he sought to soothe his mount, bringing it back under control. "Easy, Blaze," he murmured, reaching down to pat the gelding's sleek neck, able to feel the beast's tension, the same that thrummed through Lance's own veins. He tried to pierce the darkness ahead, study the layout of this most unfamiliar territory. As close as the property was to the St. Ledger's holdings, Lance had never dared set foot on Mortmain land during his boyhood. Anatole St. Ledger was not the sort of father to raise a hand to any of his children, but he threatened to take a rod to both Lance and Val if they ever disobeyed him by stealing off to investigate Lost Land. One look at his father's grim face had been enough to assure Lance that the dread lord meant what he said. Lance had always thought his father's command unreasonable, born out of that St. Ledger superstitious wariness of anything connected with the Mortmains. But as he cleared the next rise, he was no longer so sure. Enough moonlight filtered from behind the cloud cover, enabling him to see just how wild this land was spread out before him, lonely and bleak with an unmistakable aura of decay. Stunted, dying oak trees stood as grim sentinels to the blackened ruins of a burnt-out manor house, the crumbling walls etched starkly against the night sky. With none of the dramatic grandeur of Castle Ledger, the low-lying valley seemed to shuffle ignominiously down to meet the sea. Just beyond the dunes of drifted sand and seagrass was the cove, the black waves lapping against the shore, frothing like a hungry predator. The place was unwarmed by any hint of life. The local folk avoided lost land like the plague, claiming the ruins were haunted by the spirits of those Mortmain devils who, one and all, had come to a bad end. Except ghosts seldom required the use of lanterns. Lance's eyes narrowed as he could see one bobbing now, flickering behind the blasted-out windows of the manor house. When he had discovered that Rafe had fled the Dragon's Fire Inn, tracking him out here had almost seemed a forlorn hope to Lance. Rafe had never come near this place before, claiming no interest in any part of his Mortmain heritage. But in the end, it seemed the wolf was bound to return to its lair. Riding in closer, Lance saw Rafe's horse tethered just outside the ruins. He dismounted himself, lashing the gelding's reins to the skeletal branch of a salt-blasted oak. He wasn't some infernal knight charging up to strike the shield of an honourable foe in challenge, or even a local magistrate come seeking justice. Only a man hell-bent on vengeance. Until he knew exactly what the deuce Rafe was up to, Lance reckoned he'd be better off approaching quietly. Lance crept stealthily, working his way toward the ruins, keeping to the shadows as best he could. Crouching low, he darted forward, ducking behind a portion of crumbling wall. Lance craned his neck, peering over the blackened stonework. Destroyed by fire decades ago, the manor had ceased to resemble any place that had ever been inhabited, the roof nothing but a canopy of darkened sky. A mass of fallen stonework, marked where the great hearth in the main hall must have been. No welcoming fire blazed there now, or ever would again. The only light came from the lantern that Rafe had managed to hang from a twisted bit of iron jutting out from the wall. The lantern's glow flickered eerily over Rafe as he paced, his dark, multi-caped cloak slung about his shoulders. From time to time he paused to glance through a gaping hole in the far wall, peering seaward, almost as though he expected rescue from that quarter, some phantom ship to appear on the horizon that would spirit him away. Impossible. No one but a madman would anchor any sort of vessel near Lost Land's inhospitable shoreline. The jagged reefs of the cove treacherous enough by day, let alone by the dark of night. Rafe shifted his cloak to consult his pocket watch, and then sank down, perching himself atop a pile of rubble, his aquiline features stilled in that brooding expression Lance knew far too well. Lance stared, searching Rafe's countenance for what? Some sign of the evil? The depravity that everyone else had recognized and Lance had never been able to see. Rafe still looked too damned much like the man he'd cracked a bottle with only yesterday, sharing a laugh, a jest, a few reminiscences over past foolish escapades. The same man who'd wrung his hand in an unusually hard clasp, his mouth twisting in a melancholy smile, as though Rafe had known even then that it might be the very last time they parted in friendship. Lance felt a hard lump rise in his throat, and he swallowed it, blotting out Rafe's features, conjuring up the gentle image of his brother instead. Making no further effort to conceal his presence, Lance stood up and climbed through the tottering opening, all that remained of the manor's imposing front door. When his boot struck up a spray of pebbles, Rafe started from whatever dark reverie absorbed him. His head jerked up, and he paled at the sight of Lance, like a man confronted by a phantom melting out of the darkness. But apparently Rafe Mortmain was far too accustomed to dealing with the ghosts of his past. He rose unhurriedly to his feet as Lance advanced upon him. "Well, Captain Mortmain," Lance grated, making a contemptuous gesture towards the broken walls that surrounded them. "Welcome home." "Lance," Rafe murmured. "You act as though you were expecting me." "No, I was rather hoping never to see you again."
I'll wager that you were, considering the fact my brother was found dead this morning, lying face down in the lane. I know. I'm sorry. Damn the bastard for being able to sound as though he meant it. Not half as sorry as you're going to be that you killed him, Lance grated. Something dark, unreadable, flickered in Rafe's eyes. You think that I was the one who murdered the noble Valentine? Are you telling me you didn't? Lance demanded. Rafe gave a harsh laugh. No, why would I bother trying to do that? His mouth compressing in a taut line, he said, I think you'd better do us both a favour, Lance. Get back on your horse and get the devil out of here. Pivoting on his heel, Rafe turned and stalked haughtily away from Lance, exactly as though he were the lord of this tumble-down pile of ruins, dismissing some unwanted guest. Lance felt a flicker of uncertainty, the stirring of a hope so desperate it was painful. He stalked after Rafe, saying, Blast you, Mortmain! This is no time for any of your stubborn pride. Jem Sparkins told me that you caught Val searching your room last night, and the chambermaid at the inn said you had a violent quarrel. You nearly knocked my brother down the stairs. Aye, Rafe drawled. My usual response when a man is threatening to beat my brains out with his cane. Lance started to retort that Val would never do a thing like that, but he hesitated, frowning. Like most gentle people who seldom lost their tempers, he knew that Val could be rather explosive when he was goaded too far. What happened to set Val over the edge like that? Lance asked. Did he find something in your room? Rafe hunched his shoulders in a contemptuous shrug, turning his back on Lance. Lance seized the collar of his cloak, wrenching him round. Damn it, Rafe, you've got to tell me the truth. What really happened? Lance broke off, feeling his face drain of all colour. He tugged with such force he yanked Rafe's cape half off, exposing the ghost-like white of Rafe's shirt-sleeves, and something more besides. A leather cord dangled from his neck, the object attached to the end, glittering against the dark folds of Rafe's waistcoat. A shard of crystal. Even in the weak light of the lantern, the fragment of mystic stone gleamed, taunting Lance. Lance's hand fell limp to his side. He stared directly into Rafe's eyes for a long moment, eyes that blazed back at him with a strange mingling of guilt and defiance. The eyes of a stranger. Lance swallowed hard, despising Rafe Mortmain, despising himself even more for still being vulnerable to these sensations of shock and betrayal. The brief hope he dared to entertain shattered him with the same ruthless force Rafe had used to hack the shard of crystal from the St. Ledger sword. Rafe's hand closed over the glittering fragment, tucking it back out of sight beneath his shirt. "I'm sorry you had to see that," he murmured. "So am I," Lance said. "Is that what Val discovered when he searched your room last night?" Rafe nodded. "Right before you killed him." Lance's eyes clouded with the image of the bloodstains he'd discovered in the narrow lane behind the inn, the place where Val had crawled in his effort to escape, to find help, the place where his brother had died, alone. All the grief, the raw emotion Lance struggled to suppress, broke through in an angry surge. He knotted his fist and drove it hard into Rafe's jaw. Rafe staggered back, clutching his face, but Lance scarce felt the pain spiking up his hand. He stripped out of his riding coat, flinging it to the ground, his lips forming in a cold sneer. "I trust you will spare me the usual formalities of issuing a challenge." Lance unsheathed Val's rapier, holding up the gleaming blade to the light. "As you can see, I anticipated your choice of weapon." Rafe didn't stir so much as a muscle, even at the sight of the deadly length of steel. "I've already done you enough wrong, Lance," he said tersely. "I have no intention of fighting you." Lance levelled the tip of the rapier directly over Rafe's heart. "Then prepare to be cut down with as little mercy as you showed my brother." Rafe's gaze flickered hesitantly from the sword to Lance's face,
Whatever he saw there caused him to retreat a step. With an expression of more resignation than anger, he stripped down to his shirt sleeves and drew forth his own weapon. Lance braced himself as Rafe faced him, rapier poised in the same sort of mocking salute that he'd always used to begin their pretend battles. Only this time, their blades came together in a deadly hiss of steel. They fought in grim silence, every muscle tensed. Lance thrust and parried, meeting each lethal flash of Rafe's weapon with a fierce challenge of his own. Lance strove not to make his usual errors, the reckless lunges that would enable Rafe to emerge the victor. The cost of such mistakes this time would be far too high. As he circled Rafe, seeking an opening, he felt neither fear nor anger. His heart encased in ice, more detached from his own body than when he night-drifted, as though this were no more than a bad dream, or a destiny far older than these ruins. St. Ledger against Mortmain, condemned by some ancient feud to duel to the death throughout all time. Only Lance never seemed to have known that, or accepted it, until now. The lantern light threw eerie shadows upon the tumble-down walls, the silhouettes of two men engaged in a desperate battle to kill or be killed. Lip curled back in a savage sneer, Lance drove Rafe hard, taking a vicious satisfaction when he saw Rafe's energy begin to flag. The Mortmain was tiring, no longer fighting with his usual cold precision. Lance forced him ruthlessly back, honing in for the kill. In a blur of movement it was over. Rafe stumbled over a piling of rubble and fell. Lance struck his blade from his hand. He loomed over Rafe, levelling the tip of his sword at his enemy's throat. Rafe stared up at him, his chest rising and falling quickly, but not from any fear. "Go ahead," he snapped. "Finish it." Lance hesitated, perhaps because in that instant he realized that he hadn't won because of his own skill or because of Rafe's exhaustion. Rafe simply didn't care whether he lived or died. Lance knew the emotion too well not to recognize it in another man's eyes. He tried to think of Val instead, steeling his hand to drive the blade home. If only Rafe would close his blasted eyes, stop staring up at Lance with that look of dark desperation, reminding Lance too much of the wild, lost boy Rafe had once been. Lance tightened his grip on the hilt, but the sword had begun to waver in his hand. "What's the matter, St. Ledger?" Rafe taunted. "It's your destiny, isn't it, to destroy all the evil Mortmains?" Perhaps it was, Lance thought grimly. A part of his heritage as inevitable as the legend of the chosen bride. No. An image of Rosalind's sweet face forced its way into Lance's mind, and he was revolted he'd even made such a comparison. The love he felt for his gentle lady of the lake, that was true destiny, pure magic. But this... Lance stared at Rafe sprawled at his feet, helpless beneath the blade of Lance's sword. This bad blood between the Mortmains and St. Ledgers was no more than the brutal stupidity that Lance had always known it to be. Rafe had had a choice. So had Val. And so did he, Lance thought. Never even in his days as a soldier had he derived satisfaction from killing, and Rafe Mortmain had nearly goaded him into that. Lance lowered his sword, feeling sickened. He glanced down at his one-time friend with a wearied sigh. "Maybe you simply aren't worth the bother, Rafe." Rafe struggled up onto one elbow, his brow furrowing with confusion and disbelief. "You're going to let me go?" "No. As acting magistrate, I'm arresting you. I'll take you back to Toracum. You'll receive a fair trial." "A fair trial for a Mortmain in Toracum? You might as well hang me now, and—" Rafe broke off, tensing, his gaze shifting to some point in the darkness beyond Lance.
Lance heard the crunch of a footfall, and then Rafe's alarmed cry. "Lance!" Lance spun round just as there was a deafening explosion. He felt the deadly whisper of a pistol ball hiss past his ear, but before he could even react, the burly figure behind him charged. The heavy butt of the smoking pistol cracked hard against the side of Lance's skull. He felt his sword dropping from his nerveless fingers. His knees buckled as he swayed, his head swimming with blinding pain and confusion. He attempted to focus on the coarse, heavy features of his attacker. Silas Braggs, the landlord of the Dragon's Fire. What the devil was he doing here? Rushing to the aid of Rafe Mortmain? But that notion wasn't half so bewildering as the thought that seeped into Lance's mind as he sagged to the ground, losing consciousness. Rafe had tried to warn him. Lance's head tossed to one side as he struggled to make his way back to consciousness. A difficult journey, since the path was barred by the hideous pain throbbing behind his temples. But he fought the darkness, compelled by a strong sense of urgency, of danger. He tried to move, open his eyes, but the world was a blur, dipping and rocking round him. A wave of nausea hit him, and he had to close his eyes, gulping in a shuddering breath. But somewhere, beyond the swaying darkness, beyond the ache pounding through his skull, there was a voice, insistently calling his name. "Lance! Lance!" He winced as he felt something pressed to his brow. A cloth, cold and damp, soothed away some of the dark webs that clouded his mind. His lashes fluttered as he risked opening his eyes again, tensing at the sinister shadow looming over him, only to relax as his vision cleared and he saw who it was. Rafe. It was Rafe, bending anxiously over him, dabbing a cold compress against his forehead. Despite his pain, Lance's mouth wobbled in a relieved half-smile. His gaze drifted past Rafe, woozily taking in the rest of his surroundings. He was lying on a narrow, hard bed in a cramped, austere chamber with a low-beamed ceiling. The only other furnishings were a chair and a small desk bolted to the wall. A lantern swayed overhead, the entire room swaying along with it. And not merely from the reeling in his head, Lance realized with a jolt. He was in a cabin on the deck of some ship. But how the blazes did he get here? The last he remembered, he'd been at Lost Land, the walls of the ruined manor towering above him, and he and Rafe had been... Lance's gaze drifted back to the man bending over him, recollection striking him with as much force as another blow to the head. He tensed, struggling to bolt upright, a feat made difficult by more than his throbbing head. Lance realized he was bound hand and foot, tightly lashed with a rough cord of rope. Rafe's hand clamped on his shoulder, thrusting him back down. "Easy, Lance," he purred. He turned away from the bed long enough to fetch a glass of some amber-colored liquid. "Here, drink this," he commanded, easing his hand behind Lance's neck in an effort to raise him up. But Lance resisted, clamping his jaw shut. "It's not poison, only brandy," Rafe said with a hint of impatience. "Drink it, it will do you good." "I didn't think doing me good was high on your list of priorities, Mortmain," Lance said hoarsely. He raised his hands instinctively to take the glass himself, only to utter a frustrated oath at his restraints. "Sorry about the necessity for that," Rafe said, "but I wasn't about to risk fighting you again, or finding myself overpowered and marched back to Toracum for that fair trial." Lance winced at both the sarcasm of Rafe's words and the dull throb in his head. He was forced to submit to Rafe's ministrations, sipping at the glass Rafe held to his lips. Lance choked a little as the fiery liquid spilled down his throat, But the brandy flooded through his veins, warming him, and he felt a little better. Enough to study Rafe Mortmain through narrowed eyes, taking in his dishevelled state. Rafe looked pretty damn near as bad as Lance felt, his waistcoat torn open, a trace of blood on his white sleeve. Lance remembered clipping Rafe on the jaw, but that didn't explain those bruises that darkened Rafe's cheekbone, or the purple swelling beneath one eye. "You look like some dockside ruffian," Lance muttered. "Thank you," Rafe said dryly, forcing Lance to take another sip. He shifted the compress, studying Lance's skull. Lance winced when Rafe touched a particularly tender spot. "That's quite a lump you've got there, St. Ledger. But I dare say you'll live. You've got an incredibly hard head." "You should know," Lance retorted. Beneath the open neckline of Rafe's shirt, he could still see the leather cord, the fragment of crystal that condemned Rafe as the masked brigand who'd knocked him out cold on the beach the night of the masquerade. But it wasn't Rafe who'd assaulted him this time, Lance suddenly recollected. Silas Braggs. Lance's eyes darted around the cabin as though he half expected to find the oily proprietor of the Dragon's Fire lounging there, leering at him. But he and Rafe were quite alone. "Where is that bastard Braggs?" he demanded. "You don't have to worry about him." As Rafe held the glass to his lips again, Lance noticed his knuckles were raw and bruised. He glanced from Rafe's hand back to his swelling eye, and comprehension flooded him. "You fought with Braggs, didn't you? If you hadn't warned me when he took that shot, I'd be dead." Rafe said nothing. "You stopped him from killing me. Why, Rafe?" "Damned if I know," he growled irritably. "Now will you shut up and drink the rest of this?" Lance obeyed. As soon as he drained the glass, Rafe lowered him to the pillow and stepped away. He reached for the bottle, refilling the glass for himself. He tossed the liquid down his throat with a dark impatience. Lance studied him thoughtfully. This man he'd once been so sure was his friend, then equally convinced had become his enemy, only to have Rafe save him from Silas Braggs. But he was still Rafe's prisoner. And what had happened to Braggs? What the devil did he have to do with any of this? Lance closed his eyes again for a fleeting moment, his head swimming with too many unanswered questions. He felt as though he were groping his way through some dark netherworld where nothing made sense any longer. "How did we get out here?" Lance ventured, although he didn't have the damnedest notion yet where out here was. Was this ship already underway, leaving the coast of Cornwall far behind? Or merely still rocking at anchor off the dangerous shore at Lost Land? The pitching movement of the ship seemed rough to Lance, but he knew damn little about boats. That had always been Rafe's milieu. Easily bracing himself against the sway of the deck beneath him, Rafe sank down on the chair, stretching out his long legs, although the narrow cabin barely permitted such a thing. "We reached the ship by longboat, of course," he said. "And a blasted tricky maneuver it was, too. That cove adjoining my ancestor's fine piece of property is a cursed nuisance to navigate in the dark. And I'd forgotten how damned heavy you are to move when you're out cold, St. Ledger. It took 2 of my men to do so. I should have remembered that time you passed out on me when we were carousing with those red-headed wenches at Penrith, and I was obliged to cart you home." No, Lance was tempted to retort. Rafe should have remembered that Lance had been his friend, willing to defend Rafe Mortmain against the entire world, including his own brother. But Lance swallowed the bitter remark, asking instead, "And just whose ship is this, providing you with such a timely rescue?" "Mine." Lance snorted, then winced, the harsh sound of derision causing his sore head to throb. "Since when do you own a ship?" "Since I needed one in my current business." "What business? You're a riding officer." "No, I'm a smuggler," Rafe replied coolly. Lance's jaw dropped open, but only momentarily. He snapped it closed, muttering, "I should have guessed as much. You patrolled these coasts for a long time without ever arresting anyone." "Which I could have done easily." Rafe gave an amused chuckle. "An inept lot they were, your local rogues led by that fat idiot Braggs." "Well, at least that explains Bragg's part in all this." Lance shifted painfully on the bed, the better able to stare at Rafe. Considering everything else that Rafe had done, Lance hardly knew why he should care about reports of any further infamy. But he frowned. "So, you unmasked the smugglers and then did what?" "Instead of apprehending them, you cut yourself in for a share." "No," Rafe retorted. "I took over. Lost Land, you must admit, makes a far more discreet location to land contraband goods than Toracum in the dead of night. Braggs was never exactly pleased to have me assume command, but I did the dolt a great favour." "Aye," Lance sneered. "If you are a smuggler, it must be a great convenience to have the customs officer for your partner." "Don't sound so disgusted, Sir Lancelot. I doubt that I'm the first government official to abuse my post." "No, but I thought you were a cut above the rest, Rafe. Not quite that common." Lance doubted anything he could say would have the power to sting Rafe Mortmain. Not any longer. He was surprised to see Rafe flinch, although the expression was smoothly masked over. Rafe moved calmly to pour himself another drink, and Lance reflected that they might well have been chatting in quite the old way over a bottle of port down at the Dragon's Fire. Except that he was Rafe's prisoner. The stolen piece of crystal glittered around Rafe's neck, and his brother's blood was on Rafe's hands. It couldn't alter anything that Rafe had done, couldn't possibly help Lance to know, but he felt as though he had to ask all the same. "Why, Rafe?" "Why what?" Rafe took another swallow of his brandy. "Why did I become a smuggler? Well, it's not as lucrative as it used to be during the war, but damn the smuggling! I don't care about that. But the rest of it. What you did to me, to Rosalind, my brother, betraying my trust." Lance could not keep the raw edge from creeping into his voice. "Why, Rafe? Damn it, why?" Rafe drank his brandy, silent for so long, Lance thought he didn't intend to answer. At last his mouth hooked into a slightly bitter smile. "Perhaps it was my destiny. For as long as I could remember, people had been watching me and waiting for my bad blood to emerge, for me to transform into the villainous Mortmain I was expected to be." Rafe shrugged. "How could I possibly disappoint everyone?" "Not everyone, Rafe," Lance reminded him sharply. "I never waited for that. I never expected it." Rafe stared moodily into the bottom of his glass, swirling the dregs. "No, you didn't. You persisted in believing the best of me, even when I gave you cause enough to suspect otherwise. Sometimes I think all I've ever learned of friendship I learned from you." He fixed his gaze on Lance with an intent, brooding expression. "How is it possible to have felt so close to another man, and yet envy him so much? And I did envy you, St. Ledger, so fiercely. It was like a poison eating at my soul. Not your wealth or your land, but your heritage. Not a legacy of cursed villains and the scum of the earth, but legends of heroes and magic and love. And that incredible blade with its alluring stone. The St. Ledger sword? Aye, that damnable magnificent sword." Rafe sighed bitterly. "All that magic, all that power, and you treated it as though it meant nothing to you. That night of the fair, you flashed it around as though it was some toy made of wood and paste. Lance squirmed. His behavior didn't excuse what Rafe had done, but he flinched with shame. "So I decided to steal the sword," Rafe went on. "After all, I reasoned, what the devil would you really care? I simply waited for my chance. When you set off, up the beach alone, I came up behind you, and you know the rest." Rafe straightened and fished a small pouch from the pocket of his waistcoat. He dumped out the contents into his hand, and almost defiantly slapped the objects down on the table where Lance could see them. His missing watch and signet ring. "I took these as well, in an effort to divert your suspicion, to make you think you'd been set upon by a common footpad. I always meant to find a way to return them to you. Just as I suppose you eventually meant to give back the sword," Lance said coldly. A ghost of a smile touched Rafe's lips. "Believe it or not, I did. From the moment I had that sword in my possession, it didn't feel right somehow. So awkward and heavy in my hands. And that crystal. That's a damned peculiar stone, St. Ledger. Brilliant, mesmerizing, playing tricks with my mind." Rafe seemed unable to restrain a shudder. "You will probably laugh when I tell you this." "I doubt it," Lance interrupted. "I seem to have lost my sense of humor, Mortmain." Rafe grimaced but continued. "When I was staring into that crystal, somehow, all I could think of was you. Not as you are now, but the way you were that long-ago summer we were boys. A mere scrub of a brat, forever tugging at my heels." Rafe sighed. "Lord, how I wanted to hate you. That was the one legacy my mother left me, the only thing she'd ever bothered to teach me, to hate St. Ledgers. And yet there you were, beaming up at me like I was your long-lost brother or something, flying out with your puny fists at anyone who dared taunt me for being a Mortmain. You were so damned honourable even then, Sir Lancelot, with all these notions of what was right, fair, and just." "Am I supposed to be touched by these recollections, Rafe?" "No." Rafe ground his fingertips wearily against his eyes, almost as though he wished he could discard the memories himself. Lance certainly wished he could do so. It would make hearing all this so much easier, he thought bitterly. If he could just forget that he and Rafe had ever been friends. Rafe went on gruffly. "In any event, the sword made me feel so damned strange, I decided to give it back. I did break off a small fragment of the crystal to keep for myself. I don't know why. Perhaps because that's all I ever wanted. Just a small piece of all that you had and took for granted. I didn't want to be caught with the sword in my possession, so I hid it in the storeroom at the inn until I could think of some plausible way to get it back to you. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Lady Carlion somehow stumbled upon my hiding place. So you tracked her out to the Maiden Lake that night and shot her." Lance glared at him. He might be able to pardon Rafe for being tempted to steal the sword, but what he'd done to Rosalind, that was unforgivable. "I never intended to shoot her," Rafe muttered. "You aimed a loaded pistol at a woman. What did you expect to happen?" "I expected her to be reasonable when I told her to hand over the sword, damn it." Rafe shook his head, scowling. "But I swear she would have fought me to the death. Somehow I think she set a higher value upon that sword than either one of us." "She did," Lance said, the hard set of his mouth softening in spite of himself, as he remembered Rosalind's fierce conviction that she had found Excalibur. In a tone of grudging admiration, Rafe continued, "The little fool actually attacked me with the sword, tried to knock the pistol out of my hand. The damned thing went off just as you arrived, and I fled. I never even knew I'd hit her
until I heard the gossip in Toracum the next day. He added quietly, "You've no idea how relieved I was to hear that she was going to be all right. But obviously not relieved enough to have told me the truth." "Told you the truth?" Rafe gave a bark of incredulous laughter. "That I'd stolen your sword. That I'd shot the woman you planned to marry. What would you have done, Lance? Clapped me on the back and said, 'That's perfectly all right, Rafe, old fellow. These little things do happen.'" "No," Lance retorted. "But I've made enough mistakes myself. I would have tried to understand. Instead, you made me feel guilty for suspecting you. I even quarreled with my own brother, defending you. And that is what goaded Val into conducting his investigation. I'm as much responsible for my brother's death as you are." "No, you've no cause to blame yourself, Lance, or to believe any of what I'm telling you." Rafe heaved a dark, bitter sigh. "And there is no reason I should care if you do. But listen well, because I've no intention of repeating myself. I didn't kill your brother." Rafe was right. Lance had no cause to believe him, and he didn't. "It was you that Val fought with last night," he said. "The chambermaid saw you." I caught the saintly Valentine going through my room. He uncovered everything, the evidence of my smuggling partnership with Braggs, and this." Rafe drew forth the crystal shard, dangling it from the end of the leather cord. "And you still claim that you didn't—" Lance began hotly. "Yes, I do. I'll admit we exchanged some high words. There was even a scuffle, and I ejected your brother rather forcibly from my quarters. He left, I believe, with the intention of summoning enough men from the village to have us all arrested." "And you expect me to believe you just let him go?" "That's right, I did. I didn't care who he fetched. I'd already made up my mind to be gone. Shake the dust off my boots from this damned part of the world forever." "Then who killed my brother?" Rafe answered by shoving to his feet and drawing a knife from his boot. As he stalked forward, Lance shrank back, instinctively bracing himself. But Rafe's mouth snaked in a cold smile. "Don't be alarmed. I merely want to show you something." Bending down, he sawed through the cords that bound Lance's ankles, then hauled Lance to his feet. Lance swayed dizzily for a moment, fighting against the roil of the ship and the stiffness of his own legs, numb from having been bound. He would have fallen to his knees, but Rafe braced him until he was able to stagger forward. Rafe prodded him out of the cabin and up to the deck. Lance shrank back momentarily at the blast of raw wind that struck his face, carrying with it the salt mist of the sea. His eyes struggled to adjust to the mysterious moon-bound world that was Rafe's ship, strange men moving about in the shadows, the rigging creaking overhead. Lance stumbled forward until he was able to brace himself against the nearest deck rail. The ship pitching so beneath him, he was certain they must be far out to sea. But as he peered through the darkness, he was amazed to be able to make out the shore's distant outline. They were still riding at anchor, and for one moment Lance knew a wild impulse to try to jump ship, swim for it. But with his hands still tightly bound, he'd sink like a stone before he even cleared the wake of the ship. Besides, Rafe was already upon him again. Hauling him round, Rafe barked over the wind, "There! Look up there!" The command bewildered Lance, and he was slow in responding. Rafe seized his chin and forced Lance's head up for him, the wind whipping his hair across his eyes. Lance squinted, at first seeing nothing but the intricate crisscross of rigging and the towering mast of the ship. Then some of the clouds shifted from the face of the moon, the pale light silhouetting a grotesque object hanging from one of the spars.
the bulky shape of a man. As the wind tugged at the dangling body, twisting at the end of a stout rope, Lance saw who it was. Silas Braggs, his thick neck snapped to one side like a broken marionette. "There, Sir Lancelot," Rafe growled in his ear. "I give you the man who killed your brother." "My God," Lance said hoarsely, recoiling. He'd seen men hang before, in the army. Deserters, murderers, rapists. And if Rafe was telling the truth, and Braggs had killed Val, no doubt the man deserved such a fate. The sight still sickened Lance, but Rafe gazed dispassionately at Bragg's swaying form, not a ripple of emotion marring his smooth, handsome features. "My own brand of justice," Rafe said with a grim satisfaction. He averted his gaze back to Lance. "But don't flatter yourself I did it for any sentimental reasons. Out of respect for the lamented St. Valentine, or because I feel that I owed you anything. I gave Braggs a command. Your brother was to be left untouched. And no one crosses a Mortmain." Rafe uttered these last words so softly Lance almost didn't hear them over the roar of the wind and waves. But it was enough to send a chill up his spine. "You're a dangerous man, Rafe," he said. "My Uncle Marius once told me that. He said you were like some creature, part tame, part wolf." "The wise Dr. Marius, he's right. I've been wrestling with my own particular wolf for years." The hard set of Rafe's mouth wavered into an expression wearied and sad. "And I've gotten so damn tired, Lance." "It never had to be this way, Rafe. And it's still not too late for you to turn back from this course you've chosen," Lance said desperately. "If you've told me the truth, Braggs can be proven as Val's murderer. And as for your other crimes, the only one who knows about them is you." Rafe cut in. "Are you really prepared to pardon me for all I've done?" "I don't know," Lance was obliged to admit. "But a very wise man once tried to counsel me that one of the hardest things a man has to do is forgive himself." Rafe stared back at him, his eyes as black and roiling as the night, and Lance imagined he could almost see the man wrestling with his own inner demons. A clap of thunder sounded, and both Lance and Rafe involuntarily shifted their eyes skyward, where the clouds had begun to assume a more ominous hue. One of Rafe's burly seamen called out, "Dirty weather coming, Captain!" When Rafe made no reply, the man ventured, "Shouldn't we weigh anchor?" Rafe studied the sky a moment longer, his jaw setting in a grim line. "Aye," he said, almost more to himself. "Lost Land has never been a good place to ride out a storm." Striding away from Lance, he began to issue some curt commands that sent his men scrambling. He almost seemed to have forgotten about Lance until the burly seaman jerked a thumb in Lance's direction. "And what about him, sir?" Rafe paused to gaze back at Lance. Across the deck, through the billowing darkness, their eyes seemed to meet and hold, and in that one moment, Lance felt as though everything they had ever been to each other, their friendship, his very life, was weighed in the balance. Then Rafe turned away. "Put him down in the hold." "No!" Lance's heart sank, and he tried to resist, but it was a useless proposition. Weakened as he was by the blow to his head, his hands still tightly bound. Two hard-muscled seamen dragged him below deck and tossed him into some dank storage chamber at the bottom of the ship. As the hatch above his head was slammed closed, Lance was swallowed up in darkness. He wasted the first few minutes in a futile struggle to loosen his bonds that left his wrists raw and aching. Rafe had simply done too good a job of trussing him up. No doubt some damned kind of sailor's knot. As for trying to find some sharp object to cut himself loose, curse it all, Lance thought. He couldn't even see his own hands in this black hellhole. He managed to wriggle into a sitting position, bracing himself, panting against a sack of grain, even that much effort causing his head to throb. He felt the ship pitch and shudder around him, movement growing rough. Did that mean they'd finally gotten underway? Or was the storm starting to break? He listened desperately for any sounds of what was going on up above, but could hear nothing beyond the roar of the waves, the creak and groaning of the timber. He sighed, contemplating his prospects, none of which seemed too good at the moment. He tried to console himself that if Rafe had meant to dispose of him, he'd have done it before. He wouldn't have saved him from Braggs. But it would be an easy matter to toss a man overboard when they were far out to sea. Was Rafe capable of doing such a thing? Killing Lance in cold blood? Despite all that Rafe had done, Lance still didn't want to believe that. But he kept remembering the dark conflict in Rafe's eyes, remembering Marius's soft words of warning. Rafe is torn between being part wolf, part tame. You should have a care, Lance, about being too close to the man the day he finally makes up his mind. He'd believed in Rafe Mortmain once, to his great cost, Lance reflected sadly. He could no longer afford such trust, or he might well end up dead before morning. And for a man who'd once been so eager to fling his life away, Lance discovered that it was now very precious to him because of his Lady of the Lake. He thought of Rosalind and wondered what she was doing now, still weeping and worrying over him, her lovely blue eyes reddened and drenched in tears. Lance smiled sadly to himself in the darkness. Was he the first fool ever to risk his life over some damned idiotic battle, some quest for vengeance, some stupid notion of honour, only to realize when it was too late that it hadn't been worth it, that nothing was as important as being able to find himself back in his lady's gentle arms? He'd never been able to tell Rosalind how much he loved her, never had a chance to make amends for his dreadful deception. But it could not be too late for all that, Lance resolved grimly. He would not allow it to be. He was a St. Ledger, blast it, and one that had never been held back by any earthly constraints before. His heart quailed a little at the prospect of using his power now, his spirit drifting off, leaving his body behind, bound and helpless at the bottom of this ship, at the mercy of Rafe Mortmain. Yet what choice did he have? Lance argued with himself. One of his uncle Hadrian's ships might be anchored near Toricum, able to sail in pursuit of Rafe, intercept him. Lance would only drift long enough to alert someone as to his predicament, and to see Rosalind, tell her how much he loved her, assure her he was going to be all right. His decision made, Lance eased his head back against the burlap sack. Willing himself to relax, he closed his eyes, coaxing his mind down into his own special brand of darkness, where all aches, all pain, all physical awareness ceased, where he became lighter and lighter, like a ship tugging at its moorings, his spirit buoyed upward, pulling clear of the encumbrance of his flesh. He hovered for a moment, staring back at the huddled mass that was his own inert body. Then Lance drifted upward, the decks of the ship no more than a phantom-like blur. He streaked faster, having no wish to draw notice to the strange apparition he had become. Hurling himself up into the dark of night, impervious to the roar of the wind, the cold lash of the rain, the sizzle of lightning, all things that he could not feel. But he could sense the raw power of the storm. A flag, the fisher folk had always called it, this sudden fury of the elements that had brought more than one ship to grief. Hovering at the edge of the cloud cover, Lance paused to risk one look back, and what he saw filled him with alarm. The Circe was in trouble, floundering, being driven mercilessly back towards the reefs of lost land. Lance hesitated, realizing he'd just made a terrible mistake, abandoning his body back there in a ship, being tossed about as helplessly as one of those toy boats he and Val had once sailed upon the Maiden Lake. Should he go back, rejoin his body, attempt to get free, get himself out of that hold before it was too late? But it already was. As though shoved by a mighty dark hand, the Circe dashed up against the rocks. Lance watched in helpless horror as the mast caved in, the ship breaking up, preparing to take all hands down with it, including the body of Lance St. Ledger. Chapter 22. Rosalind had long ago abandoned any thoughts of sleep, even though it was well past midnight, the clock upon the mantel chiming out the early hours of a day that had yet to dawn. She wandered through the confines of the library, peering out the rain-drenched long windows. The gardens beyond were usually a place of moonlit magic, fragrant flowers and gentle breezes. But the storm that had passed over had left bent tree branches and broken petals in its wake, the sky still black and cloud-ridden, blotting out all traces of moon and stars. Rosalind bit down upon her knuckle to still her fears, her worries about her husband having been caught out there in that storm, lost in his dark quest for vengeance alone. No, not alone, she sought to reassure herself. Not long after Lance had ridden out, she had stopped her useless flow of tears and summoned every able-bodied male she could find, grooms, stable hands, even the footman. Mounted them all up and commanded them to go in search of their master, ride with him even if he ordered otherwise, stop Lance from fighting, and clap that dreadful Rafe Mortmain in irons. Rosalind had never read about any heroine doing such a thing in any of the old legends, interfering with her knight's bold venture, attempting to stop his duel, sending out a rescue party. Lance would likely be angry with her. But she didn't care, Rosalind thought defiantly. This wasn't some fairy story about knights or heroes or foolish sighing maidens. This was about Lance St. Ledger, the man she loved, and all she wanted was him back home, safe. She would have led the searchers herself if she hadn't been needed so badly at Castle Ledger. Just as the men had been saddling up, a distraught Kate had arrived at the house, the young girl demanding to see Valentine. What she'd heard couldn't be true, Kate had declared fiercely. He couldn't be dead, not her Val. Rosalind had stared sorrowfully at the child's tear-streaked face and then gathered Kate up in her arms. It had been like trying to comfort a hurt sparrow, its broken wings beating wildly to be free. But in the end, Kate had subsided, sobbing her grief out against Rosalind's bosom. Long after the men had gone, Rosalind had comforted and rocked the young girl, stroking Kate's hair until at last she'd fallen into an exhausted sleep. She'd tucked Kate up in her own bed. It wasn't as though she would be requiring the use of it, Rosalind thought, wearily rubbing the back of her stiff, aching neck. She would never be able to rest until Lance had returned. But in the meantime, there surely must be something more useful for her to do than pace and worry. Rosalind turned away from the windows, her wearied gaze shifting thoughtfully back to the library desk. It occurred to her that a note should be dispatched to Effie, despite the lateness of the hour. Effie very likely had no notion that Kate had run off to Castle Ledger. Not that that was anything unusual. But as scatterbrained as the woman was, she would likely be distressed come morning when she discovered Kate missing. Rosalind would dash off a note to her explaining. And there were other letters that needed to be written as well, so many of the St. Ledgers as yet ignorant of the tragedy that had befallen them.
Marius, who'd loved Val like his own son, was off somewhere attending the bedside of some critically ill patient. The doctor would have to be summoned home and told. And then there was Val's immediate family, travelling abroad. His fierce, proud papa, his sweet, practical mamma, and those 3 younger sisters whose bright faces had smiled at Rosalind from their portraits. What a sad and difficult letter that would be, Rosalind thought. What grief it would bring to that family so far away. Removing this terrible burden from Lance's shoulders was the least Rosalind could do. Moving the candle closer, she settled resolutely behind the desk, trying not to let her gaze linger upon the volumes strewn across the wide oak surface. Val's books. His medical texts, his precious, well-worn history of Cornwall, cracked open as though he meant to return to it at any moment. Rosalind could not bring herself to reach out and close the cover. That simple action somehow too hard, too final. Swallowing the knot in her throat, she slid open the desk drawer, briskly rummaging for some vellum and a quill. Her fingers struck up against a soft fold of cloth instead. She drew the garment out into the light, frowning in puzzlement when she saw what it was. A woman's lace cap. Her lace cap, the same one she'd lost so long ago on that first day at Effie's, the one Lance had claimed he'd been unable to find. Why, the teasing rogue. He'd had the cap all along, tucked away here in this drawer, like some knight hiding away a token he'd dared steal from the lady he adored. Rosalind smoothed out the folds of the cap, her lips curving in a tremulous smile as she recalled all the romantic words of love that Lance had poured in her ear under the guise of Sir Lancelot. Strange, but somehow the thought of Lance's deception no longer had the power to hurt her. She remembered with a pang how Lance had knelt at her feet this morning, trying earnestly to explain. You were a damsel in distress, and you needed a hero, the kind of hero I always wanted to be, a knight in shining armor, and you looked at me as if that was exactly what I was. And for a little while, I could pretend too. Her heart welled with tenderness, saddened that a man like Lance could have ever felt the need for such pretense. All that time she had thought that the ghost of Sir Lancelot was attempting to woo her through lance and ledger. How foolishly mistaken she'd been. It had been quite the other way around. Lance trying to woo her the only way he knew how. Because he never thought he was worthy enough. The man who could be so generous and forgiving with everyone but himself, decorated for his courage, praised for his compassion, always destined to be a hero. In everyone's eyes but his own. Rosalind folded up the cap with trembling fingers, realizing she had never been in love with 2 men. Only one. And she closed her eyes, fiercely praying for Lance to come home safe, so she would have the chance to tell him so. Rosalind. She heard a voice call her name, and her eyes fluttered open in disbelief. Was she only imagining what she so desperately wanted to see? Lance standing before her, but an arm's reach away. She'd never even heard him come in, and yet there he was. Her battered knight had come back to her, weary but unharmed and still very much alive, her heart flooded with joy and gratitude to discover that her prayer had been answered. With a glad cry, Rosalind leapt up to fling herself into his embrace. She hurled herself at Lance, only to stagger forward, feeling nothing, only the eerie whisper of his spirit brushing against hers, filling her with confusion. She passed straight through him, catching herself just short of stumbling against the hearth. Rosalind blinked, gripping the mantel to get her bearings. Realizing what had just happened, she spun round, frowning at Lance. Damn the man, he was drifting again. "What are you doing, Lance?" she cried. "You don't have to pretend to be Sir Lancelot any more.
I'm not. Rosalind,
No, not another word, she scolded. I haven't spent all this time pacing the floor and worrying to have you return as a wretched ghost. So you just rejoin to your body, or whatever it is you do, and then put your arms round me.
Rosalind, I can't. My body is gone.
Rosalind stared at him. She gave an uncertain laugh, positive that this had to be more of his wicked teasing. You're always losing everything, Lance and Ledger. Your gloves, your riding crop. But surely not even you could misplace your own... Her voice faltered to silence at his grave look. He wasn't teasing. There was something very different about his eyes, so still and solemn and sad. No trace of his usual irrepressible twinkle. "Perhaps you'd better sit down, my dear," he suggested gently. "No." Rosalind's heart gave an apprehensive thud. "Just tell me what happened." Lance's shoulders sagged, but he complied, relating the entire tale of his confrontation with Rafe Mortmain. But before he could even reach the end, Rosalind had tensed with alarm, interrupting him. "Sweet heaven, Lance! The ship was foundering! We've got to hurry! Send someone to help! To get you out of there!" She actually took a frantic step toward the door, but she was arrested by the sound of Lance's voice. "Rosalind, it's too late. The ship went down, taking me with it. By now I expect that I'm somewhere at the bottom of Lost Lands Cove." She came slowly round to face him. "Are you trying to tell me that you are... dead?" She couldn't even bring herself to say the word, but she didn't have to. She could read the truth in the weary lines of Lance's face, the infinite sadness of his eyes. Both her heart and mind rebelled. No, he couldn't be dead, lying buried fathoms deep in a cold, unfeeling sea. He was here with her. She could see the love shining from his eyes, hear the tenderness in his voice. This was no ghost of Lancelot du Lac standing before her, too perfect and unreal in his glinting armour. This was her Lance, and his half-open shirt and scandalously tight breeches, with his all-too-seductive mouth and dark strands of hair drooping over his brow. That same thick, luxuriant hair she'd buried her fingers in when they'd made love. Those same strong hands that had held her and caressed her, that smooth, sun-bronzed skin. Surely all she had to do was reach out to feel the warmth of his touch. Rosalind stretched trembling fingers toward him. With an achingly wistful look, Lance met her halfway, resting his palm against hers, as they had done on so many of their moonlit trysts. She could not feel his warmth, the strength of his hand, no matter how desperately she tried. But as before, she experienced that wondrous communion of their souls, all his love and longing spilling into her, and his regrets as well for the life they would never be able to share, all the passion, the kisses, the caresses, and the children that would never be born, the union of their love. "Oh, Lance," she whispered brokenly. "Rosalind, I'm sorry," he murmured. "I'm so sorry." Rosalind winked hard, battling back her tears. The man was dead, and he was apologizing to her? Lance was more concerned for her distress than with the thought that his life was over. But that was so like her gallant knight, that Rosalind's heart fairly ached with love and tenderness for him. She forced herself to smile, digging deep inside of her for a well of strength that she never knew she possessed. Because Lance was going to need her strength, all her courage, more than he ever had before. He was with her still, would be forever, a St. Ledger miracle. More than other women who lost their husbands were ever granted, Rosalind reminded herself. She attempted to stroke the hair back from his brow, her heart breaking anew as she realized she could no longer even offer him that small, loving gesture. "It will be all right, Lance," she assured him. "I loved you once before as a ghost. I can do it again." He tried to return her smile, caught at her hand, clearly wanting to draw her fingers to his lips. A hopeless wish. His hand drifted back to his side with a look of resignation. "I'm afraid my condition is a little more permanent this time, my dear." "I understand that, but—" "No, Rosalind, you don't understand at all. Prospero tried to warn me what would happen if I was night drifting and something happened to my body before I could rejoin, if I did not die a natural death." "Prospero?" she echoed, wide-eyed. "The sorcerer?" "Aye." A hint of grim humour touched Lance's mouth. "You needn't look at me that way, my dear. I'm not mad, only dead. Believe me when I tell you that Prospero's ghost has visited me in the old tower upon more than one occasion. That is, if you can describe what he is by the mere word ghost. In addition to his other powers, he was once a night drifter, just like me, able to separate his spirit from his body safely, as long as he rejoined before the sun came up. The same rules that bound me." A chill worked through Rosalind. She wasn't certain she had the courage to hear the rest of this, but she forced herself to ask, "What happened to him?" "Prospero was drifting when his body was destroyed. Ever since then, he's been trapped here on Earth, not truly alive and not truly dead. Caught halfway between heaven and hell. That is how he describes it. A drifter for all eternity." Rosalind's mind reeled, unable to comprehend such a horrible fate, unable to accept that the same thing had happened to Lance. But she tipped up her head, squaring her chin. "It doesn't matter. Whoever you are, Lance and Ledger, whatever you've become, I love you. Nothing has changed." "Everything has changed." His eyes dropped, and he seemed unable to meet her gaze for a moment. Then he said softly, "Rosalind, I am going to have to leave you." She stared at him in dismay. "Leave me? What are you talking about? If Prospero could stay here all these centuries, then surely you can do the same?" "A castle can only accommodate so many ghosts," Lance explained, with a fleeting smile. He immediately sombered. "And I believe it would be for the best if I go." "For the best that I never see you again?" Rosalind cried. "I am still your wife, Lance, your chosen bride. According to the legends, we are not to be parted, not even in death." "That is no longer true. When you die, you are going to be an angel in heaven, not trapped here on earth forever with a sinner like me. And I thank God for that." "Then I shall take great care not to die," Rosalind argued desperately, "so that we may be together for as long as possible." "And spend your life wedded to a mere shadow? No, my dear. I sought to rescue you from being a widow, not to condemn you to such a state until the end of your days." Lance shook his head, the gesture tender but so inexorable. She studied his face with growing alarm, realizing he'd made up his mind to this course before he had ever drifted back to her. The set of his jaw was inflexible, his mouth firmed with a steely resolve she recognized all too well. Her hands fluttered helplessly, wanting to shake him for such stupid nobility, to fling her arms about his waist, hold him fast, prevent him from going anywhere. But neither was possible. She had only one weapon at her disposal, one hope of being able to dissuade him. Rosalind sank down upon the chair and promptly burst into tears. Lance groaned. "Oh, Rosalind, please, don't do that." He dropped down to one knee before her in that gallant pose that had always come naturally to him. He could not gather her hands into his as he so clearly wanted to,
but with Sir Lancelot's tenderest voice, he attempted to brush back the veil of her sorrow. "Milady, please listen to me. You are still so young, with so much of your life before you. Only think of all the things you've not done, have not seen. You still have to travel to Glastonbury. Figure out if it was the site of Camelot." "I don't care about blasted Camelot," Rosalind choked. "Then what about marriage, children? I hope that someday you will find someone else who could—" "I could never do that." Rosalind shot him a reproachful glare through the haze of her tears, wounded and appalled that he could even suggest such a thing. "No matter where you are, I belong to you forever. Effie said so." Our bride finder was obviously much mistaken. Lance's mouth twisted ruefully. How could an angel like you be destined for a rogue like me, hurting and deceiving you at every turn? You should have a husband more like my brother Val was. Good, kind, honest, a true gentleman." "I don't want a gentleman," Rosalind sniffled. "I only want you." But Lance ignored her anguished words, continuing resolutely, "And when you find this man, I hope he'll give you the kind of home that you deserve, full of laughter and sunshine, and a large, boisterous family that will adore you. But you needn't feel pressed to marry again until you are ready. I've left you well provided for, a very handsome settlement in my will. You'll be a rich woman, my dear." "How can you even talk to me about settlements when you're planning to abandon me?" "And I don't want you wearing black for me," Lance rushed on. "You know how I detest the colour. No ridiculous mourning beds, brooches or rings. None of that funereal nonsense. If you must remember me at all, then just remember me as this rogue you met at an inn, masquerading as a great hero, a foolish fellow who would have liked to be your knight in shining armour, but could never quite manage." Lance's voice wavered at last, and he shoved to his feet, fairly flinging himself away from her. Rosalind leapt up in a panic, terrified he would vanish before her very eyes. She clutched at him, the gesture all the more desperate, because it was so useless. She cried out his name, struggling to find some words to move him, to deter him from his purpose. But all she could do was whisper brokenly, "Lance, please, please don't leave me." She gazed up at him, pleading with the full force of her heart. Lance stared back at her, no longer able to keep the despair or the longing from his eyes. "And remember one more thing," he said hoarsely. "I told you many lies when I pretended to be Sir Lancelot. Except when I said I love you, Rosalind. I will. Forever." Lance bent slowly toward her, bringing his mouth to hers. Her lashes still damp with tears, Rosalind closed her eyes to receive his kiss. She could not feel the warm, sweet pressure of his mouth, but his passion poured into her like a brilliant white light, warming her, filling her with a love strong enough to last an eternity. She issued a deep sigh, but when her eyes fluttered open, he was gone. "Lance!" She rushed toward the window. Flattening her palms against the cold panes, she peered out into the gardens beyond. But there was nothing out there except the rustling darkness, the same that she had felt stealing over her. She sagged against the windows, overwhelmed by the sense of her loss. But she was not even given the time to collapse to the carpet and sob out her grief in peace. She became dimly aware that someone was knocking at the library door. When she didn't answer, the door creaked open, and Sparkin stumped into the room. The elderly butler was still fully dressed, and from the haggard look of him, it was obvious that he'd spent the night after the same dire fashion as she, roaming the house and worrying. It was equally obvious from the look in Sparkin's eyes that some fresh crisis had arisen.
"My lady, I am sorry to—"
But Rosalind made a weak gesture, attempting to wave him off. She no longer had any strength left to deal with anyone else's problems. "Mr. Sparkins, please. I need to be alone just now."
"But, my lady, I thought you'd want to know. The men have returned from searching for Master Lance."
"Oh," Rosalind said bleakly. "I am sure they all must be very wet and tired. If you would see to them—"
"Yes, my lady. I've already roused the cook to dispense hot tea, and we've put Master Lance to bed in the green chamber."
Rosalind nodded numbly, starting to push past Sparkins to seek out her own bedchamber, where she could allow her heart to break in private. But she froze, the sense of Sparkins' words penetrating her grief-fogged mind. "What did you say?" She spun about to face the elderly butler.
"I said that the men found Master Lance, and he's in a very bad way, my lady. I don't know what that Mortmain devil did to him, but we put the young master to bed, and—"
Will Sparkins got no further because Rosalind seized him fiercely by the front of his waistcoat. "That's impossible," she cried, "because Lance has been lost at sea. His body is at the bottom of Lost Land Cove. He told me so himself." Sparkins stared at her in such a way that made Rosalind wonder if she looked as wild as she sounded. The butler laid his hands over hers, gently easing her grip.
"No, my lady. The men found Master Lance lying near the old ruined manor. Wet, unconscious, but still alive. Those young fools should have fetched him into the nearest cottage, but instead they dragged him all the way back home and—"
"Take me to him at once," Rosalind demanded, unable to believe Will, certain that the old man had run mad. Or perhaps she had, maddened by such sudden impossible hope that her heart threatened to burst. It had begun to pound so hard. She was trembling so badly she was obliged to depend upon Sparkin's arm for support. But when they reached the upper hall, she released him and rushed ahead. Darting into the green bedchamber, she drew up short, hitching in her breath at the sight. Barnes, Lance's valet, hovered over someone stretched out on the bed, stripping a damp shirt away from the supine body of her husband. It was Lance, as she'd seen him only moments ago, his dark, dishevelled hair plastered to his brow. But this was no ghostly apparition. A soft cry escaped Rosalind, and she swayed from the shock, feeling as though she was about to faint. However, this was no time to indulge in such foolish weakness. She gave herself a brisk shake, then staggered across the room. The valet moved respectfully aside as she sank down on the edge of the bed beside her husband. "Lance," she whispered hoarsely, afraid to touch him, dreading to find this was all some sweet, tormenting illusion. Slowly she reached trembling fingers toward his chest. Her hand did not pass through him, but came to rest on solid, hard-muscled flesh. His skin was cold to the touch, but if she pressed hard enough, she could feel it, the faint rhythm of his heart. He is still alive," she murmured wonderingly. "He didn't drown."
"No, my lady."
Will Sparkins hovered behind her, peering down at Lance past her shoulder.
"The master appears to have taken something of a knock on the head,"
Barnes ventured in a worried tone. "We cannot seem to rouse him." "Never mind," Rosalind said, with a tremulous smile. "He'll be all right." Just as soon as her night-drifting rogue got himself back. But the joy coursing through Rosalind came to an abrupt halt as the horrible realization struck her. Lance would have no way of knowing his body had been found. No reason to come back. In his cursed noble quest to set her free, he'd likely already drifted far away from Castle Ledger. And there was nothing she could do but sit helplessly by his bedside, waiting for the sun to come up and feel Lance's heart still to silence. Lose him for the second time. No, Rosalind thought frantically. She couldn't have this hope held out to her only to see it dashed. There had to be something she could do to save her husband, to summon his restless spirit back here before it was too late. If only she could... If only... Rosalind caught her breath, memory striking through her like a shaft of lightning, like the answer to a fervent prayer. Memory of those words that Val had written in his manuscript. By tradition, the heir to Castle Ledger surrenders the sword to his chosen bride upon their wedding day, along with his heart and soul forever. There have been a few recorded instances where the bride herself has been visited by a surge of arcane power, able to share a portion of her true love's own unusual abilities, as long as she clasps the sword. Was such a thing truly possible? Rosalind wondered. Could she figure out how to use the crystal to turn herself into a drifter, soaring out into the night until she found her husband? She didn't know, but she had to try. She stole a glance toward the clock on the wall, realizing how precious little time she had left until dawn. She felt Will tugging at her arm, trying to ease her away from Lance. "Please, my lady, I know you must be pure exhausted. Allow us to tend to the master. I've sent my son Jem to look for Dr. Marius. Mr. Barnes, if you'd be so good as to fetch more blankets and—" "No!" Rosalind wrenched away from Will's grasp. "Forget Dr. Marius and the blankets. Just send someone to fetch me the St. Ledger sword." Sparkins and Barnes exchanged a dubious glance, as if doubting her sanity, but Rosalind had no time to argue or explain. She gave her foot an imperious stamp. "Don't stand there gawking at me! Bring me that sword, and hurry!" Lance sent his spirit hurling out into the night, drifting somewhere between the thick cover of black clouds and the cold light of the distant stars, leaving Cornwall far behind him, his home, his land, and his lady, all lost to him forever. But the whisper of the sea dashing against those rugged cliffs, that strange magic that had ever been woven into the walls of Castle Ledger, the sad echoes of Rosalind's sweet voice, all seemed to call to him relentlessly. "Lance, please, please don't leave me." Lance sought to dam up his ears, cursing himself for ever having gone back there in the first place. He feared he'd only made matters worse for his Lady of the Lake. Far better to have let Rosalind believe that he'd merely drowned. He'd been too blasted selfish to stay away, needing so desperately to see her winsome face, if only for one last time. But now he had to fight with all that was in him to resist the temptation to return. He brought Rosalind enough misery in the brief time they'd been together. He'd be damned before he ruined the rest of her life by haunting her until the end of her days. Damned? Lance gave a bleak laugh. He certainly was that, all right. He gazed despairingly out across the sea of black clouds, the seemingly endless stretch of darkness. "So, this is eternity," he muttered. "No, boy," a sad voice replied. "Only yours and mine." Lance should have been startled to find that he was not alone out here. But he wasn't. It was as though in some odd way he'd sensed Prospero's presence before he ever came about to face his ancestor. Mantle flowing off his broad shoulders, the black-bearded sorcerer stalked toward Lance through the billowing clouds. "I tried to warn you, lad." "So you did," Lance agreed. "Then you already know what happened to me." I could sense it. I told you that every time you drift, I can feel you tugging at the border of my shadowlands." Prospero scowled, resting his hand heavily on Lance's shoulder. Lance winced in surprise. "I can almost feel you, too." "That is because you are close to passing over. As soon as the day breaks, your connection to your past life will end completely, and I will become the only thing real in your world." Now there was a daunting prospect, Lance thought, retreating a wary step. Alone forever with the sorcerer he'd raged at and insulted. Prospero, about all those things I said to you yesterday." But his ancestor silenced him with the haughty gesture of one hand. "You were distraught with grief. Besides, do you think that I would ever heed the ravings of a mere mortal?" Yes, he would. And he could be wounded by them, Lance realized, studying Prospero through narrowed eyes. Perhaps it was because he was so close to passing over himself, but he seemed to have acquired the ability to pierce the sorcerer's inscrutable aura. He could see clearly that, beneath the flash of all that posturing, Prospero was but a man as uncertain and vulnerable as Lance himself. "I'm sorry," Lance said. Prospero folded his arms across his chest, trying to appear indifferent to Lance's words of apology. Lance continued, "If we're going to spend eternity together, we're going to have to make some effort to get along." Prospero's mouth twitched, the taut set of his lips softening into a reluctant smile. "I suppose so." A silence settled over them, deep and vast as the dark sky itself. As though both men had paused to contemplate the unbearable bleakness of their future. Lance finally asked, "So, what happens now?" "What happens?" Prospero arched one dark brow at the question. "We drift." "Aye, but, will it seem the same to me as when I was alive? Will I notice the passage of time?" "Sometimes each second feels like an eternity, and then at others, decades can flash by in the blink of an eye." Decades? Lance felt his soul freeze at the thought of everything he had ever known, melting away with the years, Rosalind vanishing into the mists of time where he truly never would be able to look upon her again. He experienced an almost overwhelming desire to go hurling back toward Castle Ledger, and had to fight with everything in him to resist it. If there was only some way he could continue to be near Rosalind, watch over her, without her being aware of it. Lance turned anxiously to Prospero. "You have the power to render yourself invisible, do you not? Is there any way you could teach me to do that?" "Perhaps, given enough time." Lance gave a bitter laugh. "I have nothing but time." "Aye, lad. But the question is, if you had such a power, what would you do with it?" Lance didn't reply, but he didn't have to. Prospero seemed too well able to read the desire locked away in the back of his mind. "It would not be a good idea," Prospero admonished him gently, "to keep such a vigil over your lady. Witness all the sufferings, the pain, and the sorrow mortals fall prey to. To see her age and eventually die, believe me, you will experience enough torments and regrets without that." "Nonetheless, Lance began, only to break off in dismay as he saw a faint light beginning to shine through the roiling pool of black clouds. Dawn, the herald of his last day as a man,
the beginning of his endless days as a drifter, an eternity without Rosalind. Prospero spoke of torments and regrets, but it seemed to Lance that was all his life had been, one long regret. He would have cast aside his very soul for a second chance. But then, that was exactly what he'd already done. Now, he could only watch helplessly, despairing as the light began to spread toward him, a light whose warmth he would never know again. He tried to brace himself, meet his fate with some semblance of courage and resignation. "Well," he murmured, trying to sound as though the sight meant nothing to him, "there is the sun." "Hardly," Prospero said. "It is still a bit too early for that." "What else can it be?" Prospero cast him an irritated look. "I've been around for a few more centuries than you. I think I know enough to tell what time—" The sorcerer checked himself with a muttered oath, staring toward the light himself with a puzzled frown. It was piercing the clouds with a brilliance that was blinding, dazzling Lance's eyes to a degree that he imagined he was seeing things. A lady, garbed in white, her silken hair tumbled around her shoulders, her fragile hands gripping the hilt of a mighty sword. The crystal embedded in the pommel sent out rays of light that rivaled the sun. Lance felt himself sinking to his knees right there in the misty clouds, staring in awe. Now he knew how dazzled Arthur must have felt when the enchantress rose from the maiden lake, bringing him Excalibur. But that golden hair, those eyes of purest blue, that sweet mouth, this wasn't Arthur's Lady of the Lake. She was Lance's very own. "Rosalind," Lance whispered. He was dreaming. He had to be. But if he was, he prayed never to awaken. "Prospero, is there part of this new existence of mine you haven't explained to me? Do you ever have visions?" "That is no vision, lad," the sorcerer replied grimly. "That is indeed your lady. She's using my sword to share your ability to drift, and the power of the crystal has drawn her straight to you." Prospero's words snapped Lance out of his dazed state. He drifted toward Rosalind, his soul flooding with unrestrainable joy merely to see her again. But it mingled with his horror at what she'd done, all that she was risking in her innocence even now. "Rosalind," he shouted, "what are you doing here? Go back!" But she only smiled at him with such a radiance it was nearly his undoing. "I've come to bring you home." Keeping a careful grip on the sword with one hand, she stretched the other one out to him. Lance shuddered, longing to reach for those gentle fingers, but all he could succeed in doing was pulling her spirit into the darkness of his own world. The temptation was so strong he was forced to draw back from her. "Rosalind, my dearest, you've got to go back before it's too late. You know that I can't—" "Yes, you can," she beamed at him. "Lance, we found you. You didn't sink to the bottom of the sea. You're tucked up safe in bed. All you have to do is return with me to Castle Ledger." Lance could only stare at her outstretched hand, stunned by her words, by what she appeared to be offering him. Life, love, hope, another chance. Surely a miracle too incredible to be true. He stole an uncertain look back toward Prospero. "You heard the lady," Prospero said gruffly. "It seems that you've been rescued." "But I saw the ship go down. I was tied up in the hold. It's impossible that I could have been saved." Prospero's mouth curled in a wry smile. "When you've existed as long as I have,
you'll realize that nothing is impossible."
Lance turned wonderingly back to Rosalind, still hardly daring to believe it. He reached tremulously for Rosalind's hand, and he could feel the warm glow of her love, could suddenly see tomorrow shimmering in her eyes, all those endless days they would now have together. His heart flooding with joy, Lance could have drifted there forever, content just to gaze at her. But Prospero's sharp warning snapped him out of his trance.
"It's almost dawn. You'd best hurry, or I'll end up plagued with both of you for the rest of eternity."
The sorcerer's words alarmed Lance, so that he thought only of getting Rosalind home safely. He prepared to drift off at once, but she hung back. She peered at Prospero with a timid curiosity. "Will you not come with us, sir?"
Prospero swept her a magnificent bow. "Alas, my lady, I fear I have no young, vigorous body, no life to return to."
"But you could come back to your tower room, as you have always done before." Only Rosalind would courteously invite a ghost to haunt her home, Lance reflected with a tender smile. But her gentle suggestions shamed him, because he should have thought of it himself. He'd had enough of a taste of Prospero's world to understand what a dark, lonely existence the sorcerer must have led all these centuries.
"I do come with us, sir,"
Lance seconded Rosalind earnestly.
"I know that I ordered you to stay away from Castle Ledger, but I didn't mean it."
Prospero drew himself up with a thunderous look.
"As if I would heed any command of yours, you young whelp. I only returned because you were making such a cursed nuisance of yourself, getting into so much trouble. Now that you have a strong woman to take you in hand, perhaps I might have a little peace. Please God, I shall not be plagued again with any of you blundering St. Ledgers for at least another century."
Swirling his cloak haughtily over one shoulder, Prospero turned to go. Lance took a hesitant step after him.
"But, sir—" "Go on, get the devil out of here," Prospero growled. His voice softened a little as he added, "And I trust that from now on you will remember my warnings about drifting."
"I won't forget them. Or you, my lord."
Lance reached out and caught at the sorcerer's hand in an impulsive clasp. But the dawn was almost upon them. There was nothing he could do for Prospero. Lance turned and drifted back toward where Rosalind was waiting for him. Prospero remained where he was, a tall, imperious figure even in the vastness of the towering sky. He risked one glance as the young couple drifted away, vanishing into the clouds. Only after Lance and Rosalind had shimmered out of sight, leaving him alone in the pre-dawn darkness, did Prospero gaze down at the hand Lance had touched. The mighty sorcerer's fingers trembled. It was as close as he had come to feeling any real human contact in centuries. But there was no use repining for what could not be, Prospero adjured himself. He had no body, no life to return to, he'd told that lovely young woman. But perhaps that was not entirely the truth, he thought, with a melancholy smile. Perhaps he'd simply never found anyone who loved him enough to lead him back home. Lance stirred against the pillow, wincing. His rejoining had been the most difficult he'd ever endured.
but he rejoiced at every throbbing muscle, every stiff joint, every ache, every pain that reassured him that he was alive. He shifted up onto one elbow to peer down at the woman sprawled upon the bed next to him. Rosalind's long lashes rested against the creamy curve of her cheeks. Her eyes closed fast like one lost in a deep sleep. She still hadn't roused, but Lance was not alarmed. He remembered the first time he had ever drifted, how long it had taken him to pull out of his trance. This was Rosalind's first time, and her last, Lance resolved. He gently pried the St. Leger sword from his lady's grasp and set it carefully out of her reach. Bending over her, he pressed a kiss to her brow, reveling in the warm feel of her skin and of the sunlight pouring through the bedchamber windows. His heart swelled with love and gratitude for this miracle he'd been granted, though he still did not understand how it had come about. He'd been left bound fast, unconscious in the hold of a sinking ship. Lance could think of only one possible explanation for how he'd gotten free. Although he would never have admitted as much, his rescuer had to have been that old scoundrel Prospero. Who else but a sorcerer would have had the power to loosen his bonds and transport him safely back to shore? But did it even matter who or how, Lance thought, only grateful for this second chance he'd been given. He hovered over his sleeping lady, stroking his fingers through her silken hair, the sunlight striking off the golden strands and his ring. His ring? Lance drew his hand back, amazed to discover his signet ring thrust back into place on his finger, the same ring he'd not worn since the night of the robbery. The one that he'd last seen, spilled out on a table in a ship's cabin along with his pocket watch. His heart gave a startled thud. Lance eased himself away from Rosalind and scrambled in search of the garments his valet had stripped off him. The damp clothes had long since been removed by the efficient Barnes, but the object that Lance sought was still there, propped upon the dresser. His pocket watch, a little worse for wear, waterlogged, the hands stopped dead, gritty with sand. Lance cupped it in his palm, stunned by the realization that washed over him like a pounding wave. He hadn't been saved by the magic of any sorcerer, but by a man who was all too human, who must have made a supremely superhuman effort, risking his own life to drag Lance out of that hold, somehow managing to convey him safely to shore. For the second time, Rafe Mortmain had saved him from drowning. Rafe hadn't gone down with the ship. He was still alive out there, somewhere, and Lance was fiercely glad of it. For wherever his friend was, wherever he'd gone, Lance knew Rafe Mortmain had once more managed to subdue his wolf. Epilogue. Lance dressed himself and slipped quietly downstairs. Rosalind was still fast asleep, exhausted by all that had happened in the past 24 hours. Although Lance longed for nothing more than to be able to take her into his arms, lose himself in her sweet, warm passion, he was content to wait, because they had all the time in the world. The future stretched out before him, more bright and shining than it had been the day he'd ridden off to find glory as an arrogant young soldier. But one part of his past remained to be dealt with, one sad duty left to perform. He had to bid Val farewell. Lance crept into the long gallery and dismissed the solemn young footman who kept vigil there. He needed to be left alone with his brother. As was the St. Leger custom, Val had been laid out in the ornate drawing-room upon a bier decked with flowers. Later he would be borne through the sorrowing village and settled to rest in the St. Leger tombs beneath the church. Lance moved toward the bier, his heart constricting anew at the sight of his brother's still form, dressed in his finest frock coat. The lines of Val's face were smoothed into such a look of peace, that single stubborn curl as ever drooping across his brow. He seemed to have found rest from his pain at last, his healing hands folded upon his chest. Lance swallowed hard, fiercely winking his eyes. It was a moment before he was able to speak. "Val, there's always been this strange link between us, no matter how hard I try to break it. So I'm hoping you'll be able to hear me, even from as far away as heaven. Once long ago, you reached out to heal me. And far more than my body, I realize now. But there is something I never told you about that day. You saved more than my leg. You saved my life as well." Lance was forced to draw in a deep breath before he could go on. "Even though I cursed you for it, after you had made such a sacrifice for me, I was never able to be quite so reckless, so selfish as to deliberately try to cast my life away again. It forced me to become a better soldier, a better officer, thinking less of myself and more of my men, and I was honored because of it." Lance gazed down at his brother, his voice cracking from the force of the love he'd felt for this gentle man, yet never had been able to acknowledge. "But all those medals for valor should have gone to you. I can't imagine any greater courage than to take another man's pain and make it your own. Yet you never asked for any honors. You didn't even want my gratitude. All that you ever demanded was that I forgive myself. I don't know if I will ever be able to do that, Val. Not entirely." Lance fetched a deep sigh. "But I promise you I will try." "Thank you," Val St. Ledger murmured. "That is all I ever wanted to hear." His eyes fluttered open, and he raised himself slowly to a sitting position. Lance's mouth fell open, his heart kicking violently against his ribs. More stunned than when Silas Braggs had dealt him that blow to the head, Lance staggered back from the bier, tripping over his own 2 feet. He might have fallen down entirely if he hadn't tumbled into a chair. Lance stared at Val, his mind reeling. He had to be dreaming, or else he'd finally run mad. His brother, his dead brother, was calmly plucking flower petals from his frock coat and smiling at him. "Don't look at me as though I were a ghost, Lance." "Aren't you?" Lance croaked. "I don't believe so." Val patted his hands cautiously over his own chest. He gave a wide yawn, like someone stirring awake from a particularly deep sleep. Climbing unsteadily down from the bier, he hobbled over to a gilt-framed mirror mounted on the wall. Peeling back the layer of his frock coat and lifting up his shirt, Val examined the bare planes of his chest. There wasn't a mark on him. Still dazed, Lance managed to get to his feet and stumbled toward him, peering at his brother's smooth flesh. But you were shot," Lance said numbly. "I saw the wound myself." "Aye. Amazing, isn't it?" "Amazing? It's bloody impossible." "Actually, no, it isn't." Val tucked his shirt back inside his breeches, frowning at his own reflection as he attempted to straighten his frock coat. "I discovered some time ago that I have the ability to put myself into a trance even deeper than yours. Except I don't drift. Whenever I sustain an injury, not one I've absorbed from someone else, but one of my own, I can shut my body down until it heals itself. Of course, I've never tried it before with something as serious as a bullet wound." Val shrugged. "But after Bragg shot me, I didn't have much choice." Lance could only nod stupidly, scarce able to absorb what Val was saying, scarce able to believe that his brother was alive. He ran his hands down the length of Val's arm, touching his hand, feeling the warmth that pulsed through Val's skin. Lance began to shake, feeling nearly unmanned by the force of his joy. His brother was alive. The brother he had wept over, prayed over, nearly run mad with grief over. Lance's flood of happiness and relief received an abrupt check as the sense of Val's words finally struck him. He stiffened with sudden outrage. "You've always been able to do this? Put yourself into such a healing trance? Why the blazes didn't you ever tell anyone?" "Mother and father know about it." "Well, they're not here, are they?" Lance snapped. "You damned fool! I could have walled you up alive beneath the church floor." The very idea of such a thing was enough to make Lance shudder, but Val didn't appear particularly concerned. "No, I doubt if it would ever have come to that. Even though I didn't feel quite up to moving about, I could feel myself starting to stir out of the trance as early as this morning." "As early as—" Lance choked, his brows crashing together in a mighty scowl. "Are you telling me you were conscious when I first came into this room?" "Well, yes," Val said, somewhat sheepishly. "I suppose that I was." "Then why the devil didn't you give me some sign of it?" "I intended to, but—" Val's mouth crooked in a slight smile. "You started speaking, and what you were saying was so interesting, I felt obliged to let you finish." The black look that Lance shot his brother would have sent any other man scurrying for cover, but Val merely stood there, smoothing his cuffs. "Do you have any idea of what it is like," Lance rasped, "to be so torn up over someone you're afraid you're going to lose your mind?" "As a matter of fact, I do, Lance," Val retorted. "I've experienced a similar sensation every time I've stumbled across your body when you were off drifting. When we were boys, I used to sob over you, certain this time you must be dead, only to have you spring up all of a sudden crying, 'Gotcha, Val!'" Val's mouth thinned. "Well, perhaps I have waited years to be able to say this to you." Val looked at him with the most wicked smile Lance had ever seen cross his brother's saintly features. "Got you, Lance," he said, softly. Lance blinked, sucking in a deep breath as though he'd been punched. He'd wept like a babe over his brother, and this was all that Val had to say to him? "Got you?" A blind rage exploded inside Lance. Before he'd even had a chance to think, he doubled up his fist and let fly. He connected solidly with Val's jaw, knocking him down. Lance was immediately horrified by his action. His brother had returned from the dead, and instead of clasping him joyfully into his arms, he'd hit him. Hit his poor crippled brother who'd just recovered from a terrible wound. Lance hunkered down, peering at him anxiously. "Oh, God, Val, I'm sorry. Are you much hurt?" Nursing his injured jaw, Val glanced at him with a dark look that Lance should have remembered from when they were boys. With a savage snarl, Val caught him completely off guard, tackling him so hard Lance's head cracked against the marble floor. "Ow!" Lance cried indignantly, but he had no chance to say more before Val socked him in the eye. And the fight was on. Punching, gouging, and wrestling, they crashed round the elegant parlour, banging into furniture, shattering vases, battling with the kind of anger and frustration that only two brothers could turn against each other. The parlour door flung open, and Lance was dimly aware that the commotion he and Val were causing had brought some of the servants running. Someone shrieked, and one of the housemaids fainted dead away. But Lance was too caught up in the struggle, his furious attempt to throttle his one and only brother. Val, however, was far stronger than Lance would have ever imagined. He held Lance at bay, and as Lance fought back, a strange exhilaration surging through him, one elated thought pounded through his brain. He had his brother back again. The realization seemed to strike Val, too, and it became hard to maintain the fierce combat. Anger dissolving into breathless laughter. They tumbled to the carpet, and Lance managed to get Val pinned beneath him. but just barely. "Surrender, St. Valentine," he panted. "Be damned to you, Sir Lancelot," Val shot back. But he was by now too weak with laughing to fling Lance off. Their eyes locked for a moment with a gruff affection neither was able to express. But then there never had been much need for many words between them, Lance thought. Not St. Valentine and Sir Lancelot. Val grinned up at him, but the expression slowly faded, and it was only then that Lance realized how quiet the room had fallen. No shrieking housemaids, no shouting footmen. "Oh, Lord," Val muttered, his eyes fixing at some point beyond Lance. A shadow fell over them, and Lance released his hard grip on Val's shoulders, drawing back to look behind him. He first encountered a pair of travel-stained boots attached to a towering frame. Lance's dismayed gaze continued upward until he connected with fierce dark eyes set in a familiar weather-beaten face, framed by smooth wings of silver-tinted black hair drawn back in a queue. Lance felt his cheeks flood with a hot stain of mortification. Anatole St. Ledger, the dread lord of Castle Ledger, had finally returned home. The house was in an uproar, the main hall a clatter of the trunks, portmanteaux, and bandboxes being unloaded from the coach, the evidence of the St. Leger's long stay abroad. A shy and bewildered Rosalind was swept into the noisy greetings and exuberant hugs of her new sisters-in-law, while Madeline St. Ledger beamed and strove to restore some semblance of order. There were servants to be soothed. The castle's retainers were a redoubtable breed, accustomed to many strange sights, even the completely unexpected return of their master. But Val's recovery, a St. Ledger actually appearing to pop back up from the dead, had proved too much for many of them. Even Will Sparkins looked pale and shaken. Madeline bustled about the household, attempting to spread her usual sense of practical cheer. All that commotion seemed far removed from Anatole St. Ledger's study set at the back of the house. The afternoon sunlight spilled over the dark linen-fold panelling of a chamber that bore a masculine aura as strong and austere as the man ensconced behind the desk. Perched on the edge of his chair, Lance faced his formidable father across that expanse of mahogany. He reflected that Anatole St. Ledger looked remarkably calm for a man who'd returned from a long journey abroad, only to find his two grown sons engaged in a bout of fisticuffs, tearing up the castle's best parlour like a pair of drunken alehouse ruffians. Lance wondered if his father would be able to remain that way after he'd told him everything else that had occurred in his absence. Not a task that Lance relished, but he should have been accustomed to spilling out such confessions, he reflected. How many times in his youth had he been summoned to this study to account for some mischief, with a varying degree of dread, shame, and defiance? But it was somehow different this time. Lance himself had demanded the interview, and he poured out his tale in a voice of quiet resignation. When he'd finished, Lance didn't wait for his father to respond. He shoved to his feet, lifting the St. Ledger sword into his hands. The sun glinted off the finely wrought gold hilt, the sparkling crystal. Never had the magnificent blade looked more beautiful, Lance thought wistfully. He'd waited so impatiently for the day when he'd be able to thrust this sword back into his father's hands and ride out of here again. But now, Lance approached his father's desk with a heavy heart. He steeled himself, knowing this was the only honourable thing to do. Laying the sword down upon the desk, he said, "All things considered, sir, I think you'd better have this back again, to pass on to Val instead." Anatole St. Ledger's brow creased into a deep frown. He touched the hilt, studying the chipped crystal with a pained expression in his eyes. Lance went on hurriedly. "After all, the St. Ledger estate has never been entailed. There is no law obliging you to have me as your heir." "No, there isn't," his father murmured. "At least no earthly one." He raised those fierce eyes of his, searching Lance's face with an intent gaze that Lance found uncomfortable. He turned away, pacing to the windows behind the desk. He heard his father vent a deep sigh. "When I let you go away into the army, I'd always hoped that once you'd had a taste of the world, you would return, feeling differently about your home. That somehow this land would come to mean to you all that it does to me." "Good God, sir, it does!" Lance cried, and never more than now, when he felt obliged to surrender all claim to it. Leaning against the casement, he could see the rocky sweep of the inlet below the castle, the sunlit waves breaking dark and golden against the shore. A land of hard, rugged, and impossible beauty. Lance felt his heart swell almost painfully at the sight. He attempted to jest. "But I seem to have such a penchant for disaster, sir. I doubt Castle Ledger could survive me as its master. Look at what havoc I managed to wreak in the short time you were gone. The castle is still standing, and Throckmorton informs me you've done a remarkable job looking after the estate." "Aye, but what about the rest of it? The damaged crystal? And my brother Val was nearly killed." "Considering the bruises on your face, Valentine strikes me as being remarkably alive," his father said dryly. Lance touched the swelling beneath his right eye with a rueful smile, and was obliged to admit that was true. But he sighed. "There is also the question of Rafe Mortmain. I failed to bring him to justice for stealing the St. Ledger sword. He's escaped, and yet I have to admit that I am glad of it, even though he has disappeared with that fragment of the crystal. The crystal is invested with such a strange power. Mayhap it will do the poor lad some good." Lance spun about to stare at his father in astonishment. "Do Rafe some good? But, sir, you've always hated and distrusted the Mortmains as much as Val does." "So I have, to my shame." Anatole pushed away from the desk to join Lance at the windows. They stood rigidly side by side, his father staring vacantly out, as though at some memory he found not particularly pleasant. "When your mother wanted to bring Rafe Mortmain to Castle Ledger, I tried to resist the notion. Perhaps if we'd found the boy sooner, when he was first orphaned, it might have been different, I argued. But he already seemed so wild, so hardened. The simple truth was I couldn't get past the fact that the boy was a Mortmain. But you know how persuasive your mother can be." The hard set of Anatole's mouth softened a little. "I can never say no to that woman. But from the time Rafe set foot across the threshold, I never gave the lad a chance. I kept an eye on him, as I would have done had I brought some dangerous beast in our midst. And that day you nearly drowned in the Maiden Lake. Father, I've told you so many times, that was an accident, and Rafe saved me, just as he did again when the Circe went down." "I realize that now. But the first time, I fear that I merely used the incident as an excuse to send Rafe away." Lance's eyes widened. "You, sir? You sent him away? I'd always thought that Rafe had run off." His father shook his head sadly. "No. I bought the lad a berth on the nearest ship sailing back to France and sent him packing. All I could think of was my desire to keep my family safe from an evil Mortmain. But perhaps if I had ever showed the boy 1/10 of the kindness that you and your mother did, things might have been different for Rafe. I fear I am as responsible for all these recent events as anyone." Lance could only gape at his father, studying that stern, unyielding countenance, astounded to see the shadings of guilt, regret, and self-blame. Emotions that Lance was all too familiar with, but had never expected to find reflected in Anatole St. Ledger's eyes. Becoming aware of Lance's intense scrutiny, Anatole gave a wry smile. "You never believed that I could make any sort of mistake, did you, son?" No, sir." He'd always been so convinced of his father's perfection, it had often been painful to reveal his own vulnerability to the man. Even now, Lance said hesitantly, "You've set a hard example to follow, my lord. Always so strong, so infallible. It was bad enough that you allowed Mother to give me that impossibly romantic name, the name of a legendary hero. You have no idea what it's been like, being the son of a legend as well." "Try being the legend," his father said, with a brief laugh. The sound had a rough, self-mocking edge to it. "The dread Lord of Castle Ledger, all-powerful and all-knowing. You cannot imagine how terrifying it is to be set high upon such a pinnacle, expected to be so perfect, so wise, even by your own son." Anatole's mouth twisted ruefully. "From the day you could walk, you seemed to trail after me with so much hero-worship. I was afraid to let you get too close. Afraid you'd fast realize your father was nothing more than a man, and a flawed one at that. Afraid that that admiring light in your eyes would fade and die." His father shrugged his shoulders, appearing slightly embarrassed by his confession. "But that must sound ridiculous to you. You couldn't possibly understand." "But I do," Lance murmured. He understood far too well, because it was the same thing he'd done, distanced himself from his father for fear he'd be bound to disappoint. Anatole St. Ledger might have chosen to hide his vulnerability behind a stern facade, Lance behind a quick laugh and a careless jest. But it staggered him to suddenly realize how very much alike they were. His father moved back to the desk, toying with the hilt of the St. Ledger sword. "I have flaws enough, my young Lancelot," he said with a wearied sigh. "I've always had the devil of a temper, a tendency to prefer the isolation of Castle Ledger. If I had had my way, I fear that I would have kept all my children cloistered safely behind these walls forever." "I know," Lance said. "In fact, it surprised me exceedingly that after all these years you yourself experienced this sudden urge to travel." Lance broke off, his eyes narrowing at the sudden way Anatole St. Ledger averted his gaze, a distinctly guilty flush spreading across those high cheekbones. "By God, sir," Lance exclaimed, "you went away on purpose, so that I would feel obliged to remain here at Castle Ledger looking after things." He should have been annoyed at his father's deception, but somehow he wasn't. Lance found himself smiling. "How the blazes did you know that I wouldn't simply shrug my shoulders and just ride off again as soon as you'd gone? Did you have one of your visions?" "No," Anatole said softly. "I simply knew my own son." Far better than Lance had ever known his own father, it seemed. Lance stared at Anatole St. Ledger as though he were really seeing him for the first time. Not some towering distant figure, some fierce lord of Castle Ledger, but a man whose hair was greying at the temples, whose face was carved with deep lines put there by many of the same regrets that haunted Lance, including the regret that they had been so foolishly at odds for so many years. So much time wasted. His father was aging, Lance realized with a pang. Anatole St. Ledger was not immortal. He would grow stooped and old. The thought of his father's mortality left Lance feeling a little shaken and suddenly fiercely protective toward the man. His father caressed the hilt of the St. Leger sword, regarding Lance wistfully as he said, "I've seen enough on my travels to realize how much things are changing. We won't always be able to remain as peaceful and isolated here at Castle Leger as I would like. The world will beat a path to our door, whether I wish it or not. And it will take someone younger, stronger, to deal with those changes. A man who has been out in the world more. A man like you, Lance. Castle Leger is going to need you. But if you don't want... I have never wanted anything more, sir," Lance interrupted warmly, "than to be your son, to make you proud of me. I already am." His father came slowly round the desk and held out his hand. Lance slipped his own into it, not the gesture of a worshipful boy to his father, but a hard clasp between two men who had finally come to understand each other. His father regarded Lance for a long moment, and then suddenly pulled him roughly into his arms. His throat knotting, Lance returned the fierce embrace, rife with all the feelings neither had ever dared express. They drew apart almost immediately, both a little embarrassed by such an unmanly display of emotion. Blinking hard, Anatole waved Lance off, saying gruffly, "Good, that's settled then. Now, you'd best be off. If I know your sisters, I dare say they have quite overwhelmed that lovely young bride of yours with their exuberant attentions." "Yes, sir. After all I've already put Rosalind through, it's a miracle she chooses to remain at Castle Leger." "Women can be amazingly forgiving. Your mother taught me that. I cannot imagine she had much to forgive. Oh, you've no idea what a surly-tempered brute I was when she first came to Castle Leger. I terrified her once so badly that she actually ran from me and, for a time, took up residence with old Mr. Fitzledger." "She did?" Lance asked, almost diffidently. "I always fancied you and Mother were the very embodiment of the chosen bride legend." "And so we are. But it took a great deal of effort on both our parts. We St. Ledgers are blessed with a special gift, a bride-finder who can unerringly lead us to a perfect love. But what we do with that love, once it is found, is entirely up to us. And I've made so many mistakes with Rosalind," Lance sighed. "You can only do what so many of us hapless St. Leger men have done before you." Anatole St. Leger raised the crystal-adorned weapon from the desk. Laying it across his palms, he held it out to Lance. "Take up your sword, Sir Lancelot, and venture bravely forth, to offer your heart up to your lady once more." Lance's fingers closed over the hilt. "Thank you, sir." With a respectful bow, he was almost out the door when his father's voice arrested him. "And Lance, about that cursed fool romantic name of yours, it wasn't your mother that gave it to you. I did." Lance's mouth fell open. He stumbled, nearly dropping the sword. But his father had settled back behind the desk, appearing quite unconcerned by the sensation he'd caused, other than to remark, "Don't impale yourself on that thing, son." "No, sir." Lance recovered himself. He started to go, only to hesitate once more. "I don't want you to think that I'm ungrateful to you, Father, for giving me such an unusual christening. But I hope you'll understand when I tell you, if I ever have a son of my own, I intend to call him John." Anatole was still chuckling softly to himself long after Lance let himself out. Not so much over his last remark, but over the stunned expression on his son's face when he'd learned the truth about his christening. It was good to be able to astound one's offspring occasionally, Anatole thought. It made a man feel less old, which was a pleasant thing, especially when one's bones were feeling rather weary from travels that would never have daunted him as a younger man.
His return home had been eventful, to say the least. He leaned back in his chair, thinking he would be glad of a quiet moment. But his extraordinary sixth sense honed in on someone approaching his study. That one person who always had the power to strip the years away from him and make him feel like a young fool again. His expression softened as the study door creaked open and his wife stole into the room. Time had been kind to his Madeline. Barely a hint of grey touched her flame-red hair, and the lines that feathered her eyes were more those of laughter than grief. Her green eyes were as bright as ever, although at the moment slightly clouded with anxiety. She'd always known that he and Lance must sort out the difficulties between them. But Anatole fully realized how hard it had been for her not to intervene. She hovered just inside the door, regarding Anatole hopefully. "Well, how did it go?" "I believe we have our son back, madam." Anatole smiled slowly. "Sir Lancelot has come home to stay." Madeline gave a glad cry. Rushing round the side of his desk, she flung her arms around Anatole in a fierce hug. He patted her hand, stretching up to brush a kiss on her cheek. "Lance has gone now to make peace with his lady, which is a good thing. He will need all of Rosalind's love and support to face what lies ahead of him." Madeline's bright smile wavered. She peered intently into Anatole's eyes and faltered. "My lord, you have not had another of your dire visions, have you?" "No. It requires no second sight to predict what lies ahead for our son if he continues on his present course. The most perilous and challenging task any man can face." "What is that?" she asked anxiously. "Why, madam, the raising of his own children." Madeline's anxiety vanished in a trill of laughter. Anatole hauled her down onto his lap, and she wound her arms about his neck. They spent the next half hour behaving in a shocking manner, not at all to be expected of two people who were destined to be grandparents. Lance found Rosalind sitting on the bench in the garden. He suspected that his sisters had tactfully withdrawn at his approach, no doubt led away by the imperious Leonie. He hesitated at the end of the path, content just to observe her for a long moment. She appeared so serene, her hands folded in the folds of her blue silk gown, her eyes lost in some soft reverie. The summer breeze teased a blush of rose to her cheeks, her hair drawn up in a crown of golden ringlets that exposed the slender curve of her neck. She appeared different, as though the events of these past days had irretrievably altered her somehow. The dream-ridden girl he'd met that night at the inn was gone, and in her place this quiet, confident woman remained. The realization made Lance feel strangely wistful, but as he approached, Rosalind looked up with a bright smile. She leaped up from the bench and met him halfway, her brow creasing with an anxious look. "You finished your talk with your father?" she asked. "How did it go?" "Better than I had any right to expect. It seems he's still not ready to disown me." Lance attempted to jest, but his smile wavered. His hand dropped to the hilt of the blade strapped to his side. "I offered to give him back the sword, Rosalind, to surrender my inheritance to Val." "Oh?" was all she said. "I'm sorry. I should have consulted you first." "No, of course not." She reached out to squeeze his hand. "Why should you?" "Because it was your inheritance I was prepared to give away, as well as that of our children. If my father had accepted my decision, I would probably have ended up back in the army, a soldier again, wandering the high roads." "It wouldn't have mattered. I would follow you anywhere." And so she would. She'd already proved that, Lance thought. He gazed down at her, awed by the love shining from her eyes, as he was by all that she had risked for him today. "Val always said you would prove my salvation,"
he murmured, stroking the soft curve of her cheek. Rosalind crinkled her nose impishly at him. "Your brother is an exceedingly wise man." But for once, Lance was unable to make light of something that so deeply moved him. "How could you do something so amazingly brave, so incredibly foolish?" he chided her gently. "Do you realize what could have happened to you when you used that sword to come after me? You risked not only your life for me, Rosalind, but your very soul." She caught his hand, pressing her lips to the back of his fingers. "I didn't care. I only wanted to be where I belonged. With you." "With a man who has never done anything but deceive you, pretending to be this legendary hero?" Rosalind smiled at him, taking his face tenderly between her hands. "Oh, Lance, you dear silly man. You still don't realize, do you? You were never pretending. Lance St. Ledger and Sir Lancelot, they are both you, my love. My teasing rogue and my gallant knight." "Your gallant knight? You've no idea how much that is what I want to be for you," Lance said huskily. "I would willingly die for you, Rosalind." "I don't want a man to die for me, Lance. I want you to live for me, to love me, to meet me for moonlit trysts in the garden and mad gallops down the beach, to give me a houseful of hunting dogs and boisterous children, to grow old with me by our own fireside." Peering down into Rosalind's shining blue eyes, Lance felt his breath catch in his throat, for he realized his Lady of the Lake had not lost her dreams. They had merely changed. They were no longer of Camelot and some faraway time, but dreams for here and now, of the love and the life they would share together. With a low cry, Lance drew her into his arms, his lips claiming hers in a long, passionate kiss. Her arms stole around his neck, and Lance would have been content to have remained lost in her sweet embrace. Rosalind drew back to glance earnestly up at him. "You've got to promise me one thing. No more drifting again. Ever." "Rosalind," Lance protested, "with you in my arms each night, how could you think that I would ever be tempted to—" "Promise me," she insisted. Lance smiled at her, and then did better than that. Drawing forth the St. Ledger sword, he dropped gallantly to one knee before her. Blade poised across his palms, Sir Lancelot St. Ledger offered up his sword to his lady, along with his most solemn vow. "I pledge you my heart and soul, lady, for all eternity. I promise I will love you forever, and go night-drifting no more."
The end. You've been listening to The Night Drifter by Susan Carroll, narrated by Barbara Rosenblatt. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books Romance recommends The Marriage Spell by Mary Jo Putney, narrated by Simon Preble. Jack Langdon, one of the Duke of Wellington's most respected officers, takes his family's honor very seriously, but he also hides a shameful secret, a talent for sorcery he's been raised to suppress and openly reject. But after an injury lands Jack at death's door, his only chance at survival lies with Abigail Barton, a peer's daughter and a skilled wizard. Her price, Jack's hand in marriage. And it isn't long before Jack feels an irresistible attraction to his forthright new wife, whose allure is as intense as the reawakening magical abilities he can no longer deny. With breathtaking skill and vivid historical detail, Mary Jo Putney weaves a tale of enchantment, mystery, and romance that will forever hold you spellbound. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. Call us toll-free or log on to www.recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers, order another recorded book, or to read author interviews and narrator profiles. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.